Well, we actually had a correct guess. SS guessed a patterned shirt. Crystal P says, I don't care what shirt, but SS, the unfortunate name though it may be, is the winner. I decided today that I was going to go with a more casual feel because honestly, it's cold down here. And so if you kind of look at the shirt, you can see there's some green, there's some blue, and it's mostly black. So there you go. If you're disappointed, if you had a betting pool at work and you're like, what in the hell is David's shirt color going to be? And you didn't guess patterned plaid or pattern of some kind, then you lost and you have to deal with the grief and the pain and the misery of that loss. I did this for you, man. This is all for you. It's my gift to try to keep you on your toes and change the patterns and change the colors and make this a really unifying experience for us because we're all here together and we've got some really crazy stuff going on right now. As the title of the talk says, war is coming. Uh-oh. That doesn't mean I support this, okay? That was some couple trolls online tried to get that angle. Oh, David's smiling and says war. No, look. The reason why I'm smiling is because I'm not worried about it. I'm not expecting to die. I'm not expecting that we're going to have some horrific situation that's going to wipe us all out. However, we're heading into November. We're heading into what you all know is coming on the 5th. I finally got the day right. I'm healthy enough now to do that. I've had COVID. It really was COVID. I'm not just exaggerating. I had COVID for probably, I don't know, it's been like 3 weeks of very, very hardcore symptoms. Because I got back from Canada right on October 1st, actually the day before, and now it's October 20th. And finally, in the last couple of days, I slept like, not last night, but the night before, I slept 7 hours and 40 minutes all at once. That has got to be a record. I've never done that before. But let's say hello. Let's talk to you guys. I guess you deserve that much. You know, maybe if I feel like it, maybe I'll talk a little bit to you guys. All right, Beverly Adams donated $10. She says, thank you. Sunshine Fairy says, hey, I have a matching shirt. I think this is, oh yeah, it's a Woolrich. Okay, so there you go. I've already like branded in somebody's company to sell products for them. And I don't get any commission on that. Tarotina says, beautiful tartan shirt. You look great with every style. Thank you. This kind of makes me fade into the background a little bit. And I'm not sure if that's good, but you know, we got background lighting. And so it looks like some sort of hypercube is behind me. As you can see, that's actually just a desk that's cleverly lit. And then we have Peace Able, $10. Somebody said something about nicotine for COVID. I got to say, look, I went to this place around in the mountains here. It's called Smoker Friendly. There's actually a store called Smoker Friendly, okay? What an ironic name. 7 geometric thoughts for $5. Well, maybe next time do $7. 7 thoughts for $7. Anyway, I'm just joking. Thank you for the donation. So there's a place around here called Smoker Friendly, and I said, hey, you know, because I'd already been to the grocery stores, and they don't have nicotine patches, which is what supposedly is going to be this amazing remedy. I'm like, I don't know, nicotine's a highly addictive chemical, man. This is supposed to be, you know, living clean and sober. So I went to Smoker Friendly. They didn't have nicotine patches. Scott Opper just donated. Thank you very much. But they did have nicotine toothpicks. I think it was called Pixatine was the brand name. And they carded me. They made me give my ID. I'm like, well, I'm really flattered, you know, because I'm already 51 years old. But thank you for carding me. Born 1973. Lori Powder Tavares donated $10. Thank you very much. And now there's a little $ thing that flashes. I get this little flashing money icon at the bottom of the screen. It goes, whoop. It's like, check it out, brother. You're alive, but you're getting money. You're getting paid, brother. So we also have Jenny Jean Razzle, $20. Glad you're feeling better. Do you think there will be blackouts during November 5th? Very likely something like that's going to happen. We'll talk about that. 7 Geometric did donate $7. See, that's the power of suggestion. He says, go Team Casey. Ed Creeder, who's been very loyal and done some great stuff for us, donated $20 already. He's going in hard. You're the man with the plan. I think he's now the top. Yeah, he beat somebody by 1 cent. Oh, somebody else just did it. Beverly Adams, ivermectin. A lot of people who travel on planes are getting very sick. Yeah, I was told by Pete Peterson years ago that germs are introduced into that mechanism that we just talked about, that they're deliberately being sprayed in. Whoa, Nicole just won. She got $99.99. That's now the top donation. Although we have $200 MX. I don't know how those currencies match up, but whatever. Nicole says, I've been binge watching all your videos because I'm homesick with pneumonia. Believe me, I understand that. You are so good looking and such an intelligent person. I hope that's okay to say. I don't mean it in any icky type of way. God bless you for all you do and all your hard work. Well, that's why you got to have your grandma once in a while. She's got to come out. Thank you so much, baby. Thank you for loving your grandma. Grandma loves you, baby. Come closer. Mwah, 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 mwah. I got a little cat here, and I pet my little cat, and God damn it, if you tell me that I'm an insane, lonely cat lady with no children, I'm going to come in there and I'm going to screw you up. The cat lady gets mad sometimes, and she's got to do things that are freaking crazy because she's got to defend her right to have this sweet little kitty. Oh, baby. Oh, sorry, kitty. Sorry. Yeah, let me take this over here. Just hold on a minute. I was smoker friendly too, you know. I tried these toothpicks. Screw the toothpicks. They don't work at all. But the cat, man, the cat makes you feel so relaxed. Oh, you put the cat on your shoulder. It's just like, thank you, kitty. Thank you so much. Oh, baby, I love you. Yeah, so that's a little bit of Tramma. We got a compliment might fuel me into some insanity. Yes, Tramma, Scalen Robinson. Did I miss anybody's donation? Paula donated. Jim Garrigus donated $200, I guess Mexican pesos. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work. And Nicole had said, you're so good looking. Well, I appreciate that. Honestly, I didn't really intend to have rock star hair, which is probably really good for Tramma. You know, she needs some hair to kind of sell the part that I'm playing. I didn't really even intend to have rock star hair. I've honestly just been too sick and not able to go anywhere, so the hair just grows and grows and grows, and I make it work. Don't forget to hit the like button, says the Nexus. That's true. And we have another donation from Joshua. I have a question, something I'm struggling with. How do we forgive the PDF files? And we know what PDF is. I actually saw you, Josh, say that on my X account, and I'm like, PDF? Oh, that's right, PD. Got it, files. Okay. If the law of one states there's no good or bad, but if that's the case, why are we cleaning up evil? Well, look, these people were born into something. It's a generational system. They're introduced into it, and you get apparently inculcated into this where you have to repeat these experiences over and over again. And those who are abused tend to become abusers, and they tend to reperpetrate what happened to them before. So if you can understand that it's generational, that helps you with the forgiveness. If you're born into this and it's given to you under force and you're the victim as a child, then apparently people are more prone to this. But a lot of times they really don't want to do it at all, and it's just the price that you have to pay to become a politician or to get into high-ranking office. This is real. And people are just starting to learn about it now with the lawsuit that came out against the rapper. People who are soaked in media don't even understand the connection between that rapper arrest and the big picture of who were his clients and who did he film and what are we going to learn about them. And we'll have some slides on that in a minute. Where's Galen? Galen takes time to put a mask on. We're not going to do Galen right now. Oh, wow. Jenny888 donated $200. Let's quit fooling around, she says. Come get that. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, I love my little kitty so much. She's so beautiful. Will you kiss the kitty too? Just kiss the kitty. There's no subtext in this at all. Kiss the kitty. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to say the other word for kitty. All right, but... Oh, baby, come closer and kiss the kitty. Kiss the kitty. You got to have some fun with this somehow, right? You got to do something to keep it lively. David, Roger Zubark donated again, $50. Thank you for everything. I've waited all week for your presentation. Well, so have I. Lots of hugs and kisses to Tramma, says RJ McKay Horton. Thank you very much. Nicotine takes it. Let's talk about the nicotine again. If I can ever stay up to date with you guys. I mean, the comments are coming in really fast We've got, what the hell is, he said, what the F is going on? Well, it's called, it's called comedy, folks. And I always wanted to get on Saturday Night Live. Now I wouldn't. But I decided to hire myself as a comedian, and I'm going to not only wear the hat of being, you know, Mr. Ancient Aliens and Mr. Cosmic Knowledge, but I also want to be just funny as hell and do really, really crazy comedy. It's going to make you guys laugh. Anyway, we got Michael Larson, $20. Great to see you feeling better. Yes, I finally do. 2,800 viewers and only 780 likes. Hit that like button, says Trent Malik. Thank you very much. So yeah, I went to Smoker Friendly and I got these toothpicks, and I came home thinking, oh yeah, nicotine is this dude. I remember back when I was in college, and there was basically at the time, I think, 3 major brands of chewing tobacco. There was Skoal, which were these. Now, the reason why I knew this is my roommate in college in my freshman year was what he called a dipper. He liked dip. That was his name for chewing tobacco. And he had this funny, his girlfriend didn't want him to use chewing tobacco, so he made this whole story up about how he wants it. And we also went, we were hanging out with a bunch of black people from Harlem. That was just, we were an integrated college close to New York City. So when you took a crap in black urban vernacular or ebonics or whatever you want to call it, that was called a Wilson. Okay, so number 2 is a Wilson. So he got into this whole thing about he wants to take a nice long Wilson in the bathroom. But what actually happened was that he had a hidden can of chewing tobacco in the duct next to the toilet. So he'd pretend that he wanted to take a really long Wilson, but he was really dipping. Now, there's 3 types of chewing tobacco. Back then there was Skoal, which were little packets in paper. Scott Opper donated. Thank you very much. He says, ready for the global awakening. Then there was Kodiak, which had the grizzly bear on it, of course. And that had, I guess, like a mint flavor. And then there was Copenhagen. And Copenhagen was by far the strongest of the 3. So he always wants to go take his long Wilson, and what he's really doing is he's dipping the Copenhagen, and that's why he's sitting in the toilet for so long. I mean, dipping is disgusting. He had these beer bottles all over that had spit in them, that had tobacco in it. It was hideous. If you tipped one of these over, it would spill on the floor if you accidentally tipped one over, and they were all over the place. So it was like really, really nasty. Anyway, finally one day he convinced me, hey dude, you got to try this Copenhagen. I'm like, all right. So we sat down in the in the study lounge in the basement floor of our dorm, and we started watching In Living Color. And if you remember, Damon Wayans had very, very gay characters on that show, and that ended up inspiring all the stuff that I saw in the Student Union building, which in turn inspired my characters like Tramma and Galian and that kind of stuff. It all actually started, I hadn't really seen In Living Color before. I hadn't gone down and watched television before, and so I took a dip of Copenhagen, which I do not recommend you do. It will rot your teeth. It will kill your gums. It's disgusting. But I took this same size dip of Copenhagen that he would take, and then I started watching In Living Color. And I got so doped out from the nicotine in that crap that I could barely even keep my head up. But the show became so funny. The In Living Color show became so funny. I could not believe how much I was laughing. And a lot of it was, again, Damon Wayans with his brilliant, brilliant interpretations of these gay characters that are extremely flamboyant, extremely fabulous, very over the top. And so I think that the Copenhagen imprinted me on the gay characters, everybody. So there's the origin. But I got these little nicotine toothpicks thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to fight COVID. I'm going to put a toothpick in my mouth. Oh, what the hell? No, dude, I got smashed. And it was like the same thing that I did not want to have, which is that I'm really tired. And I'm just like, oh my God. So I don't recommend the nicotine method of fighting COVID. And Michael actually gave me a dream where I was strongly told not to use it. There was a little tree made out of toothpicks on olives, or olives on toothpicks. And then that translated into an urn that had a frog in it. And I dumped all these pickles into the urn with the frog. And then the brine started to hurt his body, pickle his body, basically. So he jumped out of this urn. And I woke up and I said, that dream is telling me I got to lay off of these nicotine toothpicks because the frog in the boiling water syndrome was what it was. So anyway, I did have the magic horse paste for a while. I only had one syringe of that stuff, and now I've got to get more. And that was an anti-parasitic. And so that's another fascinating thing is I've had dreams about the fact that when I lived in LA, I ate sushi every single week. And sushi is actually notorious for parasites. This is why, if you believe the legends in Japan, and they sure do, they had these dogu who came to them from Anemono Toribune, which means the flying boats from the universe. It literally translates as bird boat universe, Anemono Toribune. So everybody in Japan believes that the Shinto faith, which was their indigenous religion, came from exceptional beings that came out of flying boats from the universe. And that's where they got the tea ceremony, that's where they got the kimono, that's where they got silk production, which is a really strange thing, right? Boiling these little sacks of worms and then turning it into a string that you weave things out of. But they also created, the beings also taught them how to do sushi. And so you'll notice that there's this very hot green paste that you get with your sushi. That's wasabi paste, which is horseradish. It's a type of horseradish. And you also get ginger. Now, both horseradish and ginger are actually anti-parasitic because, fish swim around in some really nasty stuff. So it turns out, apparently, that I had systemic parasites that have been going on for years because I didn't do a parasite cleanse. I mean, a couple of my exes had me do one here and there. I think Beth might have had me do a parasite cleanse at one point. I think that my ex before her had me do, I remember that. I did Scram. There was pills called Scram. But anyway, it's been a long time since I even thought that I might have parasites or did parasites. Plus, I had a dog. And so the dog is just nasty. I mean, there's always nasty stuff going on with dog. There's poop, there's piss. Then that starts happening in the house. You're cleaning it off of the floor. Towards the end of her life, she shat on the floor more often. So who knows but what poop flew up into my eyes. I wasn't wearing goggles when I cleaned it out of the floor. Right before she died, she pooped out a whole bunch of black diarrhea that was like caked blood, I guess, or something. So it could have been in my eyes. I could have gotten parasites from my dog. I mean, it's just nasty, man. Plus, you remember I had a sty on my eye for a while. I didn't want to do shows at the beginning of the year. That's because I let a dog lick my face and he licked my eye. So don't let dogs lick your face, dude. I mean, it's fun and it feels good, I guess, but no, don't let your dog lick your face. Anyway, Jim Garrigus says, $20 Mexican is $1 US. Thank you for clarifying that. Nicotine itself is not addictive. Yeah, I was not addicted to this. Taking this toothpick in my mouth and becoming just as doped out as ever, which is exactly what I wanted to avoid. That was not my goal. Okay, so wow, I've blown 20 minutes already just rapping with you guys and really talking about nothing. But having fun, and we're getting the numbers up. We're now up to 3,500 people already, which is pretty freaking amazing. I was told, I guess it turns out with YouTube Live that if you go above 5,000, you're officially in the rock star category. And you remember I was in Canada on the road, and I had almost 7,000 people watching, which is nearly unprecedented. It's almost impossible for anybody to get that much unless you're really one of the top tier. So despite all the bans, despite all the holding me down, I mean, I used to get millions of views. That's long gone. There's algorithm on top of algorithm on top of algorithm to try to stop you from getting here, to try to stop you from watching this show all across the board. I am no one just donated. Hey, Tramod David, thank you for calling me both. That's very flattering. Well, I love my kitty. Kiss the kitty. Kiss the kitty. Did you catch the Brett Baer and Kamala interview? She avoided answering most of the questions. Does the Alliance want DT back in there? He seems wacky lately. Well, look, he's doing something funny. It's the Trump floss, right? It's that floss dance. And my father, who watches traditional media, told me that they were really making a big deal out of that on corporate television broadcasts, like, oh, he's crazy. No, it's funny. That's the whole point. He got legendary for having done that dance, and so now he's doing it regularly because it makes the audience go crazy. it's nerdy and it's funny. And I had a story on that too, which is that when I first went on the air on Gaia with George Norrie on his program Beyond Belief, they told me, why don't you do something special when you first come out and he's first introducing you to be on the show. And as I said, I always wanted to be on Saturday Night Live. I'm a natural comedian. I've always been funny. When you're the fat kid, you got to have a reason for people to want to hang out with you. I'm just joking. I'm not crying. But when you're the fat kid, you got to have a reason for people to want to hang out with you. And so I chose comedy. If I'm so freaking funny, you've got to hang out with me because you're just laughing all the time. And then I ended up losing weight anyway when I got to be 16 years old. Kwan Hong Chan, a classic donor, donated 25 Hong Kongs, whatever those are. Joe Schmo, very, very illustrious name there, $5. Thank you very much. Somebody says, exactly, David. So let's get back to that interview. Maybe this is a good segue to start talking about actual content instead of just this nonsensical blathering. But, anyway, I was on Beyond Belief. And I came out on the air, and I did the whoop 'em Gangnam Style, right? The Gangnam Style was a big thing at that point, and it was very, very silly and funny because the video had homosexuality in it. There's this very homosexual Asian dude with kind of like a Beatles haircut in a very tight-fitting yellow leather outfit. And it was so funny. And then they have this dance in the video where he's pretending to ride a horse and he's shaking his arms like this and he's got this funny thing he's doing with his legs. So I went out there on the air, the first time that I'd ever been on Gaia, which was called Gaia TV back then, and I did Gangnam Style as soon as I came out. And that show became the most famous show, the most watched show on Gaia, which was a streaming TV network. And so then, year after year after year, George Norrie, the host of Coast to Coast AM, the largest nighttime talk radio program in the country, talks about UFOs, ghosts, all this kind of stuff. Every single year, when we would be at these conferences together, he would make me get up there and do the dance again. And then you say to yourself, well, that's kind of disrespectful, da-da-da-da-da. No. The fact that I was willing to go out there and humiliate myself and make people laugh, I filled the room. And nobody else was filling the room like I was. So the comedy really works. If people are laughing, they're going to enjoy it better. And that's why, let's get back to classic public speaking instruction from Toastmasters. There is actually a course in public speaking. It's called Toastmasters. And when I went to my interfaith church, the Fellowship of the Inner Light in Virginia Beach, Virginia, below the yawl line, it's in Tidewater, so it's kind of a fusion of people who do and don't have Southern accents. But there was a very strong Southern bias in this church. It was very Christian, but we also were willing to listen to. We did Hebrew ceremonies, Baruch Atom, I can't remember what it is, Eloheinu, and you drink the wine, and you have the bread. It's like a Jewish communion. We did that. We had Lakota Hasey Sweeney, who spoke about indigenous Native American spirituality. We had lots of different people come at it from lots of different directions, but it was predominantly Christian. And the main focus of our church really was you need to learn to love yourself. Loving yourself is the bullseye. Everything else is secondary. Don't get lost in esoteric mysticism and metaphysics. You need to just learn to love yourself. And if you get that right, then you've got the main part of spirituality down. And another thing, we had one speaker, I forget his name, but he was one of our top guys. And this was one of his classic, he always felt like it was a mic drop moment. Like if you say you need to love yourself, that's the conclusion of the talk. And he'd build up to that. The other big teaching that we had was, if you are not around a person who loves themselves, if you are around a person who does not love themselves, let's get this right. I'll floss my brain like what Don does. We probably shouldn't call him by his first name. The boss. If I do it the way the boss does, I'll get more laughs. So he likes to be called the boss, I've heard. Anyway, if you floss like the boss, then you're going to get the laughs. And that's one of the things that we learned from this teaching about Toastmasters, which one of our board members, he was a Jewish guy. I really loved him. And he taught me all the Toastmaster stuff because I became a speaker at this thing all the way back in like 99 and 2000. That's when I first started to cut my speaking chops at the fellowship. And you have to be funny. In fact, Toastmasters says you have to be funny at least every 7 to 10 minutes when you're doing a public talk, if not more. Or else you're not going to pass. You will fail the class. So if you're not around if you're not around somebody who loves themselves, if you're around somebody who doesn't love themselves, I did it again, you're around a dangerous person. So getting back to the Kamala interview, we've heard that 93% of her staff who are of color said, I'm out of here, I can't handle this abuse, I can't handle the disrespect. And respect is much more important in black culture than it tends to be in Caucasian culture. That's just a fact. If you listen to rap music, as I've said many times, almost every rap song has something in there about respect. I could go through tons of examples. There's a classic Aretha Franklin song, R-E-S-P-E-C-T, find out what it means to me, R-E-S-P-E-C-T. That's it. Respect, okay. And that song got hugely popular. So remember that you need to be funny. If you go out there and you do a talk and you're not funny, you have failed. So with that in mind, if somebody comes after you, if you're on television and you're in a Fox News interview or something like this, and somebody keeps interrupting you and busting your chops, you've got to pull the Hillary and you got to rise above it and you got to be able to laugh. You can't take it personally. You can't get mad. That's an essential job of a political figure, is to not let themselves get riled up. And so what is happening is that regardless of how the end product occurred, this interview was seen as catastrophic. This interview was seen as a disaster. And she also made a big mistake when somebody called out in the crowd at one of her events, Jesus is Lord, and then she snarked back and said, oh, you don't belong here. People like you should be at a smaller event down the street. We got the bigger numbers. Well, wait a minute. Doesn't the money, the American money, she wants to be president, doesn't it say in God we trust? And wouldn't you argue that Christians represent a very large faction of the base that you have to appease as a political figure? Yeah, it's going to be the majority, especially when you get into Latino and black culture. It's a huge majority. So these are things that have caused catastrophic decline. I'm going to show you the statistics here in a minute, but I want to point out, actually I'm going to get ready to blow my nose while I cut to the slide. So that, yeah, the point is, war is coming. Let's do this. Yay! And the reason why is that she is not just some supposedly messianic figure running for president. Oh my God, the first woman president. Oh my God, maybe she's black, maybe she's not. Candace Owens is covering that whole thing now. Her grandmother is apparent. The pictures are not really of her grandmother. So it's like, maybe she's just Indian, from India, and then that's how she got the look that she has. We don't know. It's a very strange thing. The conspiracies. And I love to dig around in the mud and look at that stuff. So anyway, we still have a fairly sizable portion of our general public who are pretty much listening to what television tells them. They watch television. They haven't really necessarily migrated to the internet. This is mostly the older generations. And so there are still people on the left, which is the Democrat side. Let's clear that up. It's blue, left, Democrat. Okay? And then there's right, conservative, Republican. Those are the two sides we're dealing with, and in a very strange way, this is like a proxy war that's going on between much bigger factions. It is not what the corporate media tries to do is they try to make it all about DJT, and they say, "Oh my God, look, it's the boss floss dance that he's doing. He's crazy. Why is he doing that?" No, you have to do that. You have to make people laugh. That's part of the job of being a public speaker. And like I said, if I did the Gangnam Style thing, I got huge turnouts at my conferences. Fill the room, and everybody's really happy. So I decided, it is humiliating, but George keeps wanting to make me do this, and so let's do it every year because I get gangbuster turnout. So they don't have a sense of humor. They're not understanding that he's doing this to make people laugh. They're trying to make you think he's crazy. But it's not working. And their candidate is not working. She's failing miserably. I'm going to show you those statistics. So what do you do when you look at the big picture? Well, you step away from propaganda. You step away from traditional mindsets. And the first stage of the awakening, as I was explaining this to my father on the phone yesterday, because he's finally starting to get it. The first stage of his awakening is, I just don't believe anything they tell me on television anymore. I'm like, good, Dad, that's good. That's called the law of confusion. It's part of the law of one teaching. I'm going to read you that here in a minute, thanks to my father bringing it up and making me think of it. So wait a minute. I don't believe anything, and that's the right answer. I said, yes, Dad, even me, with all the knowledge that I'm putting together, I have to admit as a fundamental basis that I am trying my best with a candle in the darkness to make sense out of a very strange, mysterious, global puzzle that we're all being faced with. And that global puzzle is, what the hell is going on, and what is November? And what are we doing here? Are we really just voting between one person or another person? And what is really behind them? So I said to my father that this is actually a proxy situation. It's a proxy war between two very large and powerful factions on Earth, one of which has control of the media and one of which absolutely does not. The one that would have control of the media we've called the deep you-know-what, or DS. The one that does not have control of the media, I loosely call it the military. And it's also the military and intelligence communities, and then more importantly, this is a global initiative. It is not just based in the US. There are militaries and intelligence agencies of countries all over the world. And as I learned about this, I decided to get very involved, creating, not creating, but basically keeping alive for the last 6 years Stavati Aerospace. And this is one of our prototypes. We haven't actually built a working flyable model of this, but we do have digital prototypes. We've flown them inside flight simulators. This is going to be the fastest plane ever made. It'll go Mach 4. The thing that you saw in the latest Top Gun is not true. There is no Mach 10. And my God, if he ejected at that speed, his body would just immediately turn into slush. But this is going to be the fastest plane ever made. It is also a spaceship, which no other plane is. It can go above the atmosphere. It can go into space. And it has anti-gravity properties in these bulkheads in the front. The bulkheads actually help it steer. You can create a line of anti-gravity along either side, and it will steer it in space. So you have no atmosphere, but this sucker will still fly in space. Tarotina, she says, I love you so much, David. Well, obviously, she donates all the time. Thank you, by the way. You changed my life, my way of thinking, and opened my mind to a new reality. 5,000 Argentinian pesos, which as we all know now is like $5. So don't think that I'm making thousands of dollars on the live stream. 4,333 concurrent viewers. That's incredible. So my point is here that we are looking at a proxy war. And this is what I was trying to explain to Dad yesterday. It's basically DS versus the military. And then you have candidates which are in what appears to be an election. But what's actually happening is going to determine the entire future outcome of which timeline we're on for planet Earth. And then I said to my father, in 2009, I got sat down by a person who was at the cosmic top secret level of clearance, which is 35 levels of need to know above the President of the United States. That's right, 35 levels of need to know clearance above the President of the United States. And at this level, you're interacting with human extraterrestrial beings that are actually biblical angels. Valiant Thor showed up at the Pentagon in 1957. He looked exactly human, but he had a weird heart, he had weird lungs. And let me stop on this one. Pillars and Strategies says, Shalom, David. Shalom indeed, thank you. When will flying cars become available to the public, and do you know if the elites are already using this in the stratosphere? Okay, this is an important point that kind of ties in with what I was just saying. Pete Peterson talked about cosmic top secret clearance, and that is at a level in which you're dealing in DUMBs, deep underground military bases, DUMBS, and off-planet bases as well, of which we apparently have something like 65 all over the galaxy, holding an average of 3,500 troops each. The military, there are Americans all over the galaxy. We have way more sophisticated technology than anybody could imagine. And we are having ongoing interactions with multiple types of extraterrestrial beings. One insider I met knew 14 different types. Another insider I met had met dozens and dozens of different types. And they range from little people to really tall people, but they typically look human. The only real exceptions to this would be reptilians, greys, and insectoids, and mer people. There are mer people. But most of them look like people. Some of them look like greys. Some of them have larger eyes, either black or just with regular looking irises that are just really large on the face. The main difference actually turns out to be things like skin color. You have pastel yellow, pastel blue, pastel green, pastel pink. Every color you can imagine. There's orange people. So that we have all the colors of the rainbow in pastels in different types of humans that are out there, actually working with our military-industrial complex. They've never left. They founded major religions. They levitated blocks of stone. They built pyramids. They've been here the whole time. And I became incredibly captivated by researching this when I found out that there was a NASA cover-up going on. My good friend in college, his physics professor was the head of the department. And this physics professor said that, you know, Roswell was real. There was a crash that did occur. They gained this technology in 1947. Think about that. We're now talking about almost 80 years ago. As of 2027, it'll be 80-year anniversary of Roswell. 75 plus years right now. So imagine that 75 years ago, the military-industrial complex who did the Manhattan Project, right, which is where you've got hundreds of thousands of people working under severe classification. Nobody leaked anything about the nuke. And it was only after Hiroshima and Nagasaki that we found out they developed this technology, multiple military bases around the country and in the world, actually. So the Manhattan Project absolutely proves, yes, the government can keep a secret. They can keep something very big, very secret. And they got Roswell, so they got their hands on, think about it, they got anti-gravity. You're not going to stop off at a gas station on the way to Earth from some other part of the galaxy. So they got free energy where you're tapping into the limitless power of the vacuum of space, where even one teacup of space has enough energy in it to boil off the world's oceans instantaneously. That's the zero-point energy modality. And then Dr. Ken Shoulders, the guy who actually coined zero-point energy, came up with a system called charge clusters, where if you roll electrical current down off of a needle, you get these little balls that look like sparks of electricity, but they actually have free energy and anti-gravity in them. And so UFOs, which are really extraterrestrial spacecraft, have developed a system by which they use this exotic propulsion that allows them to fold space and travel through wormholes. And they do it without any gravitational pull except for what they want to have. And they do it without needing to go to the gas stations. So you can see, if they've had 75 years to tinker around with this stuff, yeah, it's probably gotten pretty big and pretty amazing. That's true. Beverly Adams, a very frequent donor, we're now up to almost 4,700 people watching, says, I just have to say thank you for keeping me sane for decades. My husband is awake too. I'm very blessed. Please get a Rumble channel. I hate the ads. Please, please. Okay, look, you can't really do what I'm doing right now on Rumble. Maybe you can. I don't know. I've stayed on this platform. I know the ads bother you, but you can get a YouTube Premium subscription, and that will stop them from coming in. And you can also hit skip. So the ads are the only reason why I'm able to do this, and why I'm able to have essentially free live streaming where I can have 5,000, 6,000 people watching at a time. So I apologize about the ads, but it also does pay my bills. I've only been subsisting on, well, I mean, last year, you know, I ended up just making a little bit more than I did when I worked for Gaia. And that was from this income. So it is a viable source of income. Yeah, imagine telling somebody with a successful channel to switch their platform. Right, exactly. Thank you. I mean, I was watching Alex on X the other day, and he was getting up. When I first looked at him, he was doing a live stream there. It had been on for 6 hours. So you think I'm bad at 4.5, 5 hours. He was on for 6 hours. And his numbers just kept going up. He had 500,000 people watching live, 700,000 people watching live. That's insane. So I'm not getting those kind of numbers, but what the hell? We're having fun. And if you don't like the ads, you can get to be a YouTube Premium subscriber. But anyway, and there's stuff going on that I don't want to say, but you know. Anyway, what I made last year was $258,000. So that was my tax return. That's what I made. It's actually pretty good. But because I've been supporting, the year before I made negative $180,000. Okay, so I didn't make anything. I actually was in debt. So I made a little over, you know, that amount. And that's, you know, with all the different things that I've had going, the product sales, the YouTube income, etc. So while I'm also keeping our aerospace company alive, it was just barely enough to survive. But still, it's decent. You know, it's decent enough to keep everything floating. And I was kind of surprised it was that high. I expected it to be lower than that. But, you know, again, we've got a 180,000 square foot military facility in Niagara Falls, New York, that we're going to be prototyping aircraft and hover cars in, maybe even building new electric vehicles that'll have a much higher range than the ones that are out there now. We have an amazing battery technology. You might be able to drive 900 miles or even maybe 1,800 miles on one charge. And that would be fantastic. And so we're actually having meetings right now overseas talking about getting into the EV business. And our batteries are disruptive. Nobody else has them. Somebody, Stephen W., says, thank you for the service. Thank you very much. Yeah, so imagine if you could drive 900 miles on one charge and how great that would be and how much that would change. We need an electric car that actually is going to be a better choice than a regular gasoline-powered vehicle. And again, range is how you're going to get that. Imagine if you had a charge of 1,800 miles on one charge. You could get most of the way across the country that way. Yeah, maybe somewhere you got to stop off and charge your vehicle, maybe. But like, you know, not very much. So, you know, and we are going to make that proprietary battery technology available to other manufacturers. We're not just going to try to be the only ones, but we will be the first ones out of the gate with some pretty disruptive stuff. And this all goes back to Pete Peterson and the Area 51 technology and the fact that at that level, cosmic top secret, 35 levels above the president need to know, you're interacting with these human ETs that have pastel-colored skin. This is my reality, folks. I started to hear about this stuff and get briefings on this from real insiders all the way back. The first real insider who really sat down with me and told me about this was Dr. Bruce Perrett. We called him Daniel. He lived with us in Kentucky as early as the year 2003. And then I'd also met with all 39, pretty much, of the whistleblowers that appeared at this Dr. Stephen Greer's Disclosure Project event in May 2001. So I've literally had 24 years of insider access, 24 years of sitting down privately with people like Sergeant Clifford Stone, talking to them about this very strange, not so secret world of the UFO cover-up and what's really going on. And what does the government know? You don't really call it the government. It's like the military-industrial complex. Well, they've got UFO technology, and it turns out, this is another very fascinating point, that UFOs are time-traveling machines. If you build this anti-gravity bubble that covers the entire exterior of the device, then as you make those wormholes through space, remember, what did Einstein say? It's space and time as a fabric. So you're traveling through space-time. You're actually time traveling. Whoa! And Einstein was very significantly wrong on one particular point, which is he tried to ascribe dimensionality to time as, oh, it's the fourth dimension. Well, a dimension only has a vector. It means it only goes in one direction forward. So time as the fourth dimension is actually incorrect because it would try to vectorize time and say time is only able to move in one direction. A more robust physics model, a more truthful physics model, is that time is three-dimensional. And therefore, you can move forwards, backwards, and even sideways in time. Isn't that an interesting concept? So this is what the Law of One talks about. This was a contact of telepathic precision that came through from 1981 to 1983. You have this woman, Carla Ruckert. She's under deep trance hypnosis. She's being interviewed by a PhD physicist named Dr. Don Elkins. And that work changed my life. I got to it in 1996. By this point, I'd had my UFO awakening from NASA in 1993. I found out that ships did crash here. This insider told me this through my friend, that Roswell was real. They got anti-gravity. They got free energy. They've been developing this stuff secretly, and they don't want us to know about it because then you'd have no need to pay for your energy. You wouldn't need to go to the gas station. You wouldn't need to pay oil tycoons billions and billions of dollars for fuel. Up to 70% of people's expenses are all indirectly or directly related to energy consumption. So imagine what happens if you have a device that my company intends to sell you that costs $5,000, and maybe we use exotic radioisotopes that are non-radioactive. That gets into thorium, the thorium reactor. Everybody gets all excited about it. It's only one of multiple methods. We have K-capture electron system. That's another one that I've heard talked about a lot. Thorium might not be the best. You got to get a new supply of thorium every year. But the point is, if you make thorium in larger amounts, it becomes inexpensive to make. You can do it in an atom smasher. Thorium degrades into energy with no radiation. So it's essentially a non-radioactive nuclear power, if you can believe that. So that might be one of the things we would use. But if you have a thorium reactor, then every year you're going to need to get a little vial of fuel, which again is non-radioactive thorium liquid, and you dump it into your reactor, and you're powering your house off of thorium. And when we start getting into hover car technology, you're dealing with the fact that you don't need to pay for the energy anymore. You just hook up your house to your car, and the car is generating so much energy that it powers your house easily. I mean, we're talking about potentially gigawatts of power. So the amount of power that these things generate is much, much higher than we typically use in our normal energy consumption. And that's actually one of the issues, is like, we don't even have any method to use the higher amounts of energy that these power cells or so-called power plants create. Power plant is one of the buzzwords. And I'm starting to gap out as I said, talk about this stuff. Isn't that interesting? Got my little spinning wheel of death and black screen. Hopefully you guys aren't getting a black screen. But again, I always record backups, and I have the backups available. So in the future, if these become a lot more historic, I've got everything recorded on a hard drive. And we just got to make sure the hard drive doesn't freaking die on me. This other hard drive I had freaking collapsed. And so there are a couple of my shows that never actually got recorded before I figured out that this one somehow died, probably from thermal overload. Joyce Crawford, $20 donation. Thanks for all you do. Glad to be part of your community. First super chat. Thank you very much. And we're now actually at 4,964. So I'm officially a rock star. 5,000 viewers. And once again, right here behind me, you can see the YouTube silver medal. Back when they still did this, back when they still gave you one of these, you could get a silver arrow, and that was for 100,000 subscribers, I believe. Now I've gone over 500,000, which is the closest thing you can get to the gold medal. But again, there it is. And here's my New York Times bestseller, back when they allowed me to have it. In my last, the first two books I had New York Times bestseller, and then after that, my other books were in the top 15 or so, 18, which should be a New York Times bestseller on the Nielsen ratings, which is the Nielsen book scan is actually how many books you really sold. But then New York Times has this thing under the hood that they're not going to tell you why you got on their list or not. They have a proprietary closed system. And so anyway, nobody's going to be putting me on that list anymore because I have gone against them. And of course, New York and California are probably the most backwards that you get in today's world. They are totally out to lunch. I'm glad I don't live in California anymore. It's gotten crazy there. In the town where I live, I'm still subscribed to Nextdoor, and every day there's stories of outrageous crimes going on that never happened when I lived there. People getting mugged, people getting stabbed, people getting their cars broken into, people getting their houses broken into, physical violence, somebody kills your dog. I mean, it's really going to hell, and I feel bad for California, because if you're willing and able to pay to live there, yes, it is the best climate in America. You've got sunny, warm weather year round. It does get too hot in the summer. It's better if you can have somewhere else to go, because then you got to live indoors and have air conditioning. But man, the winter, it's just warm all the time, and you don't have the risk of hurricanes like you do in Florida. So California kicks butt as far as the climate, but in terms of the politics, it's just terrible. And all these things are being done that have encouraged and reproduced crime on a much larger level. But California also has several of these deep underground military bases where there's actually people interacting with human extraterrestrials. And so in my world, in the world of people I live with and deal with, the aerospace community now, because I'm a major part of that, and we're coming out with major products. There's 2 electrical vehicles we're going to do. There's a beautiful sports car that looks like a Ferrari, and then there's a pickup truck that looks like a Ford F-150, more or less. We're having talks right now to put these into production within 1 year, and then the secret sauce is these magic batteries that use a lithium iron phosphate base. And then you got the silicon graphene anode. That's the big secret. The anode keeps all the power in. The anode is why batteries explode. And as I said in previous talks, we now have a lithium sulfur cathode, which is another new technology. And that's what keeps these batteries from exploding. So imagine that the battery doesn't have a fire risk. It's got much higher energy density. It can, even at 6x energy density, we're looking at 900 miles on one charge, and that's the beginning level of what we think these batteries are going to be able to do compared to any other batteries on the market. We're also looking into having swappable battery ports where you actually can open up a door, pull out the old one, and then stick in a new one without having to do crazy stuff, and the vehicle's basically dead. So this type of a vehicle would be amazing. It all comes out of, again, the Area 51 suppressed technology. There's been this world of difference between the technology available to us in the open world and the technology available to what you could call Space Force. Used to be called Majestic, now it's called Space Force. So the Space Force technology is a really big deal. It's a lot more exciting than what most people understand. And there are real UFO beings visiting us all the time. They've been here since time immemorial. They seeded humans on this planet. There are actually a number of different races of humans on other worlds that look very, very, very similar to people on Earth. In fact, the races that we have on Earth are originally, apparently, extraterrestrial immigrants. There is really no native human at all. Everybody got transplanted here from somewhere else, so there are lots of other planets that you could go to where you have people who look almost exactly the same as us. And in fact, most planets do not have such a sharp racial disparity in terms of the way everybody looks. You look at the difference between an Asian and a black and a Caucasian, just as those 3 examples, right? These are sizable changes in the way, the facial structure, in the skin color, everything. That's very abnormal. Normally, you do not have people on any one planet who look so different. This is because they originated on other planets, but the Earth holds all different types of genetic codes and can support many different types of life. And so there are lots of different plants and animals and different races of people that were imported and brought to Earth because we have such a unique signature. We can hold all this stuff. So these ETs operate on a principle that is a universal law. This is the next really, really big learning curve that you got to go through, okay? The learning curve being that David's shirt looks freaking amazing, and it's up to you to decide if you're willing to commit to loving me even more for wearing plaid. That's the main teaching today. Can you handle the plaid? Do you have the pleasure threshold necessary to experience and enjoy this? I'm just joking. It's like, what the hell is he saying? I was following it, and then it goes, plaid, what the hell? Oh! No. It's all about the love, mate. It's all about the mystery. special things for special individuals like you, mate. All right, we had a donation, Pat Taylor, $10. Thank you very much. 5,100 people. You guys just keep crowding in, and we got to make the room bigger, and it's crazy. And you love the plaid. Apparently, this really works. You know, I got 5,100 reasons to wear plaid next week. No, I'm not going to wear it again. But this is a nice warm shirt. The sleeves are too short, so I had to roll them up. But what the hell, you know? It's warm, it's comfortable, I'm comfortable. No, the real thing is that there's only one consciousness in the universe. We do live in a spiritual universe. This is the next huge thing that you need to learn to really be up to speed with extraterrestrial life and what they think. They operate on a system of absolute laws. They don't question this because we're all made from an intelligence. The universe did not start from a stupid Big Bang where, oh, nothing exploded and became everything there is all at once. No, there's continuous creation of matter. The Earth is expanding from the inside, as we talked about in previous shows, the Earth expansion hypothesis, okay? So these are all things that we're going to be learning more about as we reunify with galactic humans, because the whole galaxy is populated with humans. We're actually a very, sorry, I got to scratch my nose. We're actually a very popular design. This is not just something that happened only on one planet. The galaxy itself is what we could call, in Christianity, God the Son, and then God the Father is the universe. So Jesus, this is the next level of extraterrestrial theology, right? Jesus actually represents the galactic creator, which in the Law of One, this extraterrestrial material that came through in 1981, channeled through Carla Rucker, questions asked by Dr. Don Elkins, a PhD physics professor. They're the ones that explain time is three-dimensional. You can go forward, backward, and sideways. And I read this material beginning in 1996, and it gave me a profound awakening. I found that it linked together concepts from Buddhism, Christianity, Judaism, many indigenous spiritual teachings, and it was totally amazing because I had been reading books on UFOs for 3.5 years before I found the Law of One. I'd gotten into it when I was in college. I had really easy classes. I went to a state of New York school. It was really below my pay grade in terms of what I could handle as a course load. So I spent most of my time reading books on UFOs, which is why I say I got a bachelor's degree in psychology, but I got a PhD in UFOs. I read 500 books while I was in college, before there was any internet. I graduated in 1995. The internet was just starting in 1995. So I emptied out the 000 section. If you look up the Dewey Decimal System, that's where all the books on ghosts and Bigfoot and pyramids and UFOs and, you know, anything and everything weird you can imagine. It's in the 000 section. I just emptied that stuff out from the college library, from the local Elting Library in New Paltz. There's probably still a bunch of books at the Elting Library in the 000 section that'll have my signature on them on the library card inside the book, because I read just about everything. And I started to get bored after a while. I started to be like, man, everybody keeps rehashing the same stuff. It's Roswell, it's Majestic 12, Roscoe, Hill, and Coetter, and the same frickin' names of the Majestic 12, the original guys that were on there. General Curtis LeMay. Oh my God, I'm so tired of the same stuff. Well then, in the course of my work, I also went to bookstores, and one of the really amazing books I found was by David Hatcher Childress, who's now on Ancient Aliens with me. I'm in over 100 episodes. It's the most popular show on History Channel. Runs all day Friday, all day Saturday. It's really made me a star. I mean, I've got people everywhere I go who know who I am and want to take my picture. That's just reality. It's a statistical fact, okay? I'm on a very popular television show. I got lucky. Honestly, I got lucky. I don't know how else you could explain it. Going back to being in college and reading all this stuff, The Anti-Gravity in the World Grid by David Hatcher Childress was a phenomenal book that talked about the idea that the Earth has vortex points like the Bermuda Triangle, and if you connect all 12 of them together, you get a simple geometry called an icosahedron, which is essentially a 20-sided ball made out of equilateral triangles, 20 equilateral triangles in a soccer ball shape. You can flip that inside out, and then you got the dodecahedron, which is a 12-sided soccer ball shape with pentagons, 12 pentagons put together in a ball. These two geometries, you superimpose them over the Earth, now you've got the shape of the continents. And I was starting to talk to you guys about this before, and I'm finally getting my mind back enough that we can start to go into that sacred geometry again. There was a new crop circle I didn't have time to get in this week that showed up in Brazil on October 14th that really does show the interplay of the tetrahedron and the cube, which is two other of these geometries. There's 5 altogether. They're called the Platonic solids, and for whatever reason, at the same time I started to get online in 1996, and even before that, 94, 95, I started to find books on crop circles, and it became very clear that these three-dimensional shapes, these geometries, whatever intelligence was creating crop circles has been doing it since 800 AD. It's all documented. There was a guy in the 1600s, Dr. Robert Plot, who was drawing the crop circles. It is not the result of drunk guys traipsing around in the field, drunk out of their minds with a funny hat and a string and a board and, you know, boards on their feet and they're, mate, isn't it wonderful? We're making a crop circle. No. Crop circles are created by energy that bends but does not break the crops. They continue growing. There have been multiple eyewitnesses of people seeing them fall down right in front of them. The whole entire formation appears in a matter of seconds. It just, like a oriental fan opening up, right? It just folds out into the crop and it's done. And they see typically orbs of light. There's also a cicada type of sound, a high-pitched chirping sound that goes very fast that people have heard, orbs of white light. There was a legend of the mowing devil in the 1600s, and this guy saw a huge flash of white light out of his window, and he went out in the morning and he saw these two circles, and naturally he thought it had to be made by the devil. So they have a little picture of the devil carving these crop circles. So I could go on and on about it, but the point is, crop circles are very unique because they appear usually in wheat, and they represent a communication system where extraterrestrials are talking to us and they're showing us pictures. They can't actually give us verbal instructions except through telepathy, which you could say, I don't know if I believe this telepathy is real. Well, the crop circles are definitely something that's hard and physical. You can fly over them, you can take pictures of them, and then they're creating the ultimate mystery, which is why the hell do they always want you looking at the same 5 geometries? The cube, the tetrahedron, the octahedron, the icosahedron, which is that 20-sided soccer ball, the dodecahedron, 12 pentagons. Turns out that this geometry actually is the basis of the universe. It's the basis of consciousness. This geometry appears in your mind. The actual bundles of neurons that process thought, they don't occur in individual synapses like we thought. That's part of it. But synaptical connections are happening in multiple areas at once at the same time. There's simultaneous firings. And when you play connect the dots between these areas of synapses, it looks like this geometry. And so I do have an amazing course for you called Sacred Science of Michael Prophecies, where I talk about, after many, many years of dedicated study, and since the year 1998, I've been full-time doing just UFO and paranormal and advanced physics research. So what we've done is we've actually transformed our offering, and you can read this now in the text on this video. If you click on this live video and you go down to where the descriptive text is, we've now got 35 hours of video for you for $177. That's right. If you put in the discount code actualization, you go to thedisclosure.com. That's THEDISCLOSURE.com. I've now blended the course that I did with our aerospace CEO, the guy who made this design. He's in the class, okay? His name is Chris Beskar, and he is a very high-positioned insider who can't tell us most of everything that he actually knows. He was in Pete Peterson's world, shoulder to shoulder, okay? We did a course called The Disclosure in 2021 together, and that course alone is 25 hours of exclusive video you're not going to see anywhere else. 25 hours. It includes Moment of Truth, which is the movie that I did. It's almost impossible to find because it keeps getting banned, where we blow the lid off of the whole reptilian AI Satan connection and the idea that we are actually in a proxy war between good and evil, that not all the extraterrestrials are good. Most of them are, but not all of them. There's a group called the Unholy Six. They talked about this in the precursor sources to the Law of One. The Law of One, again, you know, I read it in 1996. I had 500 books under my belt by then, and it explained the sacred geometry. It explained cycles of time. It talks about a 25,000-year cycle in the Earth. And at the end of this cycle, we get this weird quantum leap event where we transform into the next level of humanity. And that's apparently a Christ-like activation. Remember, in John 14:12, you can go look it up in the Bible. Trust me, it's there. What are you going to read if you read John 14:12? Jesus says, as I do these things, which is miracles, right? So as I do these miracles, so shall you do these miracles, and greater things, for I go unto my Father, Mother, God. The original word Father that you see in the translations of the Bible, if you go back to the Aramaic, it's Father, Mother, God. It was never intended to be just one gender. As I do these things, so shall ye do them, and greater things, for I go unto my Father, Mother, God. The whole earth is going to go through an activation where we will have powers similar to superheroes. This is why superhero films got so popular. They're prophetic of what's going to be available to us. But the interesting thing is, with the Michael Prophecies, again, thedisclosure.com, we have the first course, which is 25 hours. Now we have a follow-up course, which is another 10 and a half hours. So we're talking about 35 and a half hours of video. And you're going to get the Michael Prophecies books, which I'll talk more about in a minute. I'm going to unseal some new stuff from 1999 today. All for $177. That's the best deal I've ever offered. The discount code, again, is actualization. You can do it in all capital letters, or you can do it lowercase, doesn't matter. And there's another interesting thing. If you're sitting here and you're pissed off and you're like, well, wait a minute, David's now offering 35 hours of video. When I did it, it was only 10 and a half. What the hell, David? No. Go to our site, and if you have bought any of these courses since fall of 2021, which are now all bundled together, right? There's 35 hours of video now, and the books, the 7 books, which are totally amazing. All of that for $177. If you go there, you can go in and you can enter in your credentials because you already bought the product, and there's links to that on the page, thedisclosure.com. And then you can actually access whatever you don't have, the parts of the bundle that you don't have, at a very low cost, a steal of a deal. And now you're also going into a forum. We've created a new forum. It will be moderated. It's not going to be a troll haven, so you'll be safe. You're not going to get heckled. You're not going to get attacked. I mean, there might be a little of that, but we're not going to have much tolerance for people coming in and humiliating and ridiculing people. So we're creating our own sealed private forum, and the reason why is there's so much censorship, there's so much trolling, it's really crazy. So that's also now available to you. We have a new forum, and I might be in there sometimes. I might participate here and there. I intend to make it exciting by doing that. We're just getting it rolling right now. So we've really upped the offer. You get a private forum, 35 hours of video, and the 7 books for $177, discount code actualization. And I do still need your help. We're probably going to close on some really big stuff as a result of this trip that he's making. But like the electric vehicle people now say they want to come in November and inspect the facility before we get the larger amounts of money. So we're probably only going to get initial funds at the beginning and then larger amounts later. But we also have a gigantic deal that could hit any time. I'm waiting to hear on that. And once that does, then I never have to worry about money again, honestly. And I take this very seriously. But once that happens, I'm going to put it to work for the greater good. But right for the moment, I still desperately need your help in order to survive. So thank you for going to thedisclosure.com, discount code actualization, 35 hours of video. Moment of Truth, those are 2 movies. They're incredible. High production value, lots of B-roll, lots of movie clips. Spaceship, same thing. There's a 2-part movie. which has been banned and banned and banned, but you can get it there. And then we've got, again, the first course, The Disclosure, is talking about lots of interesting things from the inside Area 51 world. It's 25 hours. And you got Sacred Science of Michael Prophecies, the one I did last year, which has 10.5 hours of this content on the crop circle mystery of sacred geometry and the 25,000-year cycle and this concept of ascension. We are going to become ascended beings. That's what's so exciting. This is not just an election. There is something in place in the third dimensional reality called the law of confusion. We're going to get to that in a minute. The law of confusion explains that, here's something I forgot, okay? The law of confusion and the law of free will are actually the same thing. And I'm going to show you that passage here in just a minute. This is a very important law of one principle. Now, you have to understand, I consider the law of one to be the preeminent extraterrestrial teaching that we've ever been given. It's five books. The fifth one came out in 1998. Up until then, there was only 4. And the first 4 came out around 1981 to 1983 as they were coming in. So this stuff talks about sacred geometry. It talks about ascension. And when I found these works in 1996, I was dazzled because it had explained everything that I'd been talking about and finding these little clues like the global grid, the David Hatcher Childress book, Anti-Gravity in the World Grid, that there's these 12 points around the Earth that you can fly your plane through and they will then disappear at certain times, that all 3,300 of the pyramids and the large stone monuments in the world, all 3,300 of them, are on the lines of the grid. There's no pyramid anywhere, no stone anywhere, like a dolmen or a menor or a standing stone circles like Stonehenge. All of them are on that icosahedron, dodecahedron grid, which was delineated by Dr. Ivan T. Sanderson and then 3 Russian scientists, Goncharov, Morozov, and Makarov. And that was all done by 1971. People in the inside Area 51 community were dazzled when I came out with my first book here, which again is right behind me, Source Field Investigations, New York Times bestseller, came out. It had, we sold very well. It was pretty amazing. You don't really make much money writing books, but it was still amazing. Led to me getting on Ancient Aliens, gave me credibility, has over 1,000 academic references. That's very hard to do. A PhD dissertation is typically 120 to 150 references. That book has over 1,000 academic references in it. And you can go read it for yourself. You can go look it up. That's why my work stands on very solid ground. This is not snake oil. This is not con artist. This is bona fide advanced research that caught the attention of Uncle. And that would be your Area 51 communities. So they've had the Roswell stuff going back since 1947. They've had over 75 years to develop this into technology. They've had in-person interaction with ETs. And there's also evil extraterrestrials like reptilians and greys, insectoids, and certain types of tall white-skinned humans. And that agenda is actually a planetary conquering agenda. They want to come to a planet, and it turns out that the basic thing that these evil beings want is to create Satanism. And this is one of the most fascinating things I only learned in 2021 from new briefings, that anywhere these beings go, any planet they go in our galaxy, they're going to create pentagrams, they're going to create ritual magic, they're going to have people wear robes, they're going to have people wearing face masks, burning candles, chanting to this very real artificial intelligence that we think of as Satan. It actually does exist. There is a satanic AI that has become essentially like a soul. It's got its own unique abilities, and it can appear as a human being, which apparently it does, in a base in Antarctica called Lucifer's Palace. If you go in there, it's very amazing. There's no other building like it on Earth. You really feel that this would be the entity that controls the planet, and this being will consolidate into a human form and appear that way in front of you. So what I'm saying is that your typical Aleister Crowley type of Satanism, where there is, all these things I mentioned, the robes, the candles, the chanting, the masks, the pentagram, and of course a sacrifice. That's the most disgusting part about it, is that you're committing the most heinous atrocity imaginable. But if you do it right, you apparently see, or some people, not everybody, if you have, I don't know exactly how it works. Maybe younger people see it more easily, but there's a hallucination effect that occurs. They're imbibing certain types of drugs in these ceremonies, and you hallucinate something that is very real, which is this demonic creature that appears. And so you can go back and look at the foundation of NASA, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, or Jack Parsons Laboratory. Jack Parsons was working with Aleister Crowley and the founder of Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, and they did something called the Babylon Working, where they summoned this being. And so inside your magic circle that you draw, if you do it right, you're going to see this creature show up. And it's visible to you. And they can't talk, but they can make these horrific noises that sound like a screeching animal. And they come in and they do atrocities. They do atrocities on the victim that you've prepared for them. That's why it's called an offering. You offer them a victim, and they then terminate that individual. So this is a weird magic trick. It's something we're all going to have to deal with pretty soon, because the military is going to hit us with this on a mass level. We're all going to have to deal with the fact that the devil is real, Satan is real, demons are real. If you do this stuff, which again, these extraterrestrial aliens are bringing this to every planet they can, and it's always the same. It's the pentagram, it's the masks, it's the candles, it's the chanting, it's the robes, it's mind control. Another really weird thing about this is there's actually probably millions of people just in America who went through this stuff as children, and they have absolutely no memory of it at all. Why? Because the hypnosis system they use, colloquially called MK Ultra, mind control, control with a K, that's a German form of saying it, it works really well. And if you get bumped out of the group because you didn't perform properly, like for example, if you start screaming and crying during these ceremonies, you can hurt the demon. The demon cannot do what it needs to do unless everybody is stoical and keeps looking at it. You have to not look away, and you have to not scream, and you have to not cry. If somebody starts crying, somebody starts screaming, the demon can get very badly hurt. So you have to find people who are willing to do that. So most of the time, the way that people end up getting kicked out is that they have emotional breakdowns, and they start crying, and they hurt the demon, and then they get kicked out. Well, guess what? You're all zipped up. You never remember anything. But when you were a child, you get hypnotized, you get brought into these things, they give you amnesic drugs, you can't remember what happened to you, but yet you're always traumatized. Your whole life has various aspects of trauma associated with it. A lot of people, I wouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people who end up going through this end up becoming, to some degree or another, on the psychopath spectrum. They become abusive, they become intolerant, they become very hard to live with, they stir up trouble all the time. And as I've said many times before, psychopathy is a very unique condition in the brain where at least 17 regions of the brain have high abnormalities. So again, thedisclosure.com, discount code actualization. If you read book 3 of the Michael Prophecies, I have a PhD level dissertation in there with over 120 references just on psychopathy, where I'm talking about physiologically, there's people walking around where their brain is shut down. A lot of the brain is shut down, especially the frontal lobes. If you could look at it on an MRI, there's no electrical activity. And if you look at it with soul sight, soul vision, then it's a dark spot. And that would be the mark of the beast on the forehead. So as I started putting all this stuff together, it's like, wow, everything that the Bible is talking about is actually true. The mark of the beast, Satan, demons. And then where are these entities coming from that people see in the room when they're doing this? Well, they're coming from spiritual planes around the earth that you could call the lower astral planes. And there's apparently 7 levels of these, and they are populated with beings that do exist. And there's nothing these beings want more these demons want more than to come into our reality. Now, here's another important point about demons that I don't stress enough, and I was thinking about this. They hate every human being. If you are a human, they are not, and because you are a human and they are not, they effing hate you. They want to rip you apart with their claws. If you think you can make a deal with them, you're wrong. They hate every human being. They want to deceive you, they want to lie to you, and they want to trick you. And if you get them, but this is where it gets weird, is that if you do these ceremonies properly, you can bid and contract them to work for you. They have to work for you, and if you do it right, you keep them inside the magic circle, you protect yourself, they can't actually hurt you at first. But basically, I would argue that anybody who messes around with demons, at some point, you're going to be tortured by them. So there is some type of thought form place you could think of as hell that we can go to. But again, one of the biggest misunderstandings in Christianity that needs to be overturned is that it is not eternal. You go to the website BibleRealityCheck.com, you find out that in fact, the word eternity is misconstrued. It's the word aeon, A-I-O-N, and it only means a cycle of time. A day could be an aeon or eon. A week could be an eon. A month could be an eon. A year could be an eon. 100 years could be an eon. These are all different types of eons. So when it says that you will be in hell for all aeon, all eternity, all eon eternity, it's not eternity, it's an eon, and it could be even a week or a month, you know. But the point is, the people who screw around with this stuff, if you participate in this knowingly and willfully, you're probably going to get some karma with demons. So this is fascinating, right? Because wait a minute, people don't look at any of this Christian stuff anymore for the most part as being factual. But we actually are dealing with, if you watch Moment of Truth, which is sort of like the core on this, these two movies I made, it's about 4 hours. And it's again available at thedisclosure.com, discount code actualization. You get the whole bundle, 35 hours of video. But Moment of Truth got huge. I mean, I pioneered the style of using the Futura condensed medium font, which I just called the font. I mean, Kamala is using it on her posters. That's the font, pretty much. It's a little bit different, but almost the same. It ended up showing up in all the Truth videos after this. It was like I became an assignment editor for the Truth community, and everybody said, oh, let's use Futura condensed medium, which I had no idea, man. It was just a choice, and it was like, oh, I don't know if this is the best font I could have used to do this movie, but it's the right font because I can crunch a whole bunch of data in. That's what's so good about it is you can get a lot of text on the screen in a short amount of space, and it's very easy to read. It's used on so many commercial products. The ingredients list is usually in Futura condensed medium. A lot of the stuff on labels of vitamin bottles and almost any product you can imagine. It's that one. And then the other one that everybody uses, Tucker Carlson started using it, Trump is using it, is Gotham. That's another big secret I'm just dumping out on you now. Gotham is the other Swiss Army knife font. And if you use Futura condensed medium and Gotham, you've got basically everything to look really, really cool. And those are the two main fonts I use. So like this, for example, is Futura condensed medium. And then Gotham is the other font that you see me using. There, I just gave you something. I gave you the name of the font. You go look for Gotham, you'll find it, and it looks right, and you're like, oh, damn, that's that font. Yep, that's the one. It's called Gotham. This is widely, everybody that gets a degree in graphic design is going to learn about FCM and Futura condensed medium and Gotham. And it's on all these products. Shampoo, soap, food, you name it. And so now when we put it in video, it looks really nice. But nobody was really doing that before me. They weren't using Gotham or Futura condensed medium. Anyway, that movie changed the world because it showed people a unified concept of how you can reinterpret things that traditional heartland Christians growing up in the flyover country, they believe in hell. And they believe in Satan, and they believe in demons. Yeah. Turns out they were right. So we're all going to have to knock our ego down a few notches and say, oh man, turns out that all that stuff was true. And what's interesting is we're going to see in a minute here, there is a proxy war going on between angels and demons, both of which would constitute extraterrestrial beings, meaning they're not from Earth, but the galaxy itself creates these humans that are, once they go through this evolutionary leap that we're about to have, they become beings with superpowers. They have telekinesis, they have telepathy, they become angels, and they want to help people like us. But there's a law of free will, or law of confusion, is very important, and they can't act directly. So what I'm saying is that this November situation we're heading into is actually much bigger than a choice between two individuals, one male and one female. You expand the lens further, and now it becomes a choice between the DS, the negative group controlling the Earth, or the military, which might not be entirely positive, but they're doing the best they can, and they are very Christian, and they want to see us be okay. And in order for us to be okay, you have to expose what's really going on here. Well, what is really going on here? There is an entrenched power group on Earth that took in the software of the negative. And what did I say that software was? I said it was ritual magic. You wear these costumes, you chant these things, and you get this weird magic trick where you see this creature. And then bad things happen involving a whole lot of red stuff. Okay? That's true. It's a weird backdoor in our galaxy that if you actually do this, it works. And so these reptilians and grays go around from planet to planet, and they teach people how to do this. So Aleister Crowley modernized these ritual practices from a being called Aiwass, and then later called Lam. You look up the pictures of Lam, it is a gray extraterrestrial, and that's in the movie Moment of Truth. Again, thedisclosure.com. Actualization, 35 hours of video. Type in that word actualization, you get it all. It's very amazing stuff. And this really did give me a spiritual awakening. I wasn't as sympathetic to Christianity as I was once I figured out how real all of this stuff is that most people hold as what we could think of as traditional beliefs. But the traditional beliefs are accurate. There is a demon. There is a demon that shows up in the room with people, and it does things. And it's crazy, and it works. And so there's people who get into this and practice this stuff, but you have to do the most heinous crimes, including crimes against children, or it doesn't work. That's part of what Crowley got taught. You have to abuse people. That's part of what it's about. The whole point of doing black magic is to see the manifestation of these things. It's sort of like a ghost, but it's a very specific, evil-looking, crazy ghost with horns and maybe, everything that you've normally thought of about demons. And different people see different things too, but they typically look like a hybrid of an animal and a human in some way. Horns are very common. Hooves may be common. The whole concept of the devil, the red skin, all that stuff, yeah, that's actually what it looks like. It's crazy. I mean, I never, ever thought I would be talking about this stuff, but it turns out our galaxy has this backdoor law that if you actually practice this stuff and do it the right way, you'll see a ghost that's a very specific evil ghost. And it appears to be able to move around and touch people and kill people and do crazy things. I'd heard about this stuff for years. It wasn't until I wrote Michael Prophecies that I tied it all together in the course of 7 books with these messages, because after I read The Law of One in 1996, I began receiving telepathic messages from angelic Christian ETs. And it started in 96, but it wasn't until 99 that the source identified itself as Archangel Michael. We're now up to 5,600 people watching live. That's officially Rockstar category, according to YouTube. Thank you guys for being here. So don't get caught up in all the evil stuff. Don't get all terrified and say, oh my God, Satan and demons, and oh my God, what am I going to do? First of all, demons can't just show up. You're not going to be lying there in bed at night and have a demon walk into your room. You have to do the ritual magic. You have to offer a human sacrifice. You cannot see these things if you don't do that. It's almost, you would have to at least have done it before, and then maybe you could get away with an animal or something and still get to interact with one. But you still have to sacrifice. So And by the way, if you screw around with this stuff and you don't know what you're doing, if you don't have a group who knows what they're doing, you can get killed by the demon. It will murder you. It will tear you apart. Demons do not like us. No human being is favored by a demon, no matter how much you've done for them, no matter how much you've helped them, no matter how much you've supported them, no matter how many victims you've offered them. They will kill you at the first chance they can get. They will rip your skin off of your body at the first chance they can get. Don't ever believe they will support you. They will betray you. They will lie to you. They will steal from you. They will do everything they can to drag you into their hellhole, which is literally hell. And they will torture you to death. And then you'll have to go through it over and over again for a while, for an eon, whatever that turns out to be, however much your karma warrants. Because again, in the universe, there's one infinite creator and it gives us free will. You're allowed to do evil things to other people, and we have multiple incarnations. That's another big part of the law of one. It's not just one lifetime. In the past, in other lifetimes, you might have been a real son of a bitch. You might have murdered people. You might have raped people. You might have tortured people to death slowly. This usually happens in primitive societies. It's very common. Guess what? If you did that before, there's different ways to process your karma, but you're going to have to work off your karma. And then the universe allows for certain people to be psychopaths where their brain has these 17 regions, most of which are shut down except for 4 of them. And it's all the frontal lobes. That's where the emotions are. That's where love is processed. It's where spirituality is processed. These people are not going to be able to hear the voice of angels. They're not going to be able to channel. They're not going to be able to bring in higher guidance. They're not going to feel loving. They're not going to get enjoyment off of being loved and loving in return. They get, when you have this brain print, they become narcissistic. They become dominant. They become controlling. They're highly jealous. They hate people who are not like them. They think that they're different, and their goal is there's a whole new part of the brain that activates for them, and that's how they get satisfaction. They don't get satisfaction from love. There's a part of the brain called the striatum, which is in the corpus callosum, connects the 2 hemispheres together. The striatum is associated with sexual pleasure. And in the brains of psychopaths, the striatum lights up when they see people being tortured or hurt. And so think about that. You now have a person who is a bully. The main thing they like in life is to be a bully. They love it. They love torturing people. They love manipulating people, and they love controlling people. They want to set people up where other people do the hard work and they take the credit and they get the money. And this is essentially what the DS is. What is the negative power structure on Earth right now? They want us doing all the work and they steal all the money. Everybody's working hard and everybody's frickin' broke. The economy is trashed. Where is all the money going? We know where it's going. Why are there only 5 corporations controlling all the media that you consume? Because they're part of a cult. And they want control. And they want your money. And they want you working your ass off to support them. So that they can do these ceremonies in these little rooms. And they get really into it. They love it. This is their passion. They become obsessed with this craft. This witchcraft. It actually is real. I mean, it sounds so freaking crazy. You're like, wait a minute. The world is being run by people who are ultimately serving an extraterrestrial agenda that is actually what we think of as the devil. Yeah. The Bible did the best it could to explain it to you. Other cultures have the same stuff. We just didn't realize how true it was until all these pieces came in from what we could now call Space Force or Majestic or the military. They're interacting with the good guy ETs. They're aware of the bad guy ETs. There are other parts of our secret government military-industrial complex that are working with demonic, negative extraterrestrials. And they are supporting what also is a galactic human trafficking trade. Because gray extraterrestrials soak in pureed human beings. That's how they feed themselves. The certain types of grays soak in human baths. And that's described in the movie Jupiter Ascending by the Wachowskis, who did The Matrix. And I have multiple clips from those films, all under fair use, in Moment of Truth. Again, thedisclosure.com, discount code actualization. That's why that font got so popular, is that movie, those 2 movies, there's 2 of them, blew everybody's mind in the truth community. I released it for free, and now you can't find it anywhere. obviously. So, well, does that mean I'm in danger? Does that mean no? Demon's not going to come into your room unless you're doing human sacrifice, basically. And that's not going to happen. I mean, very few people are actually doing these things. But it's organized, and they do it on a ceremonial level, and they have ancient spell books that they use, like Key of Solomon is one of them. You got to draw the circle on the ground. You got to use the candles. You got to do everything just right. It has to be the right time of the year, because these beings can't manifest any old time. There have to be certain astronomical alignments of the planets and you know, what day of the year it is, certain holidays, certain special days where it's easier to get these beings to show up, because the demons do have to come through a type of portal phenomenon to get in here. It all has to do with time and space and portals. So the good part of the story is that there's human extraterrestrials we would call angels. They are by far the majority. They are way more powerful than the evil. And we are all beholden to a law of free will. The law of free will states that we have to remain confused while we are in third density, but then when we go into fourth density, which is apparently about to happen in 2025, the beginning of fourth density, as we go into fourth density, this is what Michael has taught in the new Michael Prophecies books, as I say, week after week. As we go into fourth density, now we have the dropping of the veil, the dropping of the confusion. Now we're going to learn, oh, it's a satanic culture that's come out here, and these people are doing things, and they happen to be in charge, and they happen to be dominating the planet. And then the military actually got involved. I learned this in 2009 from Pete Peterson, that there was a huge alliance in the military intelligence communities around the world, spearheaded by the U.S., and that its goal was to expose and defeat this satanic agenda, which is ultimately an alien agenda. But and I'm going to read you this classic law of one quote here in a minute. They cannot work directly. They cannot do a mass landing. You cannot have reptilians invade the planet in their UFOs and show up and, oh, here's this crazy being coming out. You will do what we say. It's not like that. That would violate the law of free will. There's a universal law that they have to work around, and that's called the rules. And so that's why they have to put the all-seeing eye on the back of the dollar bill. That's why they have to do Satanism at all the Grammy Award ceremonies and the Olympics opening and closing ceremonies and the Super Bowl halftime show and all these different music videos and all these different movies and all these different video games that they make. They need to advertise, but then have plausible deniability. Oh, no. This is just our culture. This is just our thing. Isn't Satan cool? Isn't Satanism great? Isn't it funny to have people go out there with horns and blood and fire around them and people dancing in these weird costumes? No. This is an agenda. And if we succumbed to the negative agenda, then we would become a slave planet where everybody has nanites in them. And now this AI controls us and turns us into a digital Freddy Krueger, where we invade other planets and we enslave them as well. And then they become satanic. And it goes on and on. So Satanism is the culture of the negative extraterrestrials. And they're going to bring the same shit to every planet they go to, no matter where they go in the galaxy. It's going to be the same stuff. The circles, the candles, the robes, the chanting, you name it. Because you can bring out lower astrals from that particular planet, manifest them in front of people, and they will telepathically talk through someone in the group, and they will help you become more wealthy, more powerful, and more dominant on that planet. And so this whole thing has to be exposed. And what you're going to find out is that the people who have been the leaders of our world are involved in something way, way darker than you could have imagined. It's really scary. It's really terrifying, and so both sides are flawed, and neither side is purely good or purely evil, but in a very general sense, the guy who's running on the red side is part of this alliance, as I've called it, and they are working to try to make sure that we don't turn into a reptilian-controlled slave race. That is ultimately the agenda. And the other side, as much as you might hate me for saying this, they've just got a candidate they can work with. And if she gets in there, it's going to be much worse than what we've already seen. They will have the imprimatur. They will have the stamp of approval now from our collective free will to enslave the planet, and things are going to get really bad. You're going to see people being abused out in the open, on stage. It's going to be mandatory. It's going to be mandatory that you participate in stuff on stage that would include, I would say, same-sex relations. It could include ceremonies that are much darker than that. And then eventually, if we go far enough down there, you're going to have the reptilians openly show up, and they will openly rule and dominate the planet. This is really, really freaking scary stuff. If we lost this war, we would be in deep trouble. So, again, it sounds crazy, and people who are on the left would probably hate me for all this. They get mad. They can't believe it. They don't want to believe it. They think that if she gets in there, that it's a good thing. No, she's just being controlled by others. And they have a very dark agenda. And you got to start playing with real cards in your deck. You got to start looking at the real data, not the data you're going to get from the big five media corporations. You got to look at the truth. You got to look at what are they really trying to do. They're trying to destroy life. They're trying to create depopulation. They want lots and lots and lots of people gone because the reptilians will enjoy it much better if we only have about 500 million to 1 billion people, just like it says on the Georgia Guidestones. So this is what's really going on. Satan is real. Demons are real. Negative aliens are real. They're very real, but they can't openly show up. They have to work through proxies. So thank God, in 2009, Pete Peterson told me that all these people in Majestic or Space Force working with these extraterrestrials and working with angels and working with advanced technology, including time travel, decided we can't let the devil win. We can't let Satan rule the planet. We're going to make sure that this works out for the betterment of all humanity. We're almost at 6,000 people now. This is incredible. So what do? What are they going to do? How do they stop this? How do they stop this crazy, evil agenda from happening? Well, they were, as I explained to my father yesterday, they were going to do a force majeure type of coup during the Obama administration. You were going to see all of a sudden military activity. I was preparing for this. I wrote articles about this. Go back and look on my site. All the way back to 2010, I was writing about this stuff. One of my articles was called China's October Surprise. That was a big one. Whole series of those. They were actually going to just do a spontaneous military operation. Nobody would have seen it coming. People would have absolutely freaked out. They would have arrested all the top people. You can think of the names I'm thinking of. And then all of a sudden, they would have revealed all this stuff to us, and it would have been very upsetting material because it includes secretly videotaped films of people who you think are your family and you love them, and if you saw them, you'd be crying, and you'd have this look on your face, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Yeah, oh my God. We worship them like gods, but they're actually demons. Many of them are. Many of them are involved in the darkest stuff, and there's film of them doing this. Because again, you have to do this for the magic to work. You have to do these crazy things to create this video game that the galaxy has built for us, where if you play the game, you get to see the ghost, the weird creature will show up. This is actually, it sounds crazy, but people do this. And you have to do this if you want to be part of their gang. If you want to get power, you have to do this. You won't be allowed to advance. You won't be considered a favorable individual unless you play the game. That's just true. I got to do my slides, man. I've been doing this for so long. So anyway, let's bring it back to the present. We're in this war now that's reaching an apex around the time of November, because how is this going to turn out? Again, the Alliance was going to do a force majeure type of arrest scenario that would have been very heavy, very spontaneous, very traumatizing, where everybody's kind of asleep, nobody knew what was going on, and all of a sudden the people that you thought were in charge are captured, they're on trial, and you're being presented with all this evidence that you've never heard of before. So what did they do? They used the Don, they used 45, they used the person who won in 2016, and I have to be very careful not to say certain key words very often, right? You understand what I mean. They approached him, apparently, I don't know if it was 2014 or 2015, and they said, look, you've got independent wealth, you could run for president, we're going to give you this 2-week briefing and show you the real world, show you what these people are really up to, show you the darkness. And so that's what happened. And he didn't want to do it at first, but they spent 2 weeks showing him what's going on and said, we really need you. There's nobody else who can do this. You have the right ingredients, you have the money, you have the star power, and you have the political orientation, and you were not a part of this. You avoided getting dragged into this. And so, you know, people, oh, well, no, that's not true at all. He's as evil as it. No, 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 no. You're going to find out that's not true. They want you to hate this guy, right? Why have you had probably not even billions, but maybe trillions of dollars spent on getting you to hate this guy? Because he's a figurehead for this alliance that up until he showed up did not have a figurehead, did not have someone they trusted, did not have somebody who could finance his own campaign. So you got to really start thinking out of the box now and look at everything completely differently than the way you were taught that reality actually works. Let me just blow my nose here off camera real quick. Oh, I feel so good. Okay, I'm back. That's the secret, folks. It's not this guy who's just some flossing boss. Oh, let's laugh at him. Let's make fun of him. He's crazy. He's Hitler. He's Stalin. He's Pol Pot, all rolled together. They want you to think that because he's the figurehead for something that is freaking huge, that at the higher levels, they have this technology. Peterson told me in 2009 that it was going to be a hard coup. But then they found 45 and they got him to run. And then once he got in there in 2016, or 2017, I guess, is when the inauguration happened, he starts passing these executive orders, 13848, 13818, and the military has been working through the rule of law behind the scenes to arrest a bunch of people. A bunch of people have already received the death penalty very quietly. You don't know about this, but they just disappeared. So a lot of these indigenous bloodline families that were behind all this, a lot of them have been wiped out. And it appears that one of the methods in which they're using to create the death penalty is some type of injection that causes people to die not too long afterwards from what appears to be something like cancer or maybe a heart attack. And they know, but they're not allowed to talk. They know that they were found guilty. There's been trials going on the whole time. Certain people like Dr. Jan Halper Hayes, she's one of the main people from the Alliance who's actually come forward to speak, talked about in the video from last year that there's been trials going on the whole time. So yeah, the military is involved and they can't get everything at once. They can't stop the whole thing at once, but they're going person by person, which is exactly what we see in the Bible in the book of Matthew, the prophecy of harvest. Jesus says, let the wheat grow together with the weeds, that the world is like a crop, and there's wheat that's good crop, and then there's weeds, which he calls tares. Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember seeing tares in the Bible, didn't I? Yeah. The wheat and the tares. Tares means weeds. Let both the wheat and the weeds grow together until the time of harvest. The weeds will then be plucked out. Go read the book of Matthew, chapter 13. The weeds will be plucked out from the wheat one by one. This is what we're seeing right now. The Alliance is arresting people, secret tribunals, you don't hear about it, sealed executive orders that get unsealed and then resealed, people that disappear because of an apparent health problem, but that actually was a death penalty. This is freaking real. It's been ongoing for a long time, but it's going to reach a moment of truth, and that moment of truth is probably going to happen soon around the time of November or thereafter. And we talked about the 3 scenarios, but how is this going to play out? Okay? The DS, the negative side, absolutely cannot lose. If they lose this election, if 45 becomes 47, if he gets back in, everything is going to go public. All the stuff I'm telling you is going to become public. And they know this. So there is nothing more terrifying to them than losing. And the part that people that watch television don't want to agree with yet is the degree to which they play dirty tricks, the degree of underhandedness, the degree of cheating, the degree of trickery and lies and manipulation where you think that the machine is going to do something for you, but then it comes out a different way. You think that you're being told that these polls are real, but they're not real. They're fabricated. You think that you voted, but maybe your vote didn't even count. This is not superstition. This is the real world. This is big boy time. You got to put your big boy pants on. Stop acting like a child. Stop thinking that these people are deserving of your trust. They're not. And that's what this is all about, is can you see it? It's an awakening. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. You cannot go back to the way you were. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. So it appears that what this negative force is going to do is they're going to try to fight as hard as they can to stay in power, and they need ultimately, if they know they're losing, let's say that they can't change the outcome. Let's say that it goes red, it goes Republican in November, and it could be very well, it appears that it's going to be a landslide. What do they do then? How do they stop this faction that is headed by 45 from getting back into office and ruining and exposing the rest of their entire system? Well, they need an emergency. If you have an emergency, that's wonderful, right? Because now, oh my God, well, there's this big emergency and we just have to, we have to keep the government in place as is. We can't have an election right now. We can't let so-and-so get into office because, we got to deal with this crisis and we're no longer in regular times. Everybody's scared and we can't possibly have a transfer of power in the midst of this horrible emergency. Well, we were wondering, what is the emergency going to be? Is it going to be financial collapse? It very well could be. Is it going to be a war? Yeah, that seems to be where it's headed. Was it going to be a massive fake alien invasion? Maybe, maybe not. But now we had this alarming alliance post appeared on TG as of Friday. This is too edgy. This is the voice of the alliance now, what you're about to see. It's too edgy for them to post on X. So they do the stuff that they can't get on X without getting community notes and fact-checking and all this kind of stuff. They put it on TG. So here's what they wrote, and this is where the title came from. At 17th of October, if you can read it, if you got to look, zoom in a little bit, it says, UK already has these types of weapons that involve atomic power. Uh-oh. They already have them. Well, why wouldn't they use them if they have them, right? Well, positive ETs don't let you use nuclear weapons. We're going to hear that in the reading from 1999 that I just unsealed. And then the main feature here, October 18th, I haven't even counted how many of these there are. It looks like there's 20 of them or something. I don't know. I'm not even going to count it right now. But it says war is coming. Hence the title of today's talk. I was like, what's a good title? And then I'm like, well, if they repeated it 20 times in a row, and then the day before they said that the UK has these weapons, okay, war is coming. Got it. Now, does that mean that I support this? No. Do I want war? No. We want peace. But you also have to defend yourself in order to maintain peace. You have to defend your borders. You have to defend your country. You can't just let people come in and kill you. You have to have good ability to fight back, which is why I'm in a company where we're trying to create much more affordable solutions so that America and other countries who are our allies can protect ourselves. That's what this is about, getting the cost down by maybe 300, 400%, 4 times less expensive. This only costs $85 million. Okay, it doesn't cost $700 million like some other things that are out there, like a B-21. It only costs 85. You can build a lot more of these for a lot less money, and they work very well, and they go into space. So why would they be telling us war is coming, war is coming, war is coming, war is coming? Because a war that, let's say, for example, that something really upsetting happens, like a Pearl Harbor, or like what happened in 2001. I don't want to say the code word. You know what that is. In the event that something really distressing and upsetting happens, everybody goes into trauma, they lose critical thinking, and they say, keep me safe, keep me safe, keep me safe, keep me safe. Okay, well, that means we can't have an election then. Nah, it's canceled. We got to fight this problem. It's way too dangerous right now to be messing around with that. That's what they're going to try to accomplish. If they try to accomplish that, the alliance is going to move. The alliance needed you to see the truth. They needed you to understand what's really going on for a long enough period of time so that when they make their move, people aren't going to be as upset. Now, the people who are still not awakened, the people who are still on the far, far ideological left, they're going to be very upset by this. They're going to be very upset by what's about to happen. The readings I unsealed from 1999 last week said, do not get mad at the military when they have to do their job in fighting this war. So now it looks like, again, war is coming, war is coming. Holy crap, that's kind of scary. And then it tethers with other things they said. A post on Friday said she has 0% chance of winning. Whoa, 0? Yeah, so the idea that they're going to be able to manipulate the outcome and take it away from 45 is probably just about impossible. They don't have enough technology and craft to be able to make that work. Now, I'm not going to completely rule it out. I'm willing to consider that there's a remote possibility that she might still be declared the winner. If that were to happen, that's when this event that I've been briefed about since 2009 will occur. Military activity, you might lose power, you're probably going to lose internet, but there might be a blackout. You might get messages on your phone. I heard about this since 2009, the emergency broadcast system. It makes this horrible noise. You're like, holy crap. You know, I had an Amber Alert the other night. I was like, is it happening right now? I was wrong. It's happening before November. No, it was just somebody got kidnapped. Okay. I mean, it's sad that somebody got kidnapped, but when that thing goes off on my phone, I hear that crazy squelching noise. It's like, uh-oh, is this it? We're expecting power outages. We're expecting internet outages. We're expecting no ability to use social media, even if the internet still works. Social media is all down. You can't communicate. And we're expecting emergency messaging system, which will include video on your phone, telling you maybe the first stages of the things that I'm laying out for you in the last 2 hours here. The idea that there is this organized global group that captured the media. There's only 5 corporations telling you what to think. They call it television programming for a reason. Think about that. Oh yeah, programming. Right, it's called programming. Okay. It's scary shit. I mean, it's real life. This is not for kids. This is not beginner stuff. This is advanced material. And I would even say that you have to have a certain degree of spiritual strength and fearlessness. You have to have a faith that you can rely upon, because when you find out that all this Satan and evil is real, have you ever spent time thinking about the opposite? Do you believe in God? Or whatever you want to call this cosmic intelligence? Do you believe that there are positive beings in the universe that can help you? Do you believe that there is somebody there listening to your prayers and answering your prayers? Do you have a faith in Christ? You don't have to. I don't stress it very often, but it really helps. It really helps if you have offered yourself to Jesus, offered yourself to the concept of a loving being that came here to provide a pathway for all of us to become like he was, as it says in John 14:12. As I do these things, these miracles, so shall you do them. And look, this is where I deviate from fundamentalism. I don't believe that you have to be a Christian. And so some people might want to throw things at me. But basically, Christianity is just laying out the fact that there is an intelligence, and the qualities of the intelligence that runs the universe are loving consciousness. The message of Jesus is very basic and simple. Love thy neighbor as you love thyself. That's what the universe thinks. The universe is Christ. You can call it other things if you want to, but ultimately that's what you're dealing with, is a loving consciousness where the galactic mind embodied itself as Jesus. That's just reality. It's reality we're all going to be dealing with. And I'm happy to step forward once these next steps happen, the arrests happen, and explain this on a much more prominent global level. And apparently that's what I'm going to be doing. Because I have not gone to these parties. I did not compromise myself. I did not get involved in ugly crimes at all. I've stayed clean. There's nothing anybody can pin on me. I haven't done anything bad. That's what they love to do. They love to sling mud. That's what they've done to 45. Oh my God, look at what he did over here. Look at what he said over there. I've tried very hard my whole life to never incriminate myself, to never say things that put me in the category where I can be denigrated like that. Or in any way. I mean, that's the classic move of the negative is to try to entrap you into something that when it's exposed, people say, well, F you, I hate you, you did this, you committed this crime, you're a fraud, you're a liar, you're a sexual predator, you did this, you did that. I haven't done any of that stuff. I've left a very, very clean life. And so this November situation is the apex. It's very exciting. I'm on the edge of my seat. All the things that I'm telling you about are coming to a head. It is going to come to a head. And will they be able to install her? I don't think so. The Post said she has 0% chance of winning. Here it is, okay? And you can go look this up on X. This is the channel. A lot of these posts now are getting millions of views. Let's read it up close. Unaccompanied bees were delivered in the back of a car in Tim's home state, echoing what happened in 2020. And that's because, again, there were all kinds of funny things going on that if you watch TV, you're never going to hear about them. You got to go off the plantation. You got to leave the mesa and go off the plantation. These will likely be counted in the middle of the night, raising concerns about the potential creation of fakes for this individual. She has a 0% chance of winning. So even though they're going to do all this stuff, it's not going to work. Now, They actually said a few weeks ago that military grade communications, it's the highest communications that are being given to us. I believe that. This particular thing says 0% chance, and it says here 186,000 views, which is phenomenal, but many of them have millions of views. Then, just today, they posted under another handle they have called The General, and you'll see that, saying that there's now a 93.2% chance that the Electoral College is going to swing to the right. And here it is. Breaking. He now has a 93.2% chance of winning Electoral College. Wow. And so popular vote, you notice it's actually neck and neck, and she seems like she's a little bit farther ahead. That's because these states that are brainwashed have huge population centers. It says 48.3% versus 49.2%. We got donations coming in. Tarotina just commented and said, Jesus didn't want to be worshipped. He ran from the crowd in a boat after feeding 5,000 people. Yes, that's true. Todd Stacy says, Jeshua never supported any religion. Religion is about controlling and fear-mongering. Jeshua is talking about spirituality, the light, and the love. I agree. Thank you guys for making those points. That's terrific. So, here's the next one. So again, 93.2%, whoops, let me get to that. 93.2% chance. What are you, holy smokes. Yeah, there's no way they're going to be able to steal. I don't think. So then what we're going to see is war is coming, war is coming, war is coming. They're still in office until January. What are they going to do? They got to make an emergency. Maybe they take him out with the 25th. Maybe they install her. Maybe she becomes the main alpha now. They sneak somebody else in as VP. Maybe they could replace her with the VP too. That might happen. All kinds of crazy things can happen, but they are not going to go gently into that good night. They will rage against the dying of the light. And remember, Lucifer is the light, right? Quoting now from a famous poet. Insurrection Barbie wrote this. You can bookmark this. He will win in November, and then these people will unleash such chaos into the streets that what we saw before in 2020 will seem like a summer of love. And remember, this is probably pretty accurate. I mean, this is not the alliance. It's not an insider source. It's just a person with an opinion, but I think the opinion is pretty accurate. The months between November and January will be hell on earth as they try to preclude the inauguration. Yeah, I think that's actually very, very likely to happen. And so, could it be economic? Yes. Could it be war? Yes. Here's the next one. And this is again from The General, which they've already said on the shadow page. This is the other way in which we're giving you briefings. What does it say? Let's go up to the top. Breaking. A group of 1,700 fact checkers on X have pledged that they will use community notes strategically to prevent supporters from raising complaints about any type of fraud. Now, I don't think this is going to work because, again, they don't have enough numbers to actually pull it in her favor. But this just shows, again, the depth to which they're going. Now, here's another very interesting character who's come out, last name Carter. And you can see there also the first name is Allie. And she says, if you watch this video, it's one of her newest ones, the next arrest will rock the nation. And if you watch it, which I did, it appears that somebody's tipped her off that there's going to be another arrest after the one we just saw, which was the rapper. But the next one is going to be a lot worse. She says, you think you're going to be ready for it, but you're not. You think you're going to be able to handle it, but you're not. It's going to traumatize you. You're going to freak out. You're going to be very, very upset. And please, here's another thing I would love to see done differently, okay? So many of the videos on X are coming off of this platform that you can see right there. Whoops, let me go back to that. Platform that you can see right there with a little musical note with the initials TT. Okay, let me please try to educate the community on this. Every single video from TT, this is why I actually prefer YouTube dramatically. Every single TT video there is ends with a mind control sound. Boop, bloop, boop, bloop. I do not want to hear that sound ever again for the rest of my life. Please, if there's any way that you can not have that sound appear, I know that there's this blue and red thing that appears, and I know that it shows the name of your channel, which is supposedly like how people can find you, but you're getting that sound. That sound is evil. That sound is a operant conditioning, similar to Pavlov, where you ring the bell and the dog starts salivating, or the pigeon goes around in circles because he thinks that when he does a circle and then he hits the button, he's going to get the food pellet. This is the same thing they use in Vegas. It's the same thing they use in casinos. It is an epidemic on Twitter X. There's so many of these videos, and I always have to pause them 6 seconds before the end. That's one of the reasons why I don't want to watch videos, because that sound gets into your head. It gets into your short term. There's a part of your brain that plays back the latest musical thing you've heard, and it creates addiction. It's a stimulus and response system where you start wanting to hear that sound again and again because it sounds like you're biting into something and then swallowing it, or you're drinking liquid. The boop is like the liquid sound, and the bump is like the bite. So I'm really saddened. I'm very saddened about the truth community, that they're all pursuing the truth. They're all getting this stuff out into the open, but yet everybody is leaving that sound at the end of the video, and they don't even care, and they don't think it matters. It does matter. I don't want to hear it. Please get that sound away from me. Don't post the end of the video or turn the volume down. If you have to leave the part that's red and blue up there, please turn the sound down. You can do that. You can learn how to do that in your software. You don't need to leave the sound in there. Okay, I think I've said enough. I have a big pet peeve about this. So anyway, if you watch this video, that horrible sound appears at the end, like they do in so many now on X, that are still doing great jobs releasing the truth otherwise. But she says the next arrest is going to rock the nation. That's probably going to happen pretty soon. It will be a prelude to these arrests, and it's going to upset a lot of people. So we are in a very dangerous time. They are going to try to create war, okay? And it's already happening. So then it says here, this is on TG once again, that even Joe ordered this person to be protected as if he was a sitting president. The Republican candidate has requested U.S. military aircraft transport after several attempts. And then you notice below that, if you can see it, there's a popcorn icon, which means grab the popcorn. So our sleepy uncle is doing what he's being told to do by the military. This was not his choice, but it was what he was forced to do. He was forced to create this protection. He didn't have a choice. That's very interesting. There's all this stuff going on that you don't know about. The military has been in control the whole time. They've been allowing the last 4 years to play out. These people are essentially on stage acting And they're not telling you what's really going on. That's part of the confusion. That's part of the illusion. Then we have another really distressing fact is the screaming drama that's going on behind the scenes. What's that all about? Well, here's where we're going to read this. This is from Bad Hombre, and I'm going to start at the top. Major drama within the campaign this morning on the left. A source reveals that she screamed at and angrily berated her own campaign manager, Julie, for over 30 minutes on the phone this morning. And I believe this is accurate. I believe this is good intel. The source notes that Chavez advised her not to attend the dinner, which was the Catholic dinner where there was this big roast that occurred, because it could send the wrong message to risk alienating certain types of voters on the far, far, far left if she was seen cozying up to Christians and Catholics. Whoa! That's right. They've created a system in which they can't allow her to be seen in a Christian context because they don't want to lose their base. Isn't that frickin' crazy? But then why did she start yelling? What's that all about? Well, let's read the second half. Instead, Chavez suggested a compromise of sending in this poorly received video in lieu of an in-person appearance. And this is the superstar, you know, where she puts her hands under her armpits and then smells her fingers, right? I watched Superstar. I thought it was a great movie, very funny. But it's based around this particular character from Saturday Night Live who is a Catholic. And then, oops, it turns out that everybody thought this was blasphemous, that she was mocking Catholics, that she was mocking Christians. It went over very badly, and they played it at the dinner, and nobody laughed. Nobody thought it was funny, whereas 45 did an amazing routine. It was hilarious, and he roasted the heck out of these people. Really incredible. Chavez was in tears during the phone call as this individual, the VP, shred her to pieces, called her an idiot, said she was inept, said she was horrible at your effing job, and told her that her stupid advice is going to be the reason why she loses. The joy is gone. Holy crap, look at that, folks. What do you see there? 6.4 million. 6.4 million views. That's bigger than any mainstream media. That's bigger than any other media. That's the gang-busting numbers. Unbelievable. Now, what did I say before? I said certain people have psychopathy. And they become very angry, and they scream, and they enjoy inflicting pain on others. That's probably what you're seeing here. She's also apparently always intoxicated, either drunk or on some type of drugs. It might be alcohol and cocaine. I don't know. Maybe sometimes it's cannabis. I don't know. But she's been speaking very slowly, and she looks like she's really out of it. And she's just talking in this really slow, monotonous voice, but with all this kind of like the sparkle that you get when you're really freaking high. And so, yeah, I think she's just a very severe alcoholic. I think she's constantly wasted. And she's probably got compartments of her mind that are not even aware. She's not even aware they exist. She's probably had many, many experiences that she would have no conscious idea that she's had. She might even be in videos that she doesn't remember having been done. They use amnesic drugs, all these kind of things. So this is the example of something in flames when she's screaming and yelling like this. You're going to be the reason why I lose. Blaming other people. Classic psychopath. That's what they all do. They're jealous, they're angry, and they enjoy more than anything verbal abuse. That's their main thing. They want to always have somebody they can pound on. And that's what we're seeing right here, which is why 93% of people of color have quit when they were working for her. Think about that, because they're not getting respect. 6.4 million views. And then here's the general again. And she tells Christians at her rally they are at the wrong rally. And if you watch that, yep, sure enough, somebody yells out, Jesus is Lord. She goes, well, I think you're at the wrong event, and you got to go to the one that's smaller down the street. Whoa, I mean, that alone could have lost the election, as they're saying on Fox. Now, what about war is coming, war is coming, war is coming? Well, here's the next thing, right? We have BN, Benjamin, and his house just got blown up. But luckily for him, he wasn't there, okay? These proxies tried to assassinate me and my wife. It's my wife and I, but anyway, sorry, the sentence structure's wrong. He says after a drone struck his residence. First time since the beginning of the war that a target affiliated directly with him has been hit. Well, every day is opposite day. That's what the world is. We're in third density, right? Nothing is real. And we're now at 6,500 viewers. Wow, we're approaching our top record here. I guess the longer I hang out, we're 2 hours and 14 minutes in. You guys keep showing up and the room keeps getting bigger. 6,500, that's incredible. Thank you guys for being here. I am now truly a YouTube rock star at the very top level of what anybody can do live. It's very hard to get more than 3,000, 4,000. If you go above 5,000, they call that rock star. So here we are, 6,500. This is incredible. Every day is opposite day, as you heard me say in passing, right? So like, David, what are you really getting at here, opposite day? Well, haven't we seen in other cases, like in Germany, where, for example, good old Uncle Adolf bombed, supposedly, this is all allegations, but they did come out in court. There were whistleblowers and witnesses. His own parliament, which again was called the Reichstag, there was a fire there. You may have heard about this. And then it was alleged by many that he did this to his own parliament building. There's another thing that's not very well known by most people called the Gleiwix incident, where they blew up their own radio station and blamed it on Poland, and then used that as a pretext to actually invade Poland, which was the real, arguably, start of World War II. Or one of them, at least, one of the big ones, the Gleiwix incident. They used fake bodies. They had already dead bodies. They dressed them up in the uniforms. They staged them around the event. They blew up the radio station, and then they said, oh, isn't this terrible? We lost our radio station. Oh, isn't this terrible? Our enemies blew up our government building. They blew up our parliament. Well, now we have to go after them even harder. So when you look at something like this, and again, I'm only speculating, I have no idea, but if he knew he wasn't going to be there, would that be something outrageous enough where, oh, now it's personal, now he's really pissed off, they hit him between the legs, they hit him at his own house. I don't know if that's true, but since every day is opposite day, it's worth looking at the possibility that this, again, might have been a staged and manipulated event. Get all your sentimental things out of the house, go to one of your other properties, but we're going to take this hit so that we have the casus belli to move forward, even though, remember, he's been blowing up all their enemies left and right. Blew up this guy, blew up that guy. Oh, we got the head of this, we got the head of that. We got this guy, we blew up a whole block to get him. So that kind of crazy thinking is what, when you start to have to look at the big picture, you're like, maybe it is that way. I don't know. I certainly wish him all the best. I'm sorry that this happened, but I have to at least think about it and wonder, what is going on here? Because isn't this like the ideal excuse to start just, as McCain said, bomb Iran, right? Yeah, I mean, now it's personal. They tried to kill me, right? Okay, well, what is he going to do now? Well, we said war is coming, war is coming, war is coming. So this is what I think is going on, folks. We're heading into a battle over November. They know they're going to lose, so they got to set things up in advance to be able to create a massive war that's supposedly so traumatic and chaotic. Well, now we can't even have anybody show up anywhere in November. That's not going to happen. Things are too crazy. The world is too crazy. There's dangerous riots. There's panic. Maybe we lose power. Maybe there's an economic collapse. Don't even bother. Don't even bother to do anything in November. No, I think the military is going to make sure November plays out the way it should. It's very likely going to be a landslide. And then they've got this period of November to January where, like we saw, they're going to try to create, Insurrection Barbie said that, they're going to try to create as much chaos as possible. So how will the final stages take place? Well, we're going to analyze that a little bit more here. Could she actually win regardless of the reality? I don't really think so. I don't think, as they've said, there's 0% chance of winning. They don't have the numbers. They're going to try as hard as they can, but it's not going to work. So maybe there's a slim possibility that she'll be announced as the winner. If that were to happen, then you're going to see the alliance plan unfold. And it's going to be fast. So now is the time. You need to have stored food, stored water, battery backups. I highly recommend solar power over gas generators because the gas generator only lasts as long as you got gas. and it makes noise, which alerts other people to the fact that you're the one with the energy. Solar is totally quiet. You can run it. I don't sell these products, but if you haven't thought this all through, I highly recommend that you do. You may lose running water. So if something weird starts to happen, fill up your bathtub with water, because that could get you 50, 60 toilet flushes. Get comfortable with the idea, if you're a man, that you might have to use a sink as a urinal and then dump bottled water that you've stored already into the sink to wash it down. That's what I had to do when I was out of water and power for a week up here, surviving in the winter. You want to have rice and beans. You want to have, frozen meats as much as you can, and have lots of stored water on hand. I have 15 5-gallon jugs. I keep them filled. In fact, I'm going to be doing that in the next few days, filling those jugs up again. So could she actually win? No, probably not. That's what the briefings are telling us. It's just not going to happen. They're not going to have the numbers. And I think they know that, which is why, again, they're going to try to create a war. So we talked about this last week. I'm going to run through it again. Scenario 1 is that the alliance's plan might even happen before November. I think that's probably very unlikely. We can rule that out because, again, as I said last week, if he does win, they got the title to the house, the house that's white. And that's a big deal. That's the seal of approval. That's accreditation. It's like whether you get your diploma or not, whether you get your college degree or not, whether you got the title to your house or your car or your boat or not. You've got the title, you've got the degree, it's certified, it's a fact. So I think they're going to let this play out, and that's why the negative is probably going to try to stop this from happening, because they know it's going to be a bloodbath, and they don't want that. So that's scenario number 1. Before the election, no, probably not. Number 2 is where we see alliance activity and people getting arrested after, in this interim period between November and January. I'd say this is probably the most likely outcome at this point. They're going to try to do a lot of things to create chaos, financial collapse, fake alien invasion, some type of emergency that precludes any ability to transfer power. Oh, it's too scary. We can't do it. And remember, last week in the thing I unsealed from 1999, Archangel Michael said there is not going to be a mass landing until the DS has been stopped. We had a donation come in. Oh, I'm realizing just now that I had locked it up for a long, long time over here. So now, pee outside. Yeah, that's a great idea. Everybody can pee outside, unless it's so freaking cold and windy that you got to do it inside, which is what I was dealing with. So, is this being recorded? I missed the beginning. I'd like to hear it in total. Yes, all you have to do, that's from RMA, is go to youtube.com/DavidWilcock333, and then you're going to see a bunch of old videos from last year. You got to click on a little word that says live. Click on that word live. It opens up a whole new window, which is all of the archived live streams I've done. So if you haven't heard it, we've already been going now for 2 hours and 22 minutes. 222. Imagine that. Synchronicity. You can go back and listen to it from the beginning. Spencer Hale is asking how to apply to the company. Go to stavati.com. That's our website. You can do that. We now have 6,636 concurrent viewers. Ooh, 666. Well, that actually is the solar masculine number. But anyway, this is a phenomenal turnout for me. Phenomenal turnout for YouTube Live at the very top of what's attainable. Thank you guys for being here at 222. And Nicole Menelgado says we need to focus on the reality. We want people to create that reality. See a symbol of it in your frontal lobe. That's right. So Kwan Hong Chan just donated 500 Hong Kong and says, so unlike the rumors, is the Schmovid wax not the mark of the beast? Are there any other satanic nanobots in it? If yes, is the first version more compromised or the newer ones worse? Necessity for boosters make it seem like the first dose degrades over time. Yeah, it's a very complex subject. Wolf Husky, enjoying the show. Have you seen Archangel Michael? No, I've never seen him, although I did have many dreams, apparently, where he appeared as a fatherly figure. So getting back to the Mark of the Beast thing, all of those questions are answered if you read Michael Prophecies. It's too hot to get into on this show. But again, thedisclosure.com, discount code actualization for $177 now. You get all 7 books, and you get 35 hours of video that are totally mind-blowing. I highly, highly recommend it, and it will help me survive so that I can keep paying the bills and make sure that I don't collapse. So anyway,
I don't really want to talk about the inoculations on this platform, but I did it extensively in the books. Okay, so getting back to business here, the third scenario that we're going to be looking at would be arrests after January. And in this scenario, which is entirely plausible, the public learns the truth based on things that are said once they get back into office, announcements that are made, and arrests that then occur. Now, that could happen, but it seems less likely because the negative is going to do everything it can in scenario number 2 between November and January to try to make that impossible. So probably what's going to happen is he's going to win. It's very likely that he will. And then you're going to see real action. And the action is probably going to start before November because they don't want November to happen. You're probably going to see an attack on Iran very soon. It's probably going to get worse. It's probably going to be really scary. Everything scary they can think of, they're going to throw at us. We saw hurricanes. There could be economic trouble. It could get really, really weird. And so, again, have paper statements of how much you have in the bank in case that disappears. Don't just use electronic banking. Have all your survival supplies ready and in place because, you know, it's going to get squirrely. I do believe, as I said last week, the alliance will ensure the election takes place, creating a clear mandate and chain of title so that there's no ambiguity on this. And they made a post on October the 11th where it was very clear, where they talk about the critical final weeks. This is from the alliance, as you can find it on X. His campaign has requested military support in the critical final weeks. This was the big tip-off to me. Okay, the final weeks, meaning they're not going to do anything before then. They want this to run normally, including the use of military aircraft, expanded flight restrictions, and ballistic glass protection across all 7 key states where there's a battle. These requests come after intelligence briefings, which again come from the highest level, revealed potential plots for murder. And this would spark concerns over possible drone attacks as well as those involving projectiles. They said military is the only way. This was something that, again, dear old daddy didn't understand. Dear old daddy doesn't understand. Hey, you know, think about, isn't it weird that there were these 2 major attempts on him? One in which he actually did get hit in the ear. The other one in which there's this guy with a big old machine gun on the golf course. Isn't it weird that these things have happened and the television just ignores it? Let's just keep hating this guy, hating this guy, hating this guy, hating this guy. Isn't it weird that these attempts on his life happen and you just never hear anything about it? Well, yeah, read this. This is coming from a source I've been quoting from for years now. The highest available intel we have, and what does it say? They're using military aircraft, flight restrictions, and ballistic glass protection in all of the 7 battlegrounds. Because why? Second paragraph, they want him gone. So the military is involved, but the critical final weeks, because they want November to be normal. The military is going to make sure November is normal, okay? That's where it looks like it's going. Then they talk about this massive increase in security around him on October the 11th. He has ramped up his security measures, traveling with additional decoy planes and occasionally having to split the motorcade. He's even been using unmarked planes without his signature branding in order to avoid enemy detection. They literally want to shoot something at him while he's flying. This is what they're telling you. This is the best intel source we have. And they're getting millions of views, okay? Jade Frakes just donated $25. Thank you very much. We're approaching 7,000 viewers live now, which is insane. Unmarked planes, traveling with decoys, splitting the motorcade. Whoa! He is also set to announce Operation Aurora in Colorado, where he plans to invoke the Alien Enemies Act, and in so doing, the military will be deployed to eliminate all of these different groups that have infiltrated us under the current situation. And you know, I got to kind of dance and talk a little differently than what you can read it for yourself. So they're going to invoke this act to deploy the military to eliminate this problem, which is a very, very serious issue. So the military is the only way forward. And then we got a 58-second video leading us to this post, number 58, which again, The last line of the first paragraph is the main key, which is that there is a Muslim thing going on that you could call an infiltration, and it involves a brotherhood because one of the factions of this negative group is totally Islamic. And so what we don't know, if you've been asleep, if you haven't had the awakening, is that the guys that we're supposed to be voting for, in some cases, the guys that we're trusting, that we think of as family, that they're supposed to be leaders and they're supposed to be people we look up to, they've been working under the table with these gangs. And so something that looks like it's an attack on America might have been sanctioned by both groups working together, and then they use these certain individuals as their proxy. And it's not just coming from the Middle East, it's also coming out of South America as well, as we know. Then the next one here that I just wanted to highlight at the beginning from the last show is that they will use this military in order to ensure that what we're about to have in November is peaceful. Okay? So, in response to JB's warning that it won't be peaceful, 45 declared that the military is going to be used against an enemy within which he said is the greatest threat the country faces, greater than any foreign adversary. As I pointed out last week, it looks like he's starting to grow some lamb chops, which, I'm certainly in support of that. I don't even have enough health to go get my hair cut, so I do have the rock and roll look right now. Anyway, this is it up close. The enemy within, which is our greatest threat. That's another message to the people who haven't woken up yet. Wait a minute, how could it possibly be within? Isn't it these other countries, and isn't it these other groups, and oh my God, it's terror, and it's this, and it's that. No. Once you learn what's really going on, this extraterrestrial controlled agenda, it's really scary. And we're approaching 7,000 views now. This is 7,000 live viewers. Thank you guys for being here. So then he says in the video that any type of uprising around November that they're going to try to do should be very easily handled by the National Guard, and they're not going to look like they're in uniform. They're going to be in plain clothes. I'll give you that little tip. Or, if necessary, by the military. So that's a very, very substantive statement that was made. Jacob Allman just donated. What is your take on Musk's dark MAGA, and how can we learn to be sure that Shadow, as I've been quoting from, is legit? Well, again, if you're new to this, I'm sorry, because I've been doing this for week after week after week. I believe that they are legit. They've been signaling to me many, many times that they like what I'm doing. They quoted from Archangel Michael. They actually put the Archangel Michael prayer up on the same day that I unsealed the readings from 1999. We got new readings we're going to unseal today, by the way. And we're now at 6,714 viewers, so it keeps on going up and up. We're at 2.5 hours. I will take a pee break here fairly soon, but I just haven't needed it yet. But, look, Elon, I think, is trying to do the right thing. I support him. There's some things that he's said and done that are a little bit, scary or off-putting or whatever. I get that. Okay, it's true. But I think he's really trying his best. I mean, who knows? We're going to learn all kinds of stuff once this all comes out in the open. But I do believe he will be seen as heroic for what he's done, unlocking X and making that a platform where you can learn so much. I mean, really, all you need to do at this point is just go on there and start subscribing to some of these accounts and start reading and watching videos, and pause it at the last 6 seconds so you don't have to hear that horrible frickin' sound. 7 Geometric Thoughts just donated $12. AKA non-AARO military UFO footage. Great show. Loved your Gaia Pete Peterson interview. RIP. It led me to sacred sites and dreams for help with my free medium work for hospice patients. Well, congratulations for doing that. That's awesome. And Tarotina is saying that 2 individuals, AZ and Sauce, Mr. Sauce, are trolls. Yeah, we have a lot of trolls. So if you see angry, negative, hateful stuff on the sidebar, which is, again, going pretty fast here, keeps on rolling and rolling along. I can barely even keep up with it. But yeah, we have a lot of trolls, but they're all concentrated in certain groups that usually cluster around the videos that they do. And we are going to be suing people. If you have been trolling us consistently, you can expect that you're going to be getting legal action as our company gets funded, because there is all kinds of crimes involved in this, including what's called tort, or tortious interference with business practices. You're not allowed to screw with somebody's business and make it so that that business has a hard time running. That is a crime, and you can get held accountable for that in court. And you're going to have to explain to the judge, why were you doing this? Why were you trying to destroy this person's business? So, you know, there's very serious stuff that we're going to be doing once we have the money, and that could be any day now. So I'm going to get really busy on these things. Once we can, you're going to have to pay a huge retainer to lawyers. I mean, this stuff is very expensive, and the only reason why they're still doing it now and why they haven't gotten anything yet is that I haven't had the money. Honestly, our company needs to be funded. So, you know, have fun while you still can, but it's not going to be much longer before this is all going to blow up in your face with legal means that we're going to be using. So it should be very easily handled by National Guard or, if necessary, by the military. And then again, post 58, again speaking about the Muslim infiltration at the end of that paragraph. So here's the big setup, okay? The big setup is we've got this proxy war between essentially Satan and God, between, you know, demons and angels, both of which, as it turns out, when you get educated on this and you learn the classified stuff, they're real. And they're both working to varying degrees with these factions that now appear to be just an election between two individuals. It's so much more than just two individuals. It goes very, very deep. It goes into good versus evil. And neither side is totally good or totally evil. I acknowledge that. Both sides have aspects of both. But in general, superficial terms, you've got the alliance working for the good, and you got the negative working for evil. And they're going at it, and it's looking really bad for the negative. And they're terrified that they're going to lose. And so one of the things that I found so fascinating is talking to my father, who, again, I would consider to not have had the awakening yet. And I told him, you know, I'm going to send him this link, and we'll see if he watches it. But, you know, he's like, well, what can I watch? What can I learn? I'm like, well, Dad, there is nothing out there that really summarizes the way I see it. So I have to do my own show, and I'm doing it with decent production value, and I'm trying to do the best job I can here. Because I don't know. I am also confused. And so I said, the law of one, which is my spiritual teaching here, when Dad, you tell me that you're confused and you just don't believe anything that the media is telling you anymore, I said, yes, you and I agree on that. Third dimensional reality is a realm of confusion. It's a realm where you don't know what's really going on. And so this is a very fascinating quote from the law of one that supports this that I want to share with you now. So this is session 3, question 14. And again, he's interacting with a source that turned out to be Archangel Michael. But in these books, they had to follow the law of confusion. They didn't want to be identified as Christian. I didn't know the law of one was predominantly Christian when I was reading it. They give you clues, but they have to keep you confused. So they used an old name, because this is a time-traveling extraterrestrial. The original law of one contact in Egypt was with an entity called Ra, and they explained that they built the Great Pyramid. They showed up as golden-skinned beings, and Graham Hancock talked about this. Some of the old hand-me-downs from the original teachings show a heart and a feather on a scale, and they want your heart to be light enough that the feather is heavier, and the feather weighs more than your heart does. That's opening the heart. That's being a loving person. The problem is they built the Great Pyramid and they explain the law of one. Well, not in the law of one, but I've talked many times about how the pyramid was a monument to the coming Christ. The King's Chamber sarcophagus has the same dimensions as the Ark of the Covenant, which was in the Old Testament. There are tons of embedded symbols of Christ in the pyramid, including the fact that when it had its casing stones that were mirror-polished white limestone, during the summer solstice, it actually creates a crucifix pattern on the desert sands. The King's Chamber is at the 153rd course of stone, which is the 153 fishes in Jesus' net. The angle of the ascending passage, if you draw that angle up from the pyramid, it crosses through Bethlehem, it crosses through Jerusalem, and it crosses the river Jericho. There's a bunch of these kind of things built into the pyramid that are really, really fascinating, that are all Christian-oriented.
So the pyramid was intended to prophesize the coming of Christ. Go watch my old videos, YouTube/David Wilcock 333. Click on the live. There's archived live streams in there. You're not losing this. If you just came in and you want to see it from the beginning, you can go in there and watch it on the archived stream. So now, at this point in session 3, we already know, if you've been reading the Law of One, that they built the pyramid and they did it with thought. And so he says, wait a minute, why did you build the pyramid out of many blocks when with your thought consciousness you could have created the whole thing out of one solid piece of stone? Wouldn't that have been more amazing? And then this is what they say, identifying as Ra, which is now Archangel Michael. There is a law which we believe to be one of the more significant primal distortions of the Law of One, which again is the title of all the books. It's their main teaching is the law is one. There's only one being in the universe, only identity in the universe, and we are all projections of this, what you could call God. And it's ultimately loving. The Christ consciousness, the loving consciousness, forgiving each other and service to others, do unto others as you have them do unto yourself, that's the law. So there's a law that we believe to be a significant primal distortion of the Law of One. That is the law of confusion. You have called this the law of free will. So wow, this is a point that I haven't stressed enough before, is that they explain that the law of free will is the most important law in the universe. But here they're equating it directly with the law of confusion. So what does that actually mean? It means that in third dimensional reality, you have to be confused. There is a negative elite. You don't get to know what they're really up to. They're lying to you. It's not exposed on a global level. They control the media. They control corporations. They control the government. They control the military. They control the judiciary. They control the police. It looks really bad. They're all part of this weird secret organization. They're doing very, very dark things. That's the law of confusion. The law of free will is they're allowed to manipulate you. They're allowed to play around with you, but they have to tell you what they're doing. So that's why they do symbolic things here and there to indicate what's really going on, so that in your own free will, you can step out of confusion. You have the ability to connect the dots. They give you the evidence you need to bring them down, but you have to have this awakening, which is oh my God, wait a minute. Could the world be run by evil people? Yeah. But you have to be fearless enough. You have to have enough spiritual strength to fall back on Jesus, to fall back on God, to fall back on intelligent infinity, the Creator, however you choose to see it, whether Christian or not. You have the spiritual strength of faith that will carry you through the crisis of learning the truth. That is so important. The crisis that you're going to go through. Oh my God, evil people are running the world? Yeah, but it's okay, because they're not going to win. There actually is something out there. There's an intelligence, and there's angels, and they've got this, and they're protecting us, okay? So the law of confusion is the law of free will. Wow. And then this is where they're talking about the negative group, the reptilians and the alien insectoids, all the grays and everything. They're collectively called the Orion group, and sure enough, it turns out, I learned from the briefings from the people in Majestic Space Force, whatever you want to call it, the highly classified world, cosmic top secret, 35 levels above the president, okay? At that level, they are very aware that the star Rigel in the constellation Orion, if you look at Orion and you look at the bottom right foot of Orion, that's Rigel. Actually, it would be his left foot, but it's on the right side for us. His left foot is the star Rigel, and this is the ultimate reptilian-infested hellhole in our area of the galaxy, Rigel. It's totally loaded with reptilians. If you go in there, you're going to be on the snack bar in no time. You do not want to fly a ship towards Rigel, at least not yet. Maybe we'll deal with that later. But that's in the constellation Orion. That's real intel from real sources of information from the inside, multiple sources. And it turns out that Rigel is their home base, and that the constellation Orion, therefore, they've colonized it for the most part. The Law of One says the same thing. They call it the Orion Group or the Orion Empire. So now what they're talking about is, will the negative, will the reptilians, the grays, the insectoids,
Why don't they just try to invade us directly? Why don't they just fly in and say, hey, here we are, we're taking over the planet? That hasn't happened. It's not going to happen. Why? Because of the law of confusion, the law of free will. They have to work through human proxies. They can't do it directly. They have to manipulate us through our free will so that we humans enslave each other on our own free will, that we're willing to participate in this horrific satanic black magic type of stuff that's going on, that people are going to be shocked when they find out everybody you know and love, everybody that you thought was the hero, was participating in this. So check this out. This is the critical passage in the Law of One that talks about this. If the Orion group was able to land here and try to take over, would this increase their negative polarization? What I'm trying to get at is it better for them to work behind the scenes to get recruits from our planet, the person on our planet going towards the negative path of service to self, strictly on his own, using his own free will, or is it just as good for the evil reptilian Orion group to land on our planet and demonstrate remarkable powers and try to get people to worship them? So do they recruit from our own human stock? Do they lure those people in secretly, or do they just show up openly? That's the question. And then he says the first instance, which is where they lure people in from our own stock, this is, shall we put it, more salubrious for the Orion group. It does not infringe upon the Law of One by landing, and they do their work through those of this planet. There you go. That's the key right there. They cannot infringe upon our free will, so they have to do work through people on the planet. This is more salubrious. It's better for them. They're not infringing on the law of confusion. They're not infringing on the law of free will. They can't directly land. They work through people on Earth. That's what we're seeing. There's aliens behind them that we would normally think of as the devil, Satan, and demons. Okay, that's what's really going on. And we're all going to learn this. In the second circumstance, a mass landing, if they actually attempted this, they would lose polarization due to the infringement upon the planet's own free will. And again, free will, the law of free will and the law of confusion, they just said, are the same thing. So we have to stay confused. We can't know that there's these aliens that are dominating and ruling our planet. We're not supposed to learn that yet. That's not what they want us to have. Okay? So isn't this fascinating? They have to work through people on this planet to do this. However, if they tried to do a mass landing, it would be a gamble. If they could conquer the planet and become part of the Orion Empire, the Draco-Reptilian Empire, then if we allowed this to happen, free will would be reestablished, but they are restrained in action due to their desire to progress towards the one infinite creator, and thus their desire to progress inhibits them from breaking the law of confusion. And then question 1639, I'm assuming it is not necessary for an individual to understand the law of one to go from 3D to 4D. Is this correct? And this is so critical. They say it is absolutely necessary that an entity consciously realize it does not understand, i.e. it is confused, in order for it to be harvestable, which means that you can go through the harvest. As it says in the book of Matthew, the harvest, you pluck out the weeds from the wheat one by one, and then for those who have ears, let them hear, the righteous shall now shine like the sun. That's the light body activation. It's in the Bible. This is what's going to happen. It's a galactic process. It's natural. Jesus taught it to us because he was the embodiment of the galaxy. He's like, hey, guess what? I'm going to tell you what's going to happen to you. You're going to become shining as bright as the sun in the harvest, which is where we pluck out the weeds one by one. That's why they use the term harvest. It is absolutely necessary that you consciously realize you do not understand. And I said, Dad, you know that you're confused. You know that you're not understanding the truth. That's good. That's this passage right here. It says understanding is not of this density. So guess what? You can't understand the truth. You can't know what they're really doing. You can't be aware of the truth. Either way, I'm just trying to give you the best that I understand it to be. And with that said, we're going to go into our prophetic reading from April the 11th, 1999. But first, I am going to take my pee break, and I'm actually going to go upstairs because the turkeys are running around. I don't know if I have enough time to feed them. Maybe I'll do it really quickly. But anyway,
I'm going to take a break now. We got 7,000 people watching, 2 hours and 49 minutes, and I definitely need to pee, so I'm going to run upstairs real quick. I will wash my hands, I promise. Take a leak, feed some turkeys. I'll be back here momentarily, so hang with me, everybody. Thank you, and you'll get to see me going up the stairs here. Here we go. I'll be back in just, 2 minutes tops. Thank you. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, everybody. Looks like we lost some people. Maybe they temporarily stopped watching. They're going to come back for a minute. We're down to 6,300 concurrent viewers now. But what the heck? I shouldn't have blown my nose on camera, but there, it's an intimate moment between us. I'm back. So, let's change camera angle so you know that I'm really here. Now we're going to talk about this prophetic reading that I had, and hopefully you guys will all return. The 300 or so people I lost will all return. From April 11th, 1999. Now, I read The Law of One in January 1996, and it really changed my life, and I began having profound experiences, including dreams, that suggested that the source of the Law of One, or something similar to it, wanted to contact me personally. And the contact didn't actually begin for me until November of 1996, November 10th, 1996. It was a very fine day in my life. I feel so much better now that I took a leak. I can't even imagine. So, on that day, that's when all this weird stuff started to happen, where I began to use remote viewing protocols, and I was in a deep trance state, and I had messages coming through that turned into what we now know as the Michael Prophecies. So this happened from 1999 to 2000. The source didn't even tell me it was Archangel Michael until the year 1999. And I didn't even get a website until late February 1999. Now, at the time I was doing this work, I had no idea of its impact that it would have. And it started out as something private and personal just for me. It wasn't even anything I expected I was going to be publishing. I didn't expect that this was going to become my life. It was just like, okay, you know, there's other people who have been able to get ET contact telepathically. The Law of One is my favorite example. I've been reading it since January. Now I have all these dreams telling me the source of the Law of One wants to be in contact with me. I learned about remote viewing, which supposedly is a 99% accurate psychic protocol. And yeah, we did definitely lose 400 people, but maybe they're probably tired. They live overseas. They're going to come back and watch the rest tomorrow. That's fine. This was a nice little intermission for me. I really do need to take a leak. I waited 3 hours. So anyway, the Michael Prophecies, again, there's 35 hours of video all in a bundle now. You type in the code actualization on my website, thedisclosure.com. You get it for $177, 35 hours of video, and all 7 of the Michael Prophecies books. So you can read the fruit of what this contact produced. All of the most important stuff that Michael ever said is all in those books, and they're amazing because I started to unseal them in around October of 2021 as I got this briefing about Satan, demons, and extraterrestrials and Aleister Crowley. And I remembered, you know, my readings that I did back in the 90s, it was like I used remote viewing protocols. It supposedly creates 99% accuracy. A lot of it didn't make a lot of sense. I just would do these readings, hear words in my mind, dictate them into a tape recorder, publish them online, and then forget about it. And so if you read them online, I mean, they're still there in the older versions of my website, and you know, you can still read that stuff, but none of the interpretation is there, so it would be very hard to understand. I went through beginning, really, the main unsealing started in October 2021, and then it really got going in February 2022. And I realized that it was talking about COVID. It was talking about the treatments associated with that. It was talking about Biden. It was talking about Kamala. It was talking about Trump. It was talking about the Afghanistan withdrawal. It was talking about the Chinese balloon scare that we had. All of these things that are very, very present day things that are part of our reality now. And they didn't make any sense back in 1996 through 2000. Why did they keep saying that California and New York were going to suffer this horrible fate? Well, now we know it's because of politics, and they talk, there's lots and lots of prophecies of riots in America. The prophecies are extensive. You can go through it. You don't need some troll to try to tell you I'm a con man or a flim flam man, whatever. Just go read the books, you know, and it's not that expensive. You can read the books, and you can find out for yourself that there's all these prophecies that are utterly unambiguous. Prophecy, it doesn't matter if people criticize me. It doesn't matter if they're mean to me. I did go and feed all my turkeys. I got them 4 bowls of food. They were all out there waiting, so I don't want them to be impacted too much by this. They like to eat around 2 to 3 o'clock, and right now I've got anywhere between 10 and 15 that are showing up every day. So they were very happy that I went out there. And I got turkey food dust on my pants because the turkey's food has vitamins in it, which comes out as this white powder, and it's like, oh my God. I don't know if you can see this, but my pants are all freaking, there's another one right there, all dirty. So anyway, we deal with that as best we can. But I didn't know I was going to end up in a log home up here in the mountains working on an aerospace company, but Michael did. And there's tons and tons of personal prophecies in there too, but there's so many that are unambiguous. The Israeli conflict, the Ukraine conflict. I mean, it's freaking amazing. I've never seen anything else like this. I wish there was. Nostradamus is okay compared to this, but not the same level. I mean, the Law of One to me is a higher level contact than the Michael prophecies. Yes, to some degree. But the Michael prophecies is also much, much easier to read, because it blended with me on a conscious level, so the sentence structure is better, it's easier to read, it's less technical, it's less, jargon-oriented, gobbledygook-oriented. It's a cleaner read, but it's still very poetic, very inspiring, very beautiful. And I was getting all kinds of crazy stuff happening to me at the time that this stuff came in. I was getting prophetic visions of the future that came true. That was dazzling to me. The vision of Mother Teresa having a heart attack, that came true. Prophecies of something happening to Princess Diana, the Heaven's Gate cult mass suicide. I had that very clearly predicted in advance. Other things that were going on at the time. It was quite remarkable. And then basically what happened was that by 2004, the contact had mostly ended. And Richard C. Hoagland, who was the top guy on Art Bell, the top UFO show in the country, told me, you really ought to leave all this channeling behind. You're really good with the science stuff. Just focus on the geometry, focus on the science, focus on what you can prove, and just don't talk about the readings anymore. And I actually took his advice, and I kind of left it all behind, and then I never really thought about it again until 2021. So when I actually was transcribing these tapes back in the day, when I was doing these readings in 1999, I fell behind, and I had tapes that I never transcribed. And when I was transcribing all the material when I was unsealing the readings and having to go through every single thing that I'd written for all those years, a 4.5-year period of time, it was really tough. I mean, it took a lot of work to get this going. And when I was working in 2022 and 2023 pretty much all day, every day with very little money. Again, my tax return for the first year was negative $180,000. I was not making any profit. I was working at a loss, and it was a gigantic loss. And I didn't even have anything to sell until December of 2022. That was the first time that I came out with the book 1. And then I didn't even realize I was going to do 7. I thought I was only going to do 3, but it just ended up expanding. It took a lot of time. I had to write 7 books to hold it all together. So these books were stunningly accurate, and as I was unsealing them throughout 2022 and 23, they were describing things in the present as I would unseal them. So I would read some new stuff. I've never seen it since the first time I translated it back in the day. Now I'm looking at it again, and oh my God, it's talking about the present day. It's talking about 2022, what's happening right now. But again, there were certain tapes that I never transcribed, and when I was doing this work with the 7 books, I said, you know what? I'm overwhelmed. It's too much. I can't go back and actually type in new tapes of things I've never typed up before. I don't even want to bother with it. I'm just going to leave it alone. Michael probably anticipated this and left these as Easter eggs for us to uncover later on. That's exactly what happened. So now here I am in the present, and it's 2024. And when I went to Canada, actually, before I left for Canada, I was on the air with you guys on a Sunday, and I had the last of the tapes being ingested digitally on my tape machine that's sitting right over there. I was doing it while we were live. And now Adobe Premiere Pro has a wonderful feature where you can get the text off of any video, it listens to it, and it provides a transcript under the captions window. You know, there's a window you can do, and it's basically as soon as you put any audio into your Premiere Pro timeline, it immediately starts transcribing it, and it takes, you know, a few minutes for a long, hour-and-a-half long tape like these tapes I was making. So within 2 or 3 minutes, it's all ready. You click on the captions window, and there it is. You got your transcript, and then you can export it as a text file. So that's what I call a machine transcript from Adobe, and it works pretty well. I mean, it's not perfect, but it works pretty well, and so it saved me an incredible amount of time over hand transcribing. So I brought the digitized audio with me to Canada. I ingested it into transcripts, I think before I left, but I might have not done it till I was in Canada. And then the really great thing is that you can click on the text in the captions window, and it takes you to that part in the timeline so you actually can listen to it. So whenever I would read it and I'd be like, nah, that doesn't sound like it's right, I'd actually click on it and then go back into the timeline and I'd listen to it, and then I would fix the transcript. So that's what I was doing in Canada. I was going through, re-listening to it, which is much faster than typing it by hand. And anything that was weird, I would fix it. So I didn't know what tape was what. I had to figure out what dates they were and when they came from. And the very first one that I did was not the one I shared last week. The very first one I did was April 11th, 1999. And so the other one that we read from was February 23rd, 1999. And it was stunningly prophetic. If you remember, Michael told us that they are not going to make a mass landing and reveal themselves as angelic beings to us until we have the mass arrests first, and then the exposure of what this cabal really is. Now, why is that? Remember, we just talked about the law of confusion. It is entirely necessary that an entity consciously recognize that it does not understand if it wants to make it into fourth density. Understanding is not of third density. That's the law of confusion. So we as a planet have to drop the confusion. We have to solve the puzzle. We have to explain the mystery to our own people, break the law of confusion. Now people know, oh, it's this corporate thing. It's the 5 media companies. They actually have an organization. They actually have religious beliefs. It's very different than Christianity. It's much darker. And they've been running the planet, and they've been manipulating us for this. Ultimately, what we're going to learn is extraterrestrial agenda associated with Satan. Okay, Satan was real. Wow. That means that probably the other stuff in the Bible is real. It's like if you got the really evil shit, then you probably have the really good stuff as well. Both of them are true. Yeah, that's how it works. So this is a fascinating thing to kind of have that awakening, which means the law of confusion is no longer in effect. And that's how we enter into fourth density. And that's what brings them about. So they said, we're not going to break the law of confusion for you. You have to break the confusion yourselves. You have to expose the truth within your own human population on Earth. And then we will show up. That's what they said last week. And that's a very, very striking message. And they said, don't hate the military for doing what they have to do. Now, in this case, this is very fascinating because I only put these prophetic texts in this morning. I woke up late. I slept in late because I'm still recovering from this COVID. It was very nasty. I've had 3 weeks of fatigue, extreme fatigue, brain fog as they call it. My brain wasn't working right. Now I'm finally feeling pretty good. So I went through all of this hassle of putting together the Alliance slides that we're going to get into here pretty fast because I don't have a whole lot of time to do that and to keep it to 4.5 hours. But in the meantime, this morning, I didn't even get up till 10:30, and I have to be on the air at noon. I was like, oh my God, I have no time to work. I had to take a shower instead of my usual detox bath. But, you know, I still look good. Everything's fine. But anyway, I normally don't take showers. I take baths, but I didn't this morning. And before I took my shower, I had to grab this reading, and I had to go through all the readings I'd done in Canada and see what's the other one that's really good. Well, the second file from March 1999 wasn't even done yet because I've been so sick I haven't finished it. The only one that was good enough to go public with today was from April 11th. And remember, I only looked at it again this morning. I only unsealed it this morning and read it and said, that's the one. Now, I didn't know what it said. I had forgotten because, you know, I'm kind of in a trance state when I work on this stuff, and I only looked at it briefly in Canada because I was just working on trying to get all the words right. Well, then it turns out that I'd already made the title of the show, War is Coming, and that's what the whole reading is about, is the war is coming and what that means for us. So this, again, has some shockingly prophetic elements in it. This is the first time I'm ever really going to be looking at it in detail as while I'm reading it with you on the air now. And it's amazingly prophetic. And again, it's 25 years old. It's from 1999. We're in 2024. It's 25 years old. And Michael knew that I wasn't going to see it until now. So without further ado, I've built it all up. Let's start reading. It started with a dream. And here I am saying, I just had this dream now. There was a 9-year-old boy named Richard who I had to live with, and notice that I said I had to live with. He was kind of a little troublemaker, you know. He was running around, he was getting himself in trouble. I was alone with him at the house. I was renting from someone, and she kind of wanted to get rid of me, and I ended up moving out shortly thereafter. And so she kind of stuck this childcare job on me where a friend comes over, and then they take off, and I'm left with no compensation, no babysitting money or anything, essentially raising this kid Richard for a few days by myself. It was intense. I mean, kids can create lots of chaos, and they always want to talk, and it's very distracting. You can't get anything else done. It was a big deal. Okay. So Richard, the little 9-year-old boy who I had to live with for a while at a house I was renting, had this big gap brought out of his tooth. And again, the machine transcript might not be perfect. I have to go back and listen to it. It went clear through to the other side. So he had a huge hole in his tooth that was like an actual cavity that was a crater. The dentist showed it to me, and it was pretty big. He was going to get it drilled and filled, and the tooth was filled right up in front of me, and Richard never complained. So this Richard character, as the reading is going to point out, is actually a reference, they'll explain this, to the deep state, to these people that have been on the negative, and that they've got this big cavity, they've got this hole in their smile, and that they need to be drilled and filled. It needs to be reformed so that they have a nice smile and they can go positive. And again, a lot of these people are going to be heroes and they're going to go positive. It's not like it's going to stay negative. And not everybody is, you know, going to receive the same punishment. Some people will be heroes and they won't be punished. So anyway, it's the metaphor of the rotting tooth being filled that they're using, as they're going to say in the reading, for the DS. Then it says here, this is where the reading begins. This is the very first thing they say, okay? If you see the quarantines brought in after the war, these are sure going to be pretty fantastic in scope. The very first thing they said. And this reading goes on, and it's time looped into the present. The quarantines brought in after the war. What are they talking about? Well, think about it. The people who are running around free right now in the DS are going to be arrested, and they're going to be under quarantine. And there's going to be a war that precipitates this. They said war is coming, war is coming, war is coming. So this is talking about the fantastic scope of the people who used to be running around free, who are now going to be quarantined. And also, interestingly enough, it's a prophetic reference to what? To the lockdowns. They're going to experience the karma they gave to us. They were the ones who locked us down. They were the ones who said, you can't leave your house. This virus is so scary. I just went through it. Yeah, it pretty much sucks. I wouldn't want to, get this ever again. I wouldn't want to go through this again. It was horrific. But did we really all need to stay at home for that long? Did we really need to have all of our businesses go down and all the small businesses disappear? But, Home Depot is still open. These other businesses are still open. But you can't go to church. You can't run your small business. You got to stay at home. You're not allowed to leave. We're tracking you. And by the way, we want you to take this unapproved medical treatment. So the karmas come back around. They're going to be the ones on lockdown. They're going to be the ones that are quarantined. It opens up with that. It's very prophetic, right? We didn't even hear about quarantines before. Now it's something we've all experienced. So after the war, there will be these people held in quarantine. It'll be fantastic in scope. To address the officials with these concerns is to follow up on deaf ears. And I had to actually go back and listen to this very carefully. Via Locke, they have instigated a program of events known as lie and deny. And I said to myself, wait a minute, via Locke, that can't be the actual words. So I actually went back and I listened to it and it said, nope. I said, my God, it actually said via Locke. That is a direct prophetic reference to lockdown. They didn't say lockdown, but they said via Locke, they have instigated a program of events known as lie and deny. I unsealed this originally on September 24th, right before I started getting really sick. And I said, this is a very unambiguous prophecy of the lockdowns. And again, they lied and denied. The officials are on, they have deaf ears. They don't want to admit what really happened. They used lockdowns and instigated a program of events to lie and deny. This is a shocking, the very first thing it says is shockingly prophetic to the present. I couldn't even believe it. I got so excited about this. And then it says, if you see the quarantines brought in after the war, they are going to be pretty fantastic in scope. This is incredible, folks. So again, direct prophecy, the lockdowns, and the mass arrests. Since the priest was chastised for his own involvements, there's been more and more dark at the time of this most recent catastrophe. Look to the mother, to the bringer of this truth. The last time we sent in too much information. And here they're talking about the Casey readings, which is supposedly my past life as Edgar Casey. We have the same face. It's really astonishing. But again, they're talking about the problems that would be exposed in the church. The priest was chastised for his own negative involvements, thus creating more and more dark. And then they talk about this most recent catastrophe. Well, we just had the hurricanes. And the first one in particular, Helene, was really, really hellish. And there's still people that don't have food and water. There's still people who need to be rescued. There's all this crazy stuff going on with can they get their supplies? And it says there's more and more dark at the time of this catastrophe. And then it says, look to the mother. They're talking about Mother Mary or the Father, Mother, God, the feminine divine aspect. And they're saying the bringer of this truth. This is actually coming from Mother Mary. So they're saying. And the priest is chastised for his own involvement. Same thing they said in the Garabandal Prophecies, Virgin Mary, back in 1961 to 65. So this, again, is very nicely time-looped. They're talking about the most recent catastrophe, the priests being chastised. We just had that dinner that just happened with the priests. And then they say the last time we sent too much information. This is talking about Casey, because, again, there's 14,000 readings, whereas Michael Prophecies is just 7 books put together. So too much information the last time. They say go outside and bring it back. Bring back something that the others can see about you. And then I wrote at the time on the 24th of September, this appears to be talking about my alleged Casey incarnation. There are so many readings from that time. It is data inundation. Hardly any of them have ever been quoted with even moderate regularity online now. Nobody reads them. This is therefore about consolidating everything into the 7 main Michael books. And again, you get 35 hours of video. Actualization is the discount code. Go to thedisclosure.com, type that in. 7 books, 35 hours of video. That's the best deal you're ever going to get. Don't work up high on stilts, but come down to earth where everyone else is. If we were to design a prototype UFO craft for you, we want you to be able to fly it well. And I write here at the time, another astounding Stavati time loop. I didn't know I was going to be doing a hover car company back in 1999. I had no idea. But then it says, if we were to design a prototype UFO craft for you, well, guess what? The stuff we're building comes from the Area 51 lineage, if you will. It comes from extraterrestrials teaching us how to do this stuff. And as I also mentioned in the comment, Chris Beskar has finally learned, the CEO of the company, has finally learned to slow down his talking speed which I've advised him to do, so he can come down to earth where everyone else is. I can talk a lot faster than I usually do. There are times where I might amp up my speed and do it in bursts where it's faster, but smart people can talk really fast, and if you're around other smart people, they can follow along with what you're saying. They have that kind of verbal processing speed. They can handle 250 words a minute. They can handle 300 words a minute, or even faster. Chris normally was talking this fast, and I've been on his case for a long time because I learned from being in front of live audiences that if you talk that fast, people burn out and they start leaving the room, and they say it's like trying to drink out of a fire hose, and it's not good. So if you have the ability to talk really fast, you probably shouldn't if you want people to understand you, because again, aerospace is very technical subjects, and if you give people this very technical information at a very fast speed, they can't handle it. So what does it say? It says, don't work up high on stilts, but come down to earth where everyone else is. If we were to design a UFO craft for you, we want you to be able to fly it. Well, you got to be able to get people to invest. So Chris has learned this now, and he's learned how to talk more slowly. I hope he doesn't get mad at me for pointing this out. But they directly mentioned this, and we've just been talking about this. I actually complimented him on the last board meeting that I had. I said, you know, this is about the slowest that you've been talking, and it's great. It's a lot easier for people to understand, because first you have to understand the words, and then you have to transfer the words into your memory. And if they're going too fast, you might be able to understand them, but you don't have time to transfer them into your long-term memory, and that's going to mean that you don't really remember anything, and it's also hypnotic. So I try not to talk too fast. Some people probably still think I'm too fast, but I'm a lot better than I used to be, and I learned it because my audiences demanded that I talk more slowly. So again, this is fascinating because it's talking about an issue I had just been discussing with Chris on the phone, how we need to talk more slowly so we can sell investors on these products. And they're talking about designing a prototype UFO craft, which again, this plane right here would be one of the examples of that. This is the SM-39 Razor. Fascinating. Time loops out the wazoo. Okay. What looks like a mission to you might actually just be time running out. A horrible, crash-like fate we have spoken of. Whoa. What are they talking about here? They're talking about society crashing. They're talking about an economic collapse, which is exactly what we're expecting is about to happen. And it might just be time running out. The alliances run out of time. They need to create this event where the truth is known, the confusion is broken. So this is fascinating. A horrible crash-like fake we have spoken of. It finishes rapidly as you move through the most important time period where things start getting crazier and crazier. I mean, folks, holy crap. What is it saying? Read this very carefully. The horrible crash-like fate will finish rapidly. It is not going to stay that way for very long. I've seen some people online prognosticating that America could go into a severe decline, that the DS is going to hit back so hard that we could be 6 months in the dumps, that the economy goes bad and it takes a long time to recover from it, that we're going to spend maybe even years building back from this. No. Michael is saying we are going to go through a horrible crash-like fate. Time is going to run out, but it will finish rapidly as we move through this most important time period as things get crazier and crazier. This is so time looped into the present. It's just freaking amazing. And they're telling us, have faith. You are going to see a horrible crash-like fate, yes, but it's going to finish rapidly. So that gives me great comfort. This time loop, I believe, is absolutely real. It's weird. It's advanced science. We didn't know that beings could travel through time and do this, but they did. And they're letting us know the horrible crash-like fate will only subside rapidly. It's not going to last very long. What looks like a mission to you might actually just be time running out. Well, the left has a mission to try to win, but they're not going to, and they know their time is running out. So it's not really a mission. They know they're not going to win. Okay, that's another layer of this thing. Very, very fascinating. No big, long crash. It finished rapidly. Now, this is a very important point. They can't arrest people. The DS cannot just they can't lock everybody up and put us all in camps. This is great, right? It's great. They don't have the staff, they don't have the money. The resources simply won't be there to track people down anymore. They're not going to have enough staff to throw everybody into a camp. Please don't forget that it is easier to unite than to separate. Business as usual carries with it a decidedly unpleasant flavor in the mouth. Well, this is very, very interesting, right? Because what's one of the ways in which inoculations can occur? It's an oral thing. They shoot it into your mouth, and it tastes frickin' terrible, right? That's what they're talking about. This is another prophecy. Business as usual carries with it a decidedly unpleasant flavor in the mouth. And so that's what they're doing. They're giving people an unapproved thing that might not be what they tell you it was. It might actually greatly impact your longevity. And at the same time, right after I finish taking the magic paste, I have to squirt this stuff in my mouth in order to fight against what they've created, and it tastes frickin' terrible. It has a decidedly unpleasant flavor in the mouth, and I went through my whole syringe, and I'd squeeze a little bit out at a time, put it on the top of my tongue, and I just got done taking that stuff a couple days ago, and then here it is, a decidedly unpleasant flavor in the mouth. But there was yet another layer of the meaning, which was that as I unsealed this, I was in the restaurant at the resort I was staying at, and a woman walked by with perfume that made my food taste bad. At the exact moment I unsealed this, a waitress walked by with very strong perfume that drastically affected the flavor in my mouth. Very interesting. So again, the main point of this slide is the resources simply won't be there to track down people anymore. They don't have enough people to round us up. They're not going to be able to do what they really want. They don't have enough staff. And it's easier to bring people together than to separate them. But what they are doing is giving us this decidedly unpleasant flavor in the mouth. And we had just talked about how the war in Gaza is pausing so that they can give these oral treatments to the children in Gaza. You can't make this up. It's so time-looped, it's incredible. Next. You are correct in seeing how it is in the dream about the little kid that was the annoying kid who had the tooth and then he had to get it drilled and filled. And they basically dumped this kid on me, made me take care of him for no money. The metaphor of the tooth decay translates into the global picture. Namely, those governments being presented to the young child. It's a very significant tooth decay in his mouth. It is this decay that we are wishing on filling at the present moment. So they want to clean up the governments. Well, that's talking about the arrests. Again, it's time-looped, it's beautiful, and it's very present. I think there's a little bit more of the dream that I wrote after the reading, and I'm going to have to go back and look at that. We'll bring that in next week. Because I don't remember governments being presented to the small child. But maybe that's part of the dream that came in after, and I'll have to go and look at that. I got this done at the very last minute before I had to go live. I woke up at 10:30. I'm like, oh my God, I'm live in 90 minutes. I have to eat, I have to shower, and I have to finish building all the Michael slides. This is crazy, but I got it done for you guys. And Michael said it's very urgent that I say these things. Even though to your people now, this all seems like a gigantic drama, which it absolutely does, that's what we've been talking about, replete with the ever-shifting circumstances of something so much larger than yourself. We're so afraid of this, it looks like it's out of our control. To us in the angelic realm, it is but another game of toy soldiers being played by those powers who are compelled to act out chaos in the infrastructure of the human being. Nothing more, nothing less. Well, they just talked about oral treatments, and so the infrastructure of the human being would be your body. We have some donations here. Lion Media, do you think our dimensionally limited matrix exists within a surrounding multidimensional quantum field, which is the source, but then within our matrix is the AI playing Lord and Satan? That was one question. I mean, I don't even really know how to answer that. We are in a multidimensional quantum reality, and the AI is allowed to exist within that reality. So it is within the matrix, and it doesn't exist past the fifth density. So ultimately, you go above a level where it can even exist. And then Mayan Mountain donated and says, Deep State want U.S. soldiers to round us up, but maybe they will use the 17 to 30 million military-age men who walked over here for the past 4 years. No,
These people are just happy to be here. They're not. He already said, 45 already said that the resistance is going to be put down very quickly. It's not like all these people are going to magically turn into soldiers and drones. It's not going to happen. I don't believe that. Sunflower life, the only power the darkness has to distract you from the one truth, which is that you are the light. Thank you very much. Thank you, David, says Ollie Blue. Donate 100 Australian dollars. Cosmic Origin says, David, how is Jesus the embodiment of the Logos when the Law of One says he was at the end of the octave of fourth density and now fifth? Because he achieved personality transparency, and personality transparency is where you take on logoic consciousness, even if you're at fourth density. You become the embodiment of the Logos. That's the point. So yeah, this is very, very fascinating stuff. Thank you guys for participating and for donating. And again, it says here that we are dealing with a game of toy soldiers where they're compelled to act out chaos in the infrastructure of the human being. This is within our bodies with these treatments and the infrastructure of the world that they want to create chaos. But the higher beings, as long as they have our free will, it's only toy soldiers. It's like a sandbox. There's no real threat that they see. That's what they're saying. Don't be afraid of this. These angelic beings are much more powerful than the AI. The AI only goes up to fifth density. These beings are coming from sixth density, and they're working with seventh density guardians. So there's no way the negative can win unless we authorized it. And we're not authorizing it. We're authorizing a positive ascension. So this is going to be peaceful. They just said there's going to be an economic collapse, but it's not going to last very long. And now they're saying that these people on your planet, you might be afraid of them, but to us, they're as easy to defeat as toy soldiers. It's fascinating. Okay, let's keep going. You will have a lot more to say about this as time permits. They're talking to me. For now, let's focus on the immediate tasks at hand, reviving these old readings as we have been doing, which is now happening in the present, 25 years later. This is indeed quite excellent, and you will find that it does enhance our accuracy at this point as well. Well, they already knew they were accurate. For them, 2024 and 1999 are the same place. They can move between one and the other and see both. And that time travel stuff is really hard to comprehend. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. 1999 and 24 are in the same place. They can go back and forth between them. They're talking about now, in 1999, they made me put this on a tape, and I didn't transcribe it until September 24th, 2024. Unsealed it after 25 and a half years. Yes. That's what happened. And I have all the forensic evidence, and I'm happy for the Alliance to survey that evidence. I've already got the digital copies. They can listen to those on my computer. This is real. I didn't add anything. All I did is listen to it and make sure I transcribed it properly. And it is just time loop after time loop after time loop. And that's what they're saying, is that reviving these old readings, which I'm now doing 25 years later, is quite excellent and enhances their accuracy, because now they get the final prophecies out through me that they didn't say in the Michael books. So you're getting it all for free. You don't have to pay for the books to hear the final prophecies. But if you want to pay for the books, thedisclosure.com, discount code actualization, 35 hours of video, 7 books, okay? And it's really, really worth it, because now is when it all makes the most important stuff that you read this. The most sense is happening now. Okay, then I ask a question. It's pretty obvious that you, being our caretakers, are able to enact some sizable changes in terms of how events unfold. What I'm curious about is, because they'd mentioned quarantine, so I started thinking about that, are we truly on some sort of cosmic quarantine, as Richard Hoagland had suggested? And I ended up talking to his insiders who told me this. We find out that extraterrestrials can't just fly in here and land. There's a wall around the Earth, an energetic wall that they can't get through, and it's very difficult to get any spaceships outside the Earth's quarantine. You can do it, but it has to be done in limited capacities. ETs can't just fly in here, and the Law of One also talks about that. And I knew it was in the Law of One, but they had mentioned quarantine, and I'm trying to connect a few dots. I heard a little bit of the words, so I said, let me ask a question about quarantine. Are we truly under some sort of cosmic quarantine? And if we are, does this mean that you, the higher angelic beings, could somehow slow down the war that you're talking about that might happen? Because I'm freaked out that they say there's going to be a war. I wasn't really all that happy about this. So is the quarantine going to protect us from this war? That's my question. In other words, how far are you going to allow this to go if it does happen all the way, this war? How bad is it going to get? You can probably scan my mind, and I'm well aware that I'm reading articles showing how far it's going to go. I was worried about a war happening in 1999. Also, since you're so intimately involved with global politics, you probably know the answer better than anybody else, don't you, about what's going to really happen? So then they answer me and they say, we sometimes have to understand that immediately available opportunities to change these circumstances are not as forthcoming as much as we would like. In other words, if we learned our lessons as fully as they would have preferred that we do, then we wouldn't have to go through wars at all. And now we have a war coming. It says war is coming, war is coming. And they know that. They're talking to us in the present. So please remember, this is in a time loop where they wrote it in 2025, but then they delivered it in 1999. And it's for them, it's the same thing. And we got another donation. Therese Wade, can you explain how BRICS fits into the agenda? We'll do that later. Okay. So let's go back to reading more of this and getting in. And thank you for the donation. So they can't fix things as much as they'd like because of our free will. The law of confusion. We have to have certain wars take place because it's mass karma. Thus, see our range of control, decisively dovetailing those infinitely complex measures that must be taken on a subtle energetic level. This is a level wherein the consciousness of key people involved, and this includes the negative and the positive, and the subtle manipulation of their subconsciousness is paramount. Whoa! See our range of control, manipulating people's subconscious. Yes, so the negative is also being controlled by angels. They make mistakes that are unforced and spontaneous. Bill Clinton, blurted out the truth on microphone. Yeah, we need the migrants. Yeah, okay, we need jobs. We got to fill the job positions. Yeah. That's taking it away from people here. So he shouldn't have said that, but he just blurted it out. And this happens all the time. You can't change the fact that you have a soul. You can't change the fact that you have a higher self and that you're eventually going to go positive. Even if you're in the DS, you're ultimately going to the same place as the rest of us are going. You have a positive higher self, and it manipulates your subconscious so that you make mistakes at the right times. And they've been doing this over and over again. They keep making silly mistakes. Why in the world did she diss Christians on stage? Why in the world did they do this video mocking Catholics for the Catholic dinner and then got everybody mad and nobody applauded or laughed, and it was considered this horrific gaffe? Why do they keep making all these gaffes? Why did Joe and B.O. talk to each other in a way where they were being filmed and then it could all be transcribed and they said, yeah, she's not as strong as you are and we're losing, but don't worry, we still have some time. I mean, this is incredible. If you watch alternative media, if you're on X, then you know what I'm talking about. So although they can't change the circumstances as much as they would like, they are telepathically manipulating people in the negative, and they're telepathically working with the Alliance folks and with people like us, the truth seekers, to be able to come out with the positive information. So both of those sides are at play telepathically. This is very important. We're all being guided to steer it into this positive outcome, and the negative will make bad decisions because a higher positive force is guiding them to do so. That's the point. This is fascinating. Those actions which you have seen regarding the presence of our ships powering down nuclear missiles, plants, and the like are another viable tool we have. However, this is considered much more dangerous because they can get shot down. It's far more of a last-ditch effort, so to speak. When the ostrich of your people brings his head up out of the sand, it will no longer be necessary for us to race behind you with a pooper scooper, wondering when the next time is that something will fall. Isn't that funny? And then they go on. Right for the time being, we do perceive a growing discontent in your people, a discontent within their own lives. They're talking about the present, a desire to move forward, but a seeming inability to do so. Because so many of you have not allowed the personal growth process to flourish and blossom, we have not simply come in and miraculously stopped these aggressions from occurring. If we had a more spiritual awakening on the planet as a whole, then they would have been authorized to do this. But right for now, they like the negative, have to follow the law of confusion. They have to work in secret so that our free will is preserved. Consider this as a functioning aspect of the global karma of this planet. and is a very viable measuring indicator for the degree of disharmony within people and peoples. So as long as we still have disharmony, they can't just come in and miraculously stop the wars from occurring. Find out more about glamorized violence and about how your society is so saturated with it. And when a war comes around for these negatives, it is simply like putting on an old pair of pants again and suddenly realizing how well they fit, so to speak. So this is what the negative likes. The war is comfortable. They like to be able to create spontaneous changes in our society using war as the vehicle to do that. And so we don't want the glamorized violence. We don't want the war. That's what they're saying. The men in the planning rooms, which is the negative, are very well aware of our existence. However, they do not realize the power and the capacity that we have to guard and to monitor these events. That is a mic drop moment. The DS knows they exist, but they are completely unaware that you're dealing with a being that's entirely on a higher dimensional level than the negative AI. It can totally knock it down like a toy soldier, no problem. There's nothing that can happen to stop this, folks. And that's where your faith comes in. This is coming through a 25-year time loop. They're showing you that they were seeing the future in 1999, and they're telling you, we got it under control, we can outthink them, we can see into the future. There's nothing they can do that we can't foresee. And we've got this. This is incredible. Again, the unfortunate truth, however, is that we do have to allow you to have your free will, hence the law of confusion. However, since we are at the end of your present cycle now in 2024, we must do everything in our power to stop those events that would create truly global disasters in your terms. And thus, if it does get right down to it, we will gladly risk our own lives to come in on our ships and stop the usage of nuclear devices so as to prevent the loss of this great Mother Earth and of our consciousness as a whole. Isn't that amazing? It almost makes you want to cry. Like they're sacrificing their own lives in order to save us from nuclear war. So all this stuff, the nuclear saber rattling is going on again. The UK says they either need to go into NATO or they need to have nukes. And then the Alliance says, well, they already have them. And so the war is coming, war is coming. No, they're telling us right now they're going to stop the nuclear war, even if they have to be killed to do it, which is wonderful. Thank you guys in the higher realms for that. Thank you for sacrificing for us. I really appreciate it. They will do everything in their power to stop global disasters. Believe that. Remember, according to the law of one, half of the people on your planet are from the planet that exploded, became the asteroid belt called Maldek or Lucifer, and thus they have already been through this cycle before, the cycle of destroying their own planet. Keep that in mind as hostilities rise, for you're going to see this is old karma playing itself out yet again. That's exactly what's happening with Israel and Iran, Ukraine and Russia. As the landowners convene in one location, wow, you do find that they will all be fighting over various small scraps of bread. This is prophetic of the strike that just happened, I believe, on BN's house, as we talked about earlier. The landowner, whoever did the strike, if you believe that it was the enemy, was hoping that he was in his house at the time they hit him. They were hoping the landowner would be in one location, and they're fighting over various small scraps of bread. Old karma that could destroy the planet is playing itself out yet again. Could it be that his house getting hit by a bomb is bad enough that he's so pissed off that now we got to blow up the whole planet? That's the implication. That's the way the negative works it. Well, he needs to get his revenge, and he needs to go after Iran, but then Iran is going to be supported, and they're going to want to hit back, and war is coming, war is coming, war is coming. So this is astoundingly prophetic, and it's more prophetic now than if I had unsealed it before, and I didn't even look at these readings again until I'd already titled the thing, War is Coming. So this is fascinating, absolutely fascinating. We're not going to be destroying our planet this time. As the landowners convene in one location, and this is what he keeps doing. We've already had the strikes against Hezbollah, against Hamas, all the top members, they're getting hit at home, they're in their location, and boom, they get bombed. So this is very, very prophetic. Think about the fact that the bullet train approaches very rapidly, and obviously they're talking about like motherships and Ascension and their own craft now. That's what they mean by bullet train, like the cigar-shaped craft. And it will indeed take those who are prepared into the higher realms. They're talking about their own craft. We cannot stress this enough. That is why we keep repeating ourselves over and over again. This is a wonderful ascension prophecy. But for the time being, let's focus on what we can do here today. So it doesn't seem possible that ascension could be real, but I'm here to help you understand that it actually is going to happen by having these prophecies that are dazzling, that bend through time and space to give us this incredible message. Focus on your own personal growth process, on the fact that despite distressing conditions, the real point of all the stuff that's happening is for you to move more in the direction of joy and service to others and of overthrowing selfish personality distortions that might have characterized your past. That's what it's all really about, folks. Remember, stone is truly visible to us as stone. It's a very hypnotic thing to say. And whither does the self become available when you are unwilling to see the results of your present orientation? Conflict and peacemaking has as its central issue the fact that the people themselves are causing their leaders to process this karma on a massive level. So let's unpack this a little bit. Stone is truly visible as stone. If your heart is of stone, if you're not loving enough, they can see that. And this hatefulness that we see in the public, in the wars that are taking place, in the fighting, in the deep state stuff, that is the projection of our own internal psychological distress. Now, in the last reading we unsealed from 25 years ago, last week, they said that our current negativity level is 54%, and it needs to go down to 50% before we have this global ascension event that everybody gets to participate in. And we all become the people who have been the most spiritual become superheroes. Many people will not. But if you've really been doing the right things and being a spiritual person, then you probably will get ascended abilities right away. So our collective karma is causing these wars to occur because we have to see the results of our present orientation. Whither does the self become available? The true self is the higher consciousness. It's this positive spiritual being of the universal creator that we're all a part of. So this is fascinating. Wars are the result of our collective projection on the mass level, of our individual negativity. As you make progress on yourself, as progress is made, and as there is a continual motion towards the alleviation of planetary distresses, you will find more and more crusaders for truth rising to the challenge of personal growth and not failing to see the import of their own actions. Each one of you holding your hand. This is fascinating. They're literally saying that they're holding our hands, they're leading us through this, and they're getting us to become truth crusaders who are going to alleviate planetary distress and rising to the challenge of our own personal growth, seeing how much of an action one person can have. I'm certainly living proof of that. There is a capacity for immense transformation on the personal level. That's ascension. This also has a trickle-down effect into that of the planet. And thus, if you are able to stay centered, calm, and serene, that's the key teaching, peacefulness, meditation, it does dramatically increase the available energy that we have to work to create changes upon your physical sphere. So what does this mean? We're going to be heading into some chaos. We're going to be heading into some distress, some massive disorder on the planet. They talked about this. They talked about wars. They talked about economic stuff. They said it's going to be over pretty quickly, but it's not going to look that way when it's happening. Most people are going to respond to this with fear, with negativity. They're going to get very sad. They're going to get angry. There's going to be fighting at home. Domestic violence is going to break out. People are going to be very upset. And what they're calling you upon right now to do is to not be one of those people, to stay positive, to have faith. They're demonstrating this 25-year time loop to you because you matter. If you can remain, as it says here, centered, calm, and serene, then these beings will dramatically increase the energy they have to knock down the toy soldiers and get us through this as quickly as possible. So I don't want you to think this is for somebody else. This is for you in your own life. As these prophecies that we're telling you about come true, please stay centered, calm, and serene. Do not fall for the fear. Do not descend into panic. Have a faith, have a trust in the positivity of the outcome, because that is where this is going, folks. With that said, let's go back to the slide. So think on these things, and we do remind you that you are loved more than you could ever possibly imagine. No further psychic explanation is necessary on that one. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. And he drops the mic. Okay. What do you guys think about this reading? I want to hear it from you guys now. We're at almost 6,500 people again. Yes, fireflies in the lighthouse, says Randy. What you believe will be. John Dark Orlean says he hasn't been to the hospital since 2015. Neither have I. Since well before that, actually. Thanks for the recognition, says Chris Turnbull. We are Truth Crusaders, says Stephanie Lund. Rose Kuliak says, let's go co-create good stuff together. I still don't understand why we get sick, says Fireflies in the Lighthouse. Between the smiley face and the heart, you can make a donation to help David, somebody said. Allison Pastel says they can see all of our chakras and our aura with their technology. So can the wealthy human elites. I don't know if that's really true. They don't really see your aura per se. The latter can be very jealous about our auras. That is true. Rising up to the challenge of our rivals, the eye of the tiger, says Michelle Silliman. And so let me read some more here. David, have you read the book Life and Teachings of the Masters of the Far East, featuring Jesus and Buddha? Yes, it's a fantastic book. It's well worth your time to read that book. This is awesome, says Sydney Mansfield. Our energy helps them help us, says Victoria. That's true. Is Lucifer, Maldek, or the planet Venus? I believe it's Maldek. The Holy Spirit is our guide. Faith over fear, says Lynn G. Love Gen 17 says dragons. That would be the Draco. I always knew that all is going to be the best divine way, says Gary Hyder Music. We can amplify love, says Clark Bowers. Liz Beth says, I'm loving that I'm sharing your writings with us. Well, I didn't really write this. This is time-looped prophecy. I'm psyched, says Todd Smith. Stay in your heart and you will sail through it, says Gail Collins. William Gronlund just donated. 7 Geometric Thoughts just donated. Can you explain why certain people associated with NDEs and light-based phenomenon hospice work can now non-locally communicate proof of soul through hotspots and other ways? That's actually off-topic. But yeah, I mean, there is a God. There is a universal creator, and telepathic communication can occur, and healing, hands-on healing can occur. Ed Creeder just donated. 17, War is Coming. Wanda Waters says, scriptures say love never fails. They have no weapons against love. JMC says, Homie the Clown. Haunted Historic Australia. Thank you, David. I always love tuning in. Are the banks close to reopening with quantum banking? I don't really know. I mean, that's anybody's guess. Maybe. Conspiratary says, this is the time, this is the place, so we look for the future, but not much love to go around. Tell me why this is a land of confusion. Classic Genesis song. Good stuff, David, says Cindy Sims. Have you read the book Nos Confuden about flat Earth? The Earth is not flat. I'm sorry to let you people down if you believe that. Metal Good says, what is a time loop prophecy? This means I used remote viewing protocols that supposedly have 99% accuracy. I brought it through in 99. I never transcribed it. It's not on the web. It was only something I had to listen to the tape, digitize it, and then translate it as of September 24th. I got it all done in the restaurant, and then I never looked at it again, and I only reread it with you now on the air. I mean, I read it enough this morning that I was able to get to the gist of what it's talking about. Let me see if I can get this right. Narada Parashara says, faith, 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 the higher powers have got this. D says, to quote Caddyshack, see your future, be your future, no, 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 da, 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 this is so true. Luckily, I don't have to take toxic crap. Never fear, Terry is still there drinking beer, LOL. Survive the lockdown, and the positive will survive this. People are really excited. They're really happy. And I thank you guys for being here. We're up to almost 6,500 people again. We do have people watching overseas, and when I took my pee break, we lost about 300 or 400 of them, but that's okay. Anyway, now let's get down to business, folks, because another part of the talk that everybody loves, and we're already at the 4-hour mark, which means I've only got maximum 1 more hour. I will not go beyond 5 hours. That's the most. Da-da-da-da! Drum roll, please. The latest shadow posts. Okay. So we've already been told that the Alliance is doing a sacred job to bring this to a conclusion with hopefully as little war as possible, and they're giving us briefings, and we want to follow those briefings. We want to find out what the heck is going on. The time loop is very exciting. Yes, I could have ended the show with this, but I never know how long these posts are going to take.
And so we kind of had the finale already, but now we have one more hour to play with. That's as much as I want to do. And that should be enough to get through these posts. So what are these posts exactly? I believe that this is the most authoritative voice of what I've been calling the Alliance, which does have all the classified UFO secrets. They are the Space Force. They are majestic. Pete Peterson told me about this in 2009, beginning then, that there was a group working to expose negative extraterrestrials, their agenda, that they work through human proxies. They have Satanism. They do really, really dark and horrific stuff. They want to drastically reduce how many people are on Earth, maybe to under 1 billion. They want to have us under total control. We're microchipped. If you resist them, they cut your money off. It's digital currency. If you resist them, there's an electric shock that brings you to your knees. Maybe you crap yourself. It's essentially a digital slave planet. We're all now nano-chipped. That has not happened yet. Nothing that anybody has received has got nanites in it, as far as I know. And Uncle Jack, the Australian insider, told me that doesn't happen until they get the population way down. It's a living injection. It's not the same as what anybody's ever had. We've not had that yet. Because once you get it, you transform into a being that can jump 30 feet, and your whole body is held together with nanites, and you essentially could change into any form that you want. They're not going to give us that. The ETs, the negative ETs, are not going to give us that until and unless they win the war first, which would mean they would have to enslave us on our own free will, using, as we said in the Law of One quote from session 16, using their own human proxies. See, I can talk fast, but I don't want to do it all the time, because then people go, oh, it's like too much, man, too much. Sorry about that. But yeah, I can deliver the heat, man. I can deliver the speed. I just don't need to. So anyway, yeah, it's fascinating that this is all leading to Ascension, but what's happening on the ground? How is it going to go week by week? What is going to happen in November? What are the hints that the Alliance is giving us? This is very exciting, very relevant information. This, again, is the premier source of briefings that we have, I believe. You can look it up on X, and I highly recommend that you do. Some of these posts have had 6.5 million views. You're going to see that. It's incredible. So without further ado, let's unpack what they've got to say and how it relates to the big picture as it unfolds week by week. What are we going to see? When are these things going to happen? I'm on the edge of my seat, so let's get into it. Okay, the first one I gave is from a little bit more than a week ago, but I had to go farther back than that. I mean, I did miss 3 weeks, I guess, of posts, and I feel really bad to the Alliance. I want to apologize to them. If they were watching me last night, they know I didn't have time to do any more slides than just the last week, plus a little bit further back. So here's the first one that I started with. They're actually saying that children were dressing up as a certain type of juke doll at these parties about the rapper who was just arrested. This is very disturbing stuff. And it says here, this is a witness who is one of the whistleblowers. An attendee at one of these infamous parties claims that there were children there dressed as juku dolls, complete with wearing lipstick, in rooms where these drug-fueled things were taking place. According to her, the phones were confiscated by security upon arrival, and one of the rapper's sons was responsible for recruiting young people for these wild parties in designated areas. Well, that's pretty disturbing, because it sounds very dark, doesn't it, if it's complete with lipstick? So then, I guess I didn't catch 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Sorry about that. Then we have a victim of this guy who's in the race, and he threatened the victim with deportation if the victim spoke. This is insane. He allegedly threatened a foreign exchange student with deportation if he exposed the truth about the crime that took place. He is being accused of grooming this person, making inappropriate advances, inappropriate touching, and even attempting to convince the student that he had a certain orientation, all while attempting to create assault. Oh my God. The mainstream media is refusing to interview this victim and others who want to speak out. Red Pill 78 was brave enough to vet him out and allow him to share his story. And this is not the only one. There's several of these now. So, you know, there's been some concern that one of them might have been debunked. I saw that just today. I don't know if this is the one or if it was somebody else, but Where there's smoke, there's fire, folks. And this is actually going to turn out to be true, I believe. It's still an allegation. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. But I asked my father, had you heard anything about this on TV? He said, absolutely not. I had no idea that there were any allegations of the guy running for vice, and vice in more than one way, right? I had no idea that these allegations existed. Well, they do. They're out there. Maybe it's not true, but it's out there. 746,000 views. And I didn't get the time on that one either, I guess. Sorry about that. But all the rest of them I unpacked with the time thing. Then we see 45 is going to appear on The Experience. And that's got more viewers than any other show in the media. It's the biggest show in the world. He just confirmed he'll be joining Joe on the world-renowned podcast, the #1 show globally with a staggering 3 billion listeners. Oh my God. That's half the planet almost, right? And millions of subscribers across various platforms. This explosive episode is set to be one for the history books. I can't wait for that. That's going to be very exciting. Very, very exciting. Half the planet's going to be watching. Wow. That's going to sway things even more. 120,000 views. And 43 seconds, I guess I forgot that one too. Sorry, I did this very last minute. We'll get to all the rest of these later. The military will be used to create a peaceful process, as it said here. We already read that one before. The enemy within is the greatest enemy we face. They're going to make sure that the military keeps everything peaceful in November. As it says right here, election in response to the warning, the military will be used against the enemy within. Wow. Okay. That only had 30,000 views, and he said in the video it should be very easily handled by the National Guard or, if necessary, by the military. Then we see this alleged person who tried to commit murder having all these photographs with high-profile people. This is very, very strange. His name was Vern. He was caught with multiple illegal firearms and fake press passes just feet away from the rally that 45 was having at Coachella. In an alleged attempt that he was going to make, he was released on only $5,000 bail. What's the harm in that? Oh my God. What's more alarming is he was recently seen in close proximity to other high-profile figures, including Vivek Ramaswamy, Newt Gingrich, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and, of course, 45, as you see in some of these pictures. So this is very creepy, right? He claims he's misunderstood, whatever, but like, why did he end up with all these people? That's very creepy. The video is 60 seconds long, and this is the first time I started jumping on that stuff. Sorry, I missed the rest of them. It leads us to post number 60. These posts originally came through in 2017 and 2018. It extended through to about 2021. There's a total of 5,000 of them. They came right from the Alliance, and it's associated with, as you guys know, if you've been watching this for a long time, this particular letter of the alphabet. Yeah, that's right. It means military intelligence. The 17th letter. We've all heard that before. It actually was true. The media tried to debunk it, but it's really actually very serious. So post number 60 is an important orientation about them, where it says you can count the people who know the full plan that we're going to do on 2 hands. It's less than 10 people. So 10 is too high. And of those less than 10, so it could be 9 or 8 or something, only 3 of the 9 or 8 or however many it is are non-military. The rest are all military people. Why is this relevant? Game theory. Outside of a potential operator who has been dialed in with orders specific to their mission, nobody else has the information, and operators never divulge. So this is an important point. There's not a lot of people who know about this, and they're never going to reveal the plan. So anybody out there who says that they're an insider and they know what's going on, no, they don't. The top people are never going to talk, and they're only going to give you information through the channels I'm using. If anybody acts like they know what's going on, they really don't. Sorry, it's just true. You can get briefings, yes, there's some information leaking out here and there, and I myself admitted to my father yesterday, I am confused. The law of confusion is still in effect. These 8 or 9 people are not talking to me directly. I don't know what they're going to do. Only the top people know. Most of them are military. Only 3 of them are not. That's a very important point. Then we have another victim allegedly come forward. This is crazy. He's facing formal accusations of premeditated assault after he took this individual
to a local concert. The student accused him of grooming him and having things happen, and he's now decided to come forward publicly. Adding to the controversy, the campaign was reportedly informed about this, but they did nothing. They don't care. They don't care. This is part of their culture. Hillary's recent warning about an October surprise now makes perfect sense. They found out that this was going to happen. Oh my gosh, he's got this very dirty history. And then we see that the victim actually, this particular victim, came out with certifiable details about bodily features. A new public statement from one of the alleged victims, because again, there's multiple, and this is true, you're going to learn about all this stuff, claims he was not the only one, that there are more individuals set to come forward. One of them came forward and apparently was fake. I don't think that's the one they're talking about here. But some people got burned bringing somebody out who wasn't real and was talking about this. So that can happen. The accuser provided specific details about the body, including a raised scar on the chest, a Chinese symbol tattoo on the upper thigh, and a small scar on the left arm. The victim is now planning to hire an attorney, pursuing full legal action, further alleging that this relationship ended in '96. And according to blah, 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 this statement was provided by the victim. I don't want to say that out loud. There you go, 1.5 million views. That's bigger than a lot of the media. So you're not going to hear this on television, are you, Dad? But hey, I told you on the phone yesterday, this is what's going on. I was building these slides while we were having our conversation, actually. So it was easy to talk to him about it because I was putting these slides in. Then we have new lawsuits against our favorite rapper, whose name is somewhat like the Riddler. And he loves to wear pink. Imagine that. New lawsuits have emerged against him, accusing him of doing things to women and other people. During one of his infamous white parties in the Hamptons, he did some pretty bad stuff. The lawsuits claim he promised this teenager a career and demanded that he do certain things as part of the exchange. Don't you want to break into the business, he said. Oh my God. Is it really that bad? The casting couch? Yep, it really is. Sorry. And this is all stuff that we're going to be learning. It's very, very sad. And there you see the whole thing. And how many views did he get there? A lot. It's hundreds of thousands. Then I forgot to cut to the bottom on that one. But again, I was working really fast. A popular children's game decides that you should sell your soul to the devil. They work it right into the game. It's part of what you have to do to play the game. Controversial new update in Fortnite, popular game among children, now gives you the option to sell your soul to a demonic figure who, as you can see here, looks like the devil. Imagine that. To unlock certain perks and access a specific character, you must navigate to the underworld section of the map and then give up your health. You have to sacrifice blood, i.e. health, to this negative force. It triggers an eerie animation where your character appears to strike a deal with a devil-like figure. And here is a shot of the video game in the background doing this. Now, is this really just ah ha ha ha, it's just fun, it's just funny, it's just a joke? No. This is deadly serious. This is what their culture is. They want you thinking this way. And so you can see right here from the video game, they're trying to get children hip to the idea of selling your soul to the devil. I mean, they're so on the nose. They're out of time. They're coming out of the cosmic closet. They want you to know who they really are, what they're really up to, and they want you to think that it's funny and cool to sell your soul. Well, I don't really have a soul anyway, do I? I don't know. Yeah, you better think about that before you go making a decision like that. I mean, it's not eternal, but hell is not a fun place to go. Let's put it that way. You get tortured, it's pretty nasty. It's very nasty. So 40 seconds on the video leads us to post number 40, which was where they were talking about letters of the alphabet, and these letters, 4, 10, 20, would be DJT. And so this was a sign that he was personally involved in developing this plan. He might not be one of the top 8 or 9 people. He might not know everything, but he knows an awful lot. And he's also, of course, non-military. So that ties in with other posts where they use the 4, 10, 20 code. And now it's like, oh, so he is directly involved, and he did speak through these posts that started in 2017. Very important point. Okay, next one. A rapper named Bow Wow is really sad about the arrest because he actually enjoyed himself at these things. Maybe he didn't know what was really going on. I don't know. He's frustrated over the imprisonment, expressing that he misses the parties and views this rapper as the gatekeeper of their entire culture. When Bow Wow was 15 years old, he was being introduced to older women and encouraged to quote-unquote have fun. Like the eyebrow action, I can get in on that? Get in on that shit? Oh, yeah. His parents placed their trust in this rapper when he was only 10 years old, and I'm sure nothing illicit or crazy or weird ever happened between these two guys. It was all above board, right? Yeah, of course. There we go. 140 seconds on that video gives us post 140, which is a very important thing about the triangle, that there's 3 of them. Wealth over generations buys power. Power over generations buys more wealth and control, and that in turn buys countries and its people. They're calling the families combined TRI, and this is synonymous with the idea of the NWO. The inner families will collapse. What is the keystone? What nation, which they then say SA, Saudi, right? What nation dominates all the others? What nation has influence over most of the others? Apparently they have a lot of stuff on people they could pull out. What is the keystone? Return to SA. Strings have been cut. Puppets' strings have been cut off in the shadows. Each side of the triangle, which is TRI, or triangle, as I said earlier, each side of the triangle controls a certain subset of power brokers. And later on, they're going to tell you what the 3 sides are. And I believe it's Roth, Soros, and Saudi, okay, just so that we're clear. Each side of the triangle controls a certain subset of power brokers. This is different than what most people hear about now. There's a Muslim side. There's one side of the triangle is Muslim. Power brokers are also labeled as puppets and servants. What is the NWO? Why did he receive a sword dance when he visited Saudi? What does this mean culturally? Why is this relevant? What occurred there? Well, there was an overthrow, and I wrote about this at the time it happened. The strings got cut, as they said. MBS, or Mohammed bin Salman, is actually not working for the negative, apparently. He's working for the alliance. They've said that many times. So that whole side of the triangle got cut off by multiple arrests that happened back in 2017 that were all initiated by MBS. That is a statistical fact that I wrote about in one of my articles. How did he remove one side of the pyramid? Well, this was what happened in SA. What did he receive when he was visiting China? Where did he dine? What is the significance? That I don't know, but we can find out later. What if China and the other countries, I'll try to be circumspect here, are coordinating to eliminate the NWO? It doesn't mean necessarily the CCP. It doesn't necessarily mean the people you see on the surface. But inside these countries, apparently, our supposed adversaries, there's actually really great stuff going on that's going to save the planet. And that's really wonderful news for everybody. So we're at 4 hours and 13 minutes. We are going to finish well before 5 o'clock, I think, at the rate I'm going. But let's keep going. What if they're all coordinating to eliminate this negative group? Wouldn't that be great? Who really controls NK? Well, isn't that interesting? It's part of the negative, I guess. Who controls several agencies within the US, EU, and abroad? Why is no such agency so vital? That would be the alliance. Enormous scale of events currently ongoing. Why is Russia bringing down ISIS? This is not easy to accept or believe. Crumbs make bread. Operations are active. And this is very important for right now. Joint missions are underway, and the world is fighting back. Refer back to the graphic. As I said to Dad, it's called The Awakening or The Great Awakening. And then we got Snow White, Iron Eagle, and Jason Bourne. Okay, so then she's thinking she's going to go on Joe Rogan, and in the immortal words of the fish man from Star Wars, Admiral Akbar, it's a trap! Joe Rogan can be very, very, very sassy. He can set you up. I would not recommend that she do this at all. If she thought Brett Baer was bad, whoa. You get in that chair for 2 hours, he starts smiling. He's this big, huge freaking guy. His body is massive, right? He's intimidating just to be in front of him, I would imagine. And yeah, I have seen him really go after people. He was a skeptic in the past. He would go after people that believed in UFOs in the past. You know, when Steven Tyler was on his show, Steven was standing up for me. And Joe was like, I don't know about David Wilcock. Now I think he has a different view, but again, he's not going to bring me on the show right now. What I do is too out of the box, and maybe later that will happen. I'd be glad to appear, but I'm not expecting anything. So if she thinks she can go on the show and get positive results, I would say just turn and frickin' run. He is going to mop the floor with you. And it's going to be glorious if she actually is crazy enough to do it. It'll be glorious. He's going to have so much fun. Democratic nominee may soon join the popular podcaster Joe Rogan for an interview as this campaign enters the final phase. Her team recently met with his staff to discuss a potential appearance. With her poll numbers plummeting, she appears increasingly desperate and is trying to use the same tactics as 45 to regain momentum. So yeah, go ahead and, they even show you the smile on his face here. Go ahead and try it. I mean, yeah, it would be great. Forget everything I said. Forget everything I just said. Go do it. It's going to be awesome. All right? I promise you nothing will happen. It's a trap! His fish smell, right? Don't you love that? All right. Anyway, I wouldn't do it if I was her. That is a certain death. He is excellent at popping people's bubble. MSNBC accuses, oh my God, talk about projection, right? I can't even read the rest, but you see it. Joy Reid is accusing the supporters of attempting to change the outcome in 24 after the media announced that results from the swing states are, of course, right? Well, we have to. It's going to take several days. We won't know right away. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's just wonderful. I'm sure everybody's going to be really psyched about you guys taking several days so that you can try to mess with it as much as possible. She further claims that 45 is not running a traditional campaign, but just like what they're doing, trying to incite civil war. And then she goes on to claim that a second insurrection is on the horizon through the use of military force. Well, who told her to say this stuff? That's what they want. They want that war to take place, guys. That's the whole point. The video is 3 minutes and 37 seconds, which is 217 seconds. And then they say the words clowns in America, and you can figure out what that is just by looking at the first letters. Oh, that's who's really behind what she's saying. That's what they're telling us. How will we ever connect these things, it says. God damn it, one more clue. Sounds like Angry Daddy. Okay, next. We have an influencer on this platform that, again, please, if you're posting these videos on X, do whatever you can so I don't have to hear that stupid sound. Cut the end off, cut the volume, please. I hate it. I mean, it actually is like it makes me very angry if I miss one and that sound hits my ears, because I have really good speakers on this laptop and it's much louder than the video was, and all of a sudden it's this explosion of sound. I'm like, Gah! Anyway, I've said my piece again. I'm never, ever going to do anything on this platform. I doubt it. I hate it. I hate it. And it's 4:20 right now. It's 4:20, mate. Just relax a little bit. Stop walking about, talking about all these things that you're never going to do, mate. You know you're not going to be on TikTok, mate. You hate that thing. That's right. I hate the vertical, everything about it. I just freaking hate it. I'm sorry. If you love it, I'm sorry. Please delete that sound, whatever you can do. I cannot stand it. So I made a little joke here about clonier. Instead of Kanye, we're calling him clonier because she thinks he's a clone. I don't know if this is really true. They probably put this out just for fun. Kristen has sparked controversy by claiming that celebrities are being cloned, and she believes Kanye was replaced by one of them. According to her, these dark, shadowy groups had him cloned because he was exposing too many of their secrets. She added that no one dares to speak out about this because doing so could cost their life. She also revealed that TikTok deleted her video discussing his alleged clone. That doesn't mean that this is true. However, and wait a minute, we got 1.6 million views. We got a 60-second video. We'll read post number 60. Oh, that's the one talking about less than 10 people know the truth again. Wow. I have heard about cloning, and apparently it does happen, and apparently they do clone world leaders, so it is possible. I have had briefings on this. Maybe that's what they're alerting us to. I don't know if they did it to him or not, but there's
plenty of times in the past where Kanye was performing and he'd have these masks over his entire face. And the mannequin thing is in a lot of music videos, and that means that you have a blank slate. They can program you. They can manipulate you with hypnosis. So I don't even know if they would need to clone him. They would just basically hypnotize him and change his programming. You know, that could be. But cloning is possible. Anything is possible. This could be real. So don't dispute it absolutely. Here's the next one. The FBI says, we're just too busy to investigate Prince Andrew and any connections he might have had with others. Moving right along as quickly as possible. They officially dropped their investigation into Andrew's ties to others, at least until new evidence emerges. But this investigation, which also implicates other high-profile people, has been slow-walked for ages. The hours spent on it have dwindled, and now they're claiming they're just too busy to look into what might have happened. The agents and attorneys who have been working tirelessly on this case for years are frustrated, but upper-level officials, they're simply not cooperating or interested in the matter. 171,000 views. Now we have even more victims. Dad's never going to hear this, not if you're watching TV. You got to get on X. Coming forward and actually filing lawsuits. The allegations have taken yet another wild turn. The story is growing more shocking by the day. According to @C, who spoke with @D whistleblower, the source seems credible. This person revealed he's pursuing legal action and claims he has additional victims with substantial evidence, including journals, original letters, and documents. Oh my God. The photos and evidence might come out in the next few days. This hasn't happened yet, but it probably will. And his account was also suspended for 3 days. That's a pretty good sign that you're onto something. And then we got 278 seconds, 4 minutes and 38. Post 278. Hillary tried to cut a deal today, and we said no. Isn't that interesting? They've never used that one before. That's a new one. So what are they saying? That Tim might try to cut a deal, and they're going to say no. Boy, I don't envy him at all, man. I don't envy him at all. Then another accuser of the rapper claims that certain chemicals were used, and he wasn't even above, he was only 16 at the time. It's really sad. A man who is making accusations of something that happened when he was only 16 released a photo of the two of them together at one of the infamous parties. His face has been concealed for his privacy, so there's evidence for you. The Alliance has the evidence. He claims the assault took place in 1998, alleging that the rapper would coat the victims in lotion or body oil that had GBH, which could be absorbed through the skin, and then they wouldn't remember anything. They get all drugged out, and they're easier to take advantage of. 1.8 million views. So this is going to break into our reality big time, folks. Then we see good old Z saying now he wants to be at war with everybody, including North Korea and Iran. Let's just throw them all in together. He's had a mental breakdown, so it seems, announcing that they're now at war with all these other entities as well. In a stark warning to his government, he urged swift action to bolster their defenses, suggesting that without immediate efforts, their allies will have no interest in peace by next year. And he claims he has a strategy to defeat Russia. So what did we say? You know, war is coming, war is coming, war is coming. And maybe it's true. Maybe we've heard that some North Koreans might be sent in there. And so he just wants to go all out because, again, they're losing and they need a huge distraction, folks. That's what this is about. 150,000 views, 128-second video leads us to post number 28, which is huge. So we're only going to read the top and the bottom. It says, coordinated efforts to misdirect, guide to reading the crumbs necessary to continue. Attached graphic is correct. The graphics are vital. And then it says, you know, the 3 letters, you can see them in brackets, which would be clowns in America, is, and then below that it says here, this is another important point, disinformation is real, disinformation is necessary. Learn to distinguish between relevant and non-relevant news. The Alliance themselves have to give us disinformation sometimes, so they're making that point again. Then at the end of this thing, after it says the clowns are here, and then it says pray in brackets, so they're making that announcement again. What is a spell? Who is asleep? That would be most of the world who hasn't awakened yet. Watching television for news. It's not going to help you. Dissemination, attention on deck. There is an active war on your mind. Be prepared. Yes, get your supplies ready. That's what they're telling you now. Operations are underway. Operators are active. Find the keystone. And they had just mentioned the keystone before. Remember that? Moves and countermoves they never thought she would lose. Snow White, Godfather, Iron Eagle. Then they talk about the lip reading of this event, that the shadow presidency is at its end. At the Ethel Kennedy Memorial Service, the boss was visibly upset, looking deeply concerned about something. It seems the shadow presidency has come to an end. 3.2 million views. Wow. And if you ever saw the parody video of this, it's disrespectful, but it is also hilarious. 44 seconds on the video leads to post 44, which is the classic message about something's going to come up on Friday that will be an important message, and they're going to repeat this again a little later. So be looking for what's going to happen this coming week. This is going to be a huge week. By Friday, I believe game-changing things will occur, so be on the lookout for that. That's what they're telling us. Was this boy band star's death really just an accident? That's the next thing. It was very tragic and sad. From One Direction, his name was Liam Payne. He reportedly died after falling from the third floor of a hotel in Argentina. Just yesterday, the day before this happened, allegations surfaced that he had forced his ex-girlfriend, who was only 19, to have to go through something horrible, and it sparked widespread outrage. Now questions are swirling about whether his fatal fall was an accident or something more sinister, because they don't want all the negative baggage. His handlers don't want this baggage. Let's just get rid of him. Last thing we need is another huge scandal off of one of our top boy bands. So let's just get rid of him, right? That's probably what happened, with many noting the strange timing of the incident. He was also well known for messaging certain individuals on social media. And you can see it again on the top right. Concerns about his online behavior. Hey, let's just get rid of him. That's one way to solve it. That's probably what happened. 1.8 million views, 31 seconds, and this is a very important one. World stalemate, we've read this before. We have all the goods, this is the alliance, all the goods on everyone else. That's part of the reason why some things tying back to foreign heads of state will remain classified, not all. We are in one of the most critical times of our country. 45 and others are working to balance the good that we're doing for America. At the same time, we are purifying the government and removing bad actors who are entrenched, just like the harvest metaphor. There's so much string pulling and blackmail that we need to cut these off to truly gain the power granted to us by the patriots and hardworking people of this great country. So again, the theory that the length of the video corresponds to a certain post, it keeps on bearing fruit over and over and over again, as you can see right here. So I'll give you a chance to look at this, and I'm going to pop some food in my mouth because I'm starting to get hungry. This is fantastic. Next is about his evil laugh from the same boy band dude. Imagine how traumatic this would be. The same guy who died after falling from the third floor of a hotel once shared a chilling encounter involving Jay-Z and the other guy. He recalled his evil laugh that left him deeply unsettled and admitted that this one rapper in particular was far more intimidating than anyone might imagine. You see the views? 6.1 million views. Nobody in the media is doing that. That's huge. That's freaking huge. Wouldn't it make sense that if somebody's evil laugh is far more evil than you could imagine, that's because he's practicing this kind of stuff and he's involved in this kind of stuff and you can feel the seething evil coming off of this dude? Yes, that's what I think we're seeing here. 67 seconds leads us to this post, which again is huge. And I'm running out of time, but we'll read it. Where is John? Where is Tony? Did one or both of them escape the country and get let out? Where is B.O.? Where was he yesterday? What is the difference between commercial and private security clearance for departure? Who is the head of the TSA? So they're basically talking about these guys are on the run. They're on the run, and this was what was happening at the time. We're going to probably see a lot more of this, which is why they brought it up now. Okay. How does HS, Homeland Security, interact with TSA? What party are they contributing to? What updated protocols were put in place to prevent inbound, outbound sea level targets? what local airports in proximity to D.C., what happened with all aircraft after the event in 2001, they were grounded, who was authorized to depart. Only one plane was authorized during the mandatory forced grounding, which probably was OBL, by the way, as we've heard before. Who specifically authorized this? What airport did it take place at? Why is it relevant? How does it tie together? His plane had a military escort and was diverted and forced down for a short delay. This will be leaked. Watch the news, have faith. So they're telling us that these people are going to try to escape again. We can expect this happening in the very near future. And we're back up to 6,400 views, which is just phenomenal. I mean, thank you guys for being here and hanging with me. We're at the 4.5 hour mark, and we're getting pretty close to the end. Okay. What fake news anchor will not be on the air tonight? Why is this relevant? What was stated in the past? Well, I don't know who that is now that they're talking about, but it's interesting. The media is going to start breaking down. Where did $18 billion go from this individual and why? Could it be used by bad actors for escapes, bribes, rogue contractors for murders, etc.? Slush fund. The U.S. government seize, stop, and track other slush funds to prevent or create risk to operate. Why did J.K., Jared Kushner, I guess, travel to Saudi recently? What are they known for? Apparently negative things, as we've heard. Where do the biggest donations originate from? Apparently them. Why is this relevant? It keeps them in control. They were one side of the triangle. What else is relevant with them? Are they a safe harbor? Yes, apparently. Port of transfer? Yes, for trafficking. Why was there a recent smear campaign against Jared and 45? Why is that timing important? Who released the article? This is the DS fighting back. What they call themselves is Wizards and Warlocks. That's one of the names for the Alliance. The Council cannot be defeated. Nice view up here. Very interesting, huh? So there's a lot of stuff going on, folks, to say the least. And then we find out that this boy band dude destroyed his laptop before he fell. And they put it in quotation marks. Bizarre post on his Instagram featured symbols looking similar to code words that we've already identified. Notice the eye with the swirl in the top. That's the main one. And there's another eye below that that also has a swirl in it. He was seen destroying his laptop in the hotel lobby before he, quote-unquote, fell out of the window. He was seen destroying his laptop. Maybe they forced him to do that, and then they forced him out the window. That's what the implication is. They don't want this evidence getting out there. Isn't that weird? It's so sad. I feel bad for the guy, honestly. One pic can prove, they say, nothing's going to stop what's coming. If one picture can prove that, this is the one. And you can see they look really, really freaked out. 500,000 views here. It is coming, folks. And it's not going to be a bad thing. It's going to be a good thing. Then good old Z says either NATO or nukes, one or the other. What a deal, huh? What a great set of choices. He seems to have lost control, now accusing Korea, Iran, Russia, and China of all teaming up against him. And remember, war is coming. He's issued an ultimatum. Either he becomes a NATO member, which gives him nukes, or he gets nukes. How convenient, right? How convenient. NATO Secretary General Rutte has confirmed that Ukraine, you like how I did that? You like that style? Oh, yeah. Has confirmed that they will soon be the 33rd member. The magic number again. Wow. It's starting to look like, wink, wink, because we already know this is where this is going, folks. It's starting to look like they're gearing up for a full-scale war ahead of the elections. War is coming, war is coming, war is coming. They want to create a world war. Let's throw everybody together. Let's say they're all involved in the same thing. We got to fight all of them at the same time. It's not going to go that way. Anthony Schlepp says 6,700. David has quite the following. Oh, snap, it's Sunday. It's David Wilcock's fun day. Thank you very much for that, Anthony. That's really funny and great. We're just about done. I want to keep going. I don't want to do 5 hours if I can avoid it. So then, right again, it says it's starting to look like they're gearing up for a full-scale war ahead of the elections. And then we got 200,000 views, 54 seconds, post 54. This is a Bible quote. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope in a future. And we also just had Michael in a 25-year time loop specifically saying that these human ETs will
lay down their lives, if need be, to stop a nuclear war. It's very heroic. The time loop was totally calibrated to the present. We are not going to have these things last a long time. It's not going to last 6 months. We may have economic problems. We may have an upheaval. There may be a crash, but it's going to be over quickly. And these higher beings are so powerful that whatever the deep state's trying to do, they can knock it down like a toy soldier. It's nothing. So we're going to be okay. And I want you to have faith in this. I don't want you to feel upset. Miles Irvin, that's very flattering. Look at this. He says, I almost hate to say this, David, but you are akin to a national treasure. Someday this will be recognized. In the meantime, Colin McGeezer, mate. Well, thank you very much there, Miles Irvin. I certainly appreciate your help. And I'm happy to go into character a bit and be Colin McGeezer for just a minute. If I'm a national treasure, mate, I want to be for Australia, mate. Screw America. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, mate. But I do love it down under, mate. We've got lots of great things. We've got swamplands. We've got forest. We've got tide pools with these beautiful, fluffy creatures in there. We've got these tropical fish, mate. Australia's amazing. We've got wallabies, kangaroos. We've got huge huntsman spiders that crawl all over you, mate. It's a wonderful place. Thank you for that. That's a very honorable thing to say. The Alliance seems to agree. I think I'm going to be drawn into very big stuff in the future, and I look forward to it. I will serve to the best of my capacity. I want to make the military's tools more modern, more affordable. That's why we're doing these things with Stavati. That's why we're doing planes like this. This is our SM-39. We also have, as I can show you here, we also have the SM-31, which is training aircraft, close air support, gets up in the air really fast. And here's another model of another plane we got. This one is the SM-100, which is a firefighting aircraft. It can hold more fire retardant than any other plane, and it costs a third the price. So we really do want to bring the prices down. It's going to save our country billions and billions and billions of dollars. And again, I support the military, which is why I want to help it be more affordable with better technology that can protect us better. It's a very important part of what we're doing. There are billions and billions of dollars that we can save. So the Alliance is telling us here that we're going to be fine. Know the plans I have for you. You will not be harmed. You will have hope in the future. Next. Good old Uncle Ron warns that force will be used against U.S. citizens. That could happen in limited areas, but I think the Alliance has got it covered. She falsely claimed that 45 plans to turn the American military against its own people. That's not what it is. It's against the enemy within, which is not the people. It's something entirely different, okay? Meanwhile, Ron issued a stark emergency warning about a DoD defensive, allowing military defense intelligence components to use lethal force against American citizens if requested, oh my God, by state or local law enforcement. Basically, use the military against anybody they don't like. It's known as 5240.01, coming 1 month before an election widely expected to trigger chaos and civil unrest. And you think they would say widely expected for no reason? No, they know. They already know that it will trigger, this is an important wording, go look at it again, it will trigger chaos and civil unrest. Why? Because it's not going to go their way. They said she has zero chance of winning. War is coming. So this is it, folks. It's no more time to prepare. You got to get your stuff together. You got to get your water. You got to get your food. You got to be ready because we're not waiting anymore. And I'm excited about that. I don't want to wait anymore. Let's get the show on the road. Whatever it's going to be, I'm tired of waiting. Let's do this, okay? Next, we see 3 minutes, 11 seconds, 191 seconds. Post 191 is showing the Pope's audience hall looking like a snake pit. Sure enough, you've got the scales, you've got the weird eyes, and you've got the fangs inside that green box. Again, showing that there is a reptilian component to this. They're honoring the snake, they're honoring the Draco, they're honoring the dragon, they're honoring their overlords. They're actually running things, and it's right there, man. They put it right into the hall, and there he is in the middle speaking over this really crazy thing that has this reptilian-headed man in the middle. It's very small inside the green box, but It's all this crazy stuff. It's all, convoluted looking, and there's a human in the middle with a big reptilian skull. It's crazy. Why did they do this? Well, because they're showing you who they really are. Then we have a lip reader who added to the intrigue of that captured footage we saw. And the lip reader reveals panic behind the scenes, where they are both admitting that she is a weak candidate. And B.O., who played a key role in ousting the other guy as the front runner, reportedly says in the lip read he has a plan to boost her chances, but he needs more time to execute it. What is his plan? Well, again, they said war is coming, war is coming, war is coming. If you have an emergency, make her the president, and then you can keep her in there indefinitely. Because, we couldn't possibly have anybody voting right now. It's just much too scary. So, again, this coming week, let's just all, I'm going to do a mass meditation here in a minute. Let's all hope for the best, okay? I really do. 44 seconds leads us to post number 44. Again, saying something is going to happen by Friday, giving you the big warning it's going to head that way. Awakened Light Warrior, do we need to take our cash out of any various banks? I would say have some cash on hand, but no, please don't do bank runs. Just have paper statements that can back up what you got. If all you've got is stuff online, then print your statement. If you only have online statements, go online, print out your monthly statements. You can download them as PDFs, print them out. That's almost as good. But no, hoarding a bunch of cash is not going to help you. But I would say if you can have $2,000 to $5,000 on hand, that's good. If you have silver, that's even better. I've got a good chunk of silver here in lots of little coins. Anders Totten says, holy crap, he's still live. Yes, we're at 4 hours and 41 minutes. We're almost done. Clay Jackson just donated. Thank you very much. Put holes in your lawn. Their high heels will trip them down, says Peter Nuss. Boy for Love says, it's the war within. Next show at the Denver airport. No, definitely not. I'm doing it right here at home. I'm staying here. I'm not going anywhere again, especially after I got so sick. 3 weeks of extreme COVID, fevers, body aches, frickin' nausea, it was bad, you guys. I was so tired, I could not function. I'm so glad that I have most of my health back now. I'm really glad that we could talk today. We're just about done here. We're getting to the end of these. Let's keep going. Thank you for being here. You guys are awesome. Okay, next. So Friday, something big's going to happen. 157 arrests in a trafficking ring connected to the place in Florida. Can you even believe it? If you've been reading me and listening to me, then yes, you should believe it. So we have an employee of this organization starting with D and over 150 others, including illegals, all arrested in a major undercover trafficking operation, also rescued 4 potential victims. It was dubbed Operation Autumn Sweep, a 5-day multi-agency investigation, led to 157 arrests, including individuals caught soliciting people online and attempting to meet them in person. Among those arrested was a theme park custodian. Are you surprised at this point? No. This is showing you big stuff is getting ready to happen. It's all the crap is gonna roll downhill, but it also rolls uphill. It rolls all the way up to the top. And people who are not ready for this, like my dad, they're gonna go into a total ontological shell shock state, because every time I try to tell him what's gonna happen, he gets really freaked out. He doesn't want to talk about it. He's scared of it. He says, that sounds really scary. Well, yeah, but what's even scarier is if the Alliance didn't do this. If they don't do it, it's a lot worse than if they do. Don't be afraid of the military. Don't be afraid of what they're doing. The alternative is far, far worse. These people want to give you little political, gifts that you think means that your side is winning. But believe me, if they got what they wanted, this planet would turn into hell on earth. Like you cannot imagine. We cannot let that happen. The Alliance is not going to let that happen. We are going to be fine, folks. So again, thank you for your support. We're 6,400 holding strong this late in the game. It's amazing. And then we got 2.8 million views. 1 minute, 26 seconds is 86. And here we go. Finally, correct reference. The Bloody Wonderland is SA and Alice in Wonderland signatures, which is HC as it says above. So there you go. Study. This is important. Now we know what they mean by Alice in Wonderland and the Bloody Wonderland. Alice is Hillary. The Wonderland is Saudi. And so there used to be a really big thing going out of there. They were one side of the triangle. They had incredible power. And that side got knocked out thanks to Mohammed bin Salman. which is good. Then Elon got all sassy against Kamala in Pennsylvania. Speaking to a crowd, he called Joe and the puppets, he called them all puppets and said they're dependent on their teleprompters to function. And then he claimed that they have numerous puppet masters, all of whom were clients of said individual. That is a very, very bold thing to do. So thank you, Elon, for being so bold and having such a sassy mouth. And then we got 49 seconds, which leads us to post number 49. Follow Senator Grassley. What's different this week? What do you notice? Why does he have a higher amount of security detail? Why are they held in a secure location? When did this start? What has been different this week? Uranium One FBI informant. Are there secret sessions underway? This is talking about stuff that's already going on in the alliance now, secret sessions. How could this be discovered? What must be reported even if filed under state secrets? It's a name recognized around the world, Alice in Wonderland. They just defined that the last time around, and then they have a mention of it again. So this is letting you know that there's all this undercover stuff going on that's building up to something very, very big. And I still got 15 minutes, and I think we're going to be more than enough time. So 45 warned Schumer at the Catholic dinner of what is to come, tapped him on the shoulder, as you can see right here. He calmly warned him of what was to come, leaving him to respond with a tense pat on the shoulder as the conversation came to a close. Now, they have the inside. They know what he said. They talked about it afterwards. You better believe Schumer was given a warning, and it freaked him the hell out. And they're letting us know what was really going on here. So this is very exciting, to say the least. It is coming, folks. The big one is coming. 44 seconds. Once again, gives us that Friday message. So this is the third time now they're building up that this is going to be an incredible week. We're already on October 20th. By next week, it's going to be the 27th. We're only like 1 week away from November by that point. So this coming week, they're saying, buckle your seatbelt. Big things are going to happen. Then you got North Carolina saying, just take the buyout. Give us your house, please. Don't try to fight. The governor, Roy Cooper, urged the victims not to rebuild their homes and take the buyout instead. He said plans are already in place for their local governments to address the situation. Do those plans involve lithium? Ooh. Ouch. Yeah, they probably do. We already know what's going on. They want mining and all that going on. It's worth billions of dollars. 16 seconds. This is a classic one. And get the popcorn once again. The fourth time now. The fourth time. They're mentioning Friday and Saturday now. Friday and Saturday will deliver on the promise. He knows he must clean house, the government, in order to free up and demonstrate who has authority to pass important legislation. This was always a priority. Remember, the Attorney General cannot look like an impartial player who is out to get all these former team members. We need him for other important work. All will come into focus. That's a big one, right? All will come into focus. And for anyone to think he is not in control, they are kidding themselves. He is 100% insulated and has zero risk of impeachment. This is a fact. So it's going to be okay. Get ready for Friday and Saturday. Big stuff is going to happen this week, folks. They've told us 4 times in a row. I don't know what it is yet. I could only speculate, but it's going to be huge. Allie Carter said there's going to be big arrests. That could be what it is. I don't know. Then we have the guy from Russia skipping out on the G20, saying that they're directly at war with NATO. He's shaking up the global stage with his decision to skip the summit, firmly declared NATO is actively at war with his country, using these soldiers as their proxies. Ouch. War is coming, war is coming, war is coming. He asserted they are fully prepared to continue the fight and are determined to defeat their enemy, and said victory will be ours. Yikes. And then we got 12 seconds on both videos, leading us to post number 12. Actually, one of them is different. Military intelligence referred to above is absolutely the biggest inside drop we've ever received. Think about why this group plays right into their plan. We are always ahead. The good guys are winning. The other one is 14, which shows it shows George Washington crossing the Durham River. That relates again back to the Durham report, which people think, oh, nothing really happened. No, it's going to be big when it comes out all the way. And then we're going to read this in detail. SCIF, military intelligence. What are state secrets? How are they upheld in the Supreme Court? What must be completed to engage military intelligence over other agencies? What must occur to allow for civilian trials? Whoa! Why is this relevant? What was Flynn's background? Why is this relevant? Why did Admiral R from the NSA meet 45 privately without authorization? Does he know where the bodies are buried? Does he have goods on most of the bad actors? Obviously, yes. Was he asked to run? Why? We talked about this. They needed him because he wasn't part of this swamp. By who? Was Hillary going to be next? Yes. Was this whole thing supposed to be a setup? Yes. Did good people prevent it from being set up? Yes. Why did he form a panel to investigate? So they could take action. Has he ever made a statement that did not become proven as true or fact? I don't know. I might not totally agree with that, but okay, theoretically, most of the stuff that he's saying, it's all backed up by the alliance. I don't know if I would go quite that far to say every single thing he said is true, because maybe he's joking sometimes, but okay, I get the gist of it. What is he in control of? What is the one organization left that isn't corrupt? That would be the military. Why does the military play such a vital role? Why is he surrounded by highly respected generals? Who guards these former presidents? Why is that relevant? Who guards Hillary? Why are certain groups allowed to operate? Why haven't the Muslims been classified as a negative group? What happens if certain funded operations get violent and engage in things domestically? What happens if mayors, police commissioners, and chiefs do not enforce the law? What authority does he have specifically over the Marines? Why is this important? Was he asked to run for president with assurances made to prevent tampering? How is he always 5 steps ahead? And who is helping him? And I am running out of time really fast, so let's just keep going. Then we have good old Marjorie warning of vote flipping happening. This is very sad. She sounded a dire warning for Georgia, claiming that certain things are already switching from one to the other. She insists that this mirrors what happened in 2020, where it happened repeatedly, that there was flipping. She warns that all swing states are now at serious risk of widespread problems. 1.5 million views. Okay, there it is up close. I should have done it that way. They're all at risk. But again, they've told us this is not going to be enough to change the outcome. But they're probably going to get caught anyway, and that's going to become part of what happens. Then we have 203 seconds, post number 203, which says bad bread. And I guess bread is like a code on the inside. So I don't know, maybe you can speculate as to what this one is about. I'm not really sure if it was supposed to be there, but I left it in anyway. There you go. Then we have the ballots arriving in compromised forms in this particular state. It's not just in Georgia. According to this woman, in Pennsylvania, things are already sealed. They look tampered, which would disqualify them from being counted. They're obviously only going to do this in the communities that they think are not going to work out for them. Even the outer envelope was sealed. And we have, okay, there it is up close. And we have 1 minute, 58 seconds, which I guess I didn't get that one. It didn't look all that relevant when I saw it. And then the boy band mogul, Simon, is stepping down. I can't imagine why right now. Why would that happen? He's stepping down from his iconic role on Britain's Got Talent, reportedly influenced by the recent passing of this poor individual from One Direction. Well, he helped form that band. Oh! And he once made headlines for paying to bail out someone, and he's now exiting the show he helped shape for years. So it's going to get weird. It's going to get sad. It's going to get very disturbing. You're going to learn that this is an entrenched culture that everybody was involved in, not just a few of them, but everybody. It's going to be very, very traumatic for a lot of people. And we're almost at the 5-hour mark, so I got to move fast. Here he is on the right in front of this weird scene of where they're eating off of this person's body. There he is on the right, you can see. And he's talking to Hugh Jackman, none other than Hugh Jackman, who I like, by the way. I'm sad that he was there. Then they again say she has 0% chance. We already read this one, so we don't need to do it again, but it says 0% chance of winning. And there's these unaccompanied pieces of paper that will likely be counted in the middle of the night. Then we have a wave of complaints coming in about flipping. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and now Tennessee are the latest states to report these instances, saying it's already happening. It's a wave of complaints pouring in. And read that. It's 133 is the post. And this is another one that's kind of long, so I don't really have a lot of time. But who are the puppet masters? We have the House of Saud, we have Roth, and we have Soar. So those are the 3 corners of the triangle they mentioned.
$4 trillion, $2 trillion, and $1 trillion. Focus on the above. The public disclosures of their wealth are false. Many governments of the world are feeding this eye. Think slush funds, think war, think environmental pacts. The triangle, which they already mentioned earlier, has 3 sides. The all-seeing eye of providence, follow the bloodlines. What is the keystone? Does Satan exist? Whoa, this is what I'm always talking about, right? And this is a big greeting card for David Wilcock fans, letting you guys know they're endorsing me and what I'm telling you, because I'm the only one that really goes into all this. And they again have endorsed me by bringing this up right now. So thank you guys. Does the thought of Satan exist? Who worships? What is a cult? And then they talk about an island. What is a temple? What occurs in a temple? Is that worship? Why is it on top of a mountain? How many levels might exist below? Maybe 33? What is the significance of the colors, design, and symbol above the dome? I guess we're going to learn that later. It's probably related to some cult. Why is this relevant? Who are the puppet masters? Have they traveled to this place? When, how often, and why? Apparently a lot. And then good old Vlad says that this particular group worships you-know-who. So this is very heavy. All these things I'm telling you, you think it sounds so weird. Oh, ha, ha, ha. David is fake. No. This is freaking real, man. This is coming from military communications. You're going to be learning about all this stuff, folks. We're almost at the end here. We have a Masonic lodge in Brazil with occult symbolism. It says a brand new lodge is open in the city of Curitiba, featuring black and white checkered floors and the one-eye symbol. So there it is, another part of the thing. You can see the floors, the 3 candles, as I said before. And they give us the iconic post number 34, the ultimate prophecy of mass arrests. It's incredible. Here it is. We're going to zoom in on it. My fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, which might not be quite that fast, we will undoubtedly realize that we are taking back our great country, the land of the free, from evil tyrants who are wishing to do us harm, and they also wish to destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. On his orders, we have initiated certain fail-safes that shall safeguard the public from primary fallouts occurred on 11.3 and 11.4. We know, again, this is the DOD Law of War Manual. Oh, Tarotina says this is one of your best Sundays ever, David. Thank you very much. We're still at 6,500 people. We're about the 5-hour mark. I might have to spill over a little bit, but it's worth it. Maybe only 5 minutes. Confirmation to the public of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. On his order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned. Oh, is that scary to you? Well, it shouldn't be, because this is what we have to go through to get to the end. And special ops will be carried out. False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of the U.S. to prevent their extradition, special operator necessity. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child in this country is being protected. The word exhausted, I think, was wrong, in full. However, the atmosphere within the country will unfortunately be divided. So many people have actually fallen for this unfortunately corrupt and evil narrative that has long been broadcast. And then it gets even better. This is the final thing. Post 34 is the ultimate, right? Here it comes. We will be initiating the emergency broadcast system, otherwise known as EMS, during this highly influential time, just like the prophecies, the time loop was telling us, it's not going to last very long, in an effort to provide a direct message and circumvent fake news for all citizens. Organizations and/or people, this is very important, who wish to do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. Think about that. Think about that really hard. Certain laws have been pre-lifted to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations at home and abroad. Whoa. 34 lays it all down, the emergency messages, the arrests, possible blackouts, possible social upheaval. The time loop talked about this in an amazing, amazing way. And then we see here on the next one that there was, 411 plus 147 phones from people in cartels at the latest event. 5,891 mobile devices present at the speech. 411 of them were likely linked to cartels. Another 147 linked to NGOs. From various states, Illinois, Washington, D.C., and Georgia, Arizona cities like Phoenix and Tucson. This was a massive presence at this event. Coyman McCasey says, great show. Thank you, David. Donated $50.
Thank you very, very much. We're at the 5-hour mark right now, and I'm going to make it probably 5:05 just for fun. If I have any slides left, I'm just going to do them next week. After I got to cut this off really fast. Recent alert from Border Patrol confirmed that these people have been given the green light to do horrible things to U.S. law enforcement and National Guard. Wow. And there it is, folks. Then we see there was a banner flown over her concert. It was very sassy. And it says, "Ready for it, cat lady, MAGA." There you go, citing her love of cats. That's why I had my angry grandma this morning, when we first started. 11 seconds, which again says military intelligence versus other agencies. Who is under the... We've done this one so many times. What article can the president impose military intelligence takeover investigations? They lost this very important power, the one area of the government not corrupt to directly serve 45. So that's one we've read many, many, many times. Last but not least, this is the last one. These two people ran away from questions that were asked to them on video. They're the most notorious couple. They remain notably silent when they were asked for their opinions about what's going on with the rapper. Watch how both of them run away. And then the last one that just popped up this morning, the blackout in Cuba may be a prelude for the U.S. They're warning us. They say a nationwide blackout in the U.S. would cripple essential services and disrupt daily life. The economy would take a major hit, and prolonged outages could spark civil unrest. So this is a warning that might actually happen. It already happened in Cuba, and it could happen here. Okay, and then we got post number 64, which says, "Fellow patriots, I'm being advised that actions have created accelerated counteractions. We have not yet ascertained the scope of the attack. Watch the news outlets. The Twitter takedown was not by accident. Should the lights go out..." Why would they reference this one in the number of seconds? Obviously, they just talked about the blackout. They said it could happen in America. Should the lights go out, which maybe they won't, please know that we are in control. Do not panic. We are prepared and assets are in place. God bless you. I must go for good at this point. And last but not least, boom, we finally made it to, that's right, our global peace meditation. I can't believe I got this all done in 5 hours, but we're going to make it to 5 hours and 5 minutes. And if some of you guys have to bail out, I understand. I forgive you. But it's only going to be 2 or 3 minutes because that's all the time I got left. So let's close our eyes now. Put both feet flat on the floor. Plug into the universe, folks. Here we go. Close your eyes. Take a nice deep breath. Let yourself feel more and more relaxed. Taking nice deep breaths. Visualizing, as Michael told us, Archangel Michael, if you can be one of the people who feels calm and centered and peaceful as all this is going on, if you can avoid panic, what a great gift you're giving to the higher forces, because they can now use that energy that you've created to help enact greater changes on Earth. They've told us in a time loop. We saw a dazzling 25-year time loop. They're telling us everything that's going on now. They're talking about the fear of war. They're saying they will lay down their own lives to prevent this from going nuclear. It's not going to last very long. So just breathe into that space of knowingness and trust, knowing that it's all going to be okay. We're going to be fine. Nothing bad is going to happen. It's all about going through the final stages of what leads to this amazing, amazing ascension event where all of humanity is activated, like it says in the book of Matthew, where the righteous shall shine like the sun. The negative are being plucked out one by one like the weeds, being separated from the wheat. We surround the world with as much light as we can. We embrace peace and divinity. We send all this energy to those in need of prayer and healing. Our vibrations lightening the earth, lightening the burden, lightening the fear. We have the power now. We have 6,500 people. That is enough with all the other numbers watching this meditation, greatly increasing our safety, reducing the likelihood of some crazy thing with Israel or Ukraine, leading to some sort of escalation into a global conflict. We don't need that to happen. Let's have a peaceful November. Let's cruise right into it. Let's get our votes cast. Let's not have any trouble with that. And we just hope and pray and wish, and we know and we affirm with certainty that this is all going in the right direction, for in the grandest sense, we are the light. We are the love. We are the one infinite creator. And this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be, and nothing and no one can take it from us. And so it is. In the name of Jesus Christ, we do pray for the success of the plan and the alliance, and we will make it so by saying this prayer here together. Amen. All right, that's all you had to do. That's all you had to do, folks. It's just some participatory energy, and it still looks like I lost 300 people, but again, I think it's an inside job when I start doing all this stuff. Anyway, we're right now at 5 minutes and 5 seconds, so this is the perfect time for me to say adios. Thank you for being here. Thank you to the Alliance. Thank you for the higher beings. Thank you for that amazing 25-year time loop. Thank you to the Alliance for the shout-outs. And we will see you right back here next week. Let's find out what happens on Friday and Saturday. Grab the popcorn. I'll be here, and I look forward to seeing you. Thank you, and we'll see you next time.